I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit up because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine, every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot, acting like I'm superhuman is stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay, I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me, I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I might show you a smile today, bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help, I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it, now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong, maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong, and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts, I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit up because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me and that's about money. money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold. Can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown. World up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old. These people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine. Every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot. Acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I'ma show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, world up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not a parent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup. Break trust, tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, world up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine. Every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot. Acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I'ma show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm grabbing the boat, don't come to me and that's about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, there's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust, tell me. Yo chat, everybody get in here. We're doing sleep stream chat. We got everything ordered up. I gotta go let my dogs out and then we're going to raid the bed, bro. We're going to raid the bed chat, so we're gonna get a raid started. We're gonna get it started right away.
What if she is lost? Her parents might be looking for her, but there's no other residence nearby. What was she doing in that snowy valley alone? I think we better call the cops, Dorothy. I can sense something awful has happened to this child. I will inform them right now. The cops came, and I told them everything in detail. We were discussing this girl sitting in my office when the door opened slightly and a familiar face peeked in. It was Dorothy. She said in a tensed voice, "The girl has awakened." Those two police officers got up immediately to talk to that little girl. I followed them to my room. As we entered, we saw the girl was sitting on my bed and staring at the sky from the window. A small but polite interrogation took place. The cops asked the girl about her family and how did she come here. She said her name is Samara and she has no family. I realized she is just another homeless girl who knocked on my door looking for shelter. The cops took her picture to run her details. We all felt she was hiding a dark past that none of us is aware of right now. I told the cops I will happily look after her until they find more information about her whereabouts. Since that day, Samara tagged along with us. I introduced her to the other girls of the orphanage. Even though they were welcoming to her, Samara always kept her distance. She didn't play or talk or even smile. She just stood or sat quietly and watched the snowy valley. One winter afternoon, kids were playing snowball in the front yard. Dorothy was cooking lunch inside. I was knitting a woolen scarf sitting on my rocking chair on the porch when I saw Samara standing near a barren tree and staring at something like a statue. I walked up to her and followed her eyes. She was staring at the small bridge over the wild mountain river. It was an old bridge, and no matter how cold it gets here, the water under it never freezes. The current is so strong that the ever-flowing icy water never stops for a second. What are you staring at, Samara? I remember that bridge. What? Did something happen there? I was pushed from that bridge down in the river. Good Lord, who pushed you? My sister. Why didn't you tell the cops about this? She will be here soon. That's why I came to you. Saying this, Samara turned around and went inside the orphanage. I stood there speechless, surrounded by the cackles and laughter of other girls playing around me. What did she just tell me? Does it mean she does have a family? Then why is she wandering in these mountains all alone? I couldn't help but contemplate on this thought. How come a 7-year-old girl survived after being pushed into those rough currents flowing under the bridge? I tried to talk to Samara about this many times that day, but she avoided me like a plague. Her behavior was so unnatural as a 7-year-old. She was highly mature at her age, and sometimes she used to get into these trances where she spoke quiet, shocking things that none of us will expect to hear from her. I didn't tell anyone about this because there was so much under the dirt that I doubted whatever was happening revolving around this strange little girl. But as more days passed, the situation grew tenser. A bad omen kept hammering in the back of my head as I felt something sinister is yet to happen. The next morning, I was sitting in my office when I heard a car horn outside. 2 women walked in and Dorothy brought them to my office. There was a girl about 24 or 27 years of age, accompanied by a woman in her late 60s. The girl spoke in a calm voice. "Hello, Miss Morris. I'm Courtney, and this is my mom, Miss Winchester. I am planning to adopt a child." I welcomed them with great joy that finally something good will happen. After a long time, a child will get a home from my orphanage. I took them on a small tour of the place and told them to feel free to look around. All of the girls were running around the house, and Courtney conversed with each one of them in a very polite manner, whereas her mother, Miss Winchester, was constantly fidgeting and making a frowned face like she doesn't want to be here. I could tell from her behavior that something was bothering her. I was about to ask Dorothy to make tea when I saw Samara come out of her room. She was staring at Miss Winchester with bloodshot eyes. Miss Winchester also looked at her with a confused face. Samara's breathing got heavy and a suppressed anger sparked in her wide eyes. Miss Winchester got a bit startled by the weird behavior of this girl and asked, "Are you all right, dear?" "No, but you are. Aren't you Eddie?" As soon as she called Miss Winchester Eddie, all the blood in her face vanished. She was pale like a blank paper. She slowly started to tremble in fear. How do you know that name? No one calls me Eddie except me. Can't you recognize me? I'm Judith, your little sister, whom you pushed down that bridge in 1968 when we came on a trip with our parents in these mountains. Don't you remember? You bloody murderer. This isn't possible. You're only 7 years old, and And you made sure that I got washed away with the current so that you can tell Dad how I accidentally slipped and there was nothing you could do. All of this just to be their one and only daughter? What the hell is this? Courtney, let's go. This girl is insane. I'm not insane. What happened to your favorite silver bracelet? How did you lose that? Courtney looked at her mom and said, "Mom, what is all this? Grandpa told me you and Aunt Judith were playing when she met an accident. Did all that happen here? This is why you didn't want to come here with me in the first place." No, she didn't want to come here because she knows what she did on a winter evening. She took me to that bridge and told me to watch my reflection on the river water. As I peeked, she pushed me, but while falling down, I grabbed her hand. Her silver bracelet came off. Didn't it, Eddie? Samara went on with her shocking words in furious anger. For a moment, it felt like there was someone else speaking from her body. Miss Winchester came out as Samara went close to her with her horrifying allegations. The more she went on accusing Miss Winchester, the more Miss Winchester walked away in fear. Her eyes were widened as she couldn't believe how come a 7-year-old whom she has never met before can tell all these cruel details like she was there when Miss Winchester killed her own sister. They walked right under that tree where that bridge can be seen. Samara looked at the bridge once and then looked up to a big barren branch on the tree. Miss Winchester was standing right under it. She pleaded, "Please stop this. This is crazy, girl." Courtney came running and screamed, "Mom, is it true? Whatever she's saying, is it true?" Miss Winchester broke into tears and said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill her. I just wanted to be Mom's and Dad's favorite. You wanted to be the one and only. Samara screamed. Just then, the huge branch broke, falling on Miss Winchester's head, spilling blood and brains on the white snow. Children screamed in terror, seeing the gruesome scene. Dorothy rushed to take them all inside. Courtney and I ran towards Miss Winchester as she choked to death right in front of us. Amidst all this chaos, we failed to keep an eye on Samara. When the cops came, Courtney was sitting near her mother's dead body like a stone. I was speechless and my legs were numb. The cops searched the entire valley for Samara, but she was nowhere to be found. She went away suddenly, just like she came. The death of Edith Winchester was announced as an accident, just like her little sister Judy's death. Courtney went back with some terrifying truth, and I was left in complete shock. At night, I still wake up feeling she might come back again. But something inside me makes me question, was she even real? Was she Judith's ghost that resurfaced with a new face, a new name, to take her revenge? Or was she a lost child suffering in the hands of reincarnation?
I've been a psychiatrist for the past 10 years. It's never easy to work with patients suffering from mental issues. The majority of the people in this world still don't take mental health as seriously as physical health. Hence, most of them look down on people suffering from mental issues, which are disgusting. The first rule of psychiatric treatment is to deal with the patient with lots of calm and patience. One wrong word or advice can devastate a patient's life. Unfortunately, I learned that lesson the hard way. This happened in the early days of my career. I was diagnosing a patient named Kevin. He was originally from Rhode Island, but he shifted to New Jersey for unknown reasons. I got to know a lot of weird things from him about his life, but he never told me why he came to New Jersey. I had appointments with him twice every week. He was one of those patients who needed extra care and undivided attention. Generally, with him, appointments ran quite long. Kevin was a shy person, probably in his late 20s. He used to come into my chamber and sit on the big couch, slouching his shoulders. His eyes moved around the room, as if he was searching for something. There was always a frightened look on his face. In the beginning, I thought he might be suffering from schizophrenia. At least, his words and gestures made me think that way. But with time, I started to discover some utterly disturbing details about him. One day, on a rainy afternoon, I was waiting in my chamber for Kevin to arrive. He was late that day, which was very surprising because he used to come early for every appointment. My secretary, Pamela, came in saying, "Kevin's here, ma'am. Should I send him in?" Yes. I have to go home early for my research work. Let's get started with this appointment now." After a few seconds, Kevin came in and sat down on the same spot. But this time, I saw a weird smile on his face. He was smiling like a little girl. "Someone seems happy today. What's the big news, Kevin?" "I met a girl last night." "That's great to hear. So, do you like this girl?" "I do. I chased her." "What? Where did you meet her?" "In my dreams." Needless to say, I was a bit worried when he told me he chased a girl at first, but hearing it was just a dream certainly gave me some relief. "Okay. How did she look?" "Oh, I couldn't see her face. I was on the beach when I heard footsteps. As I looked behind me, I saw this girl standing at some distance. She was facing her back towards me, but she had such beautiful long hair. Her hair was floating in the air." "Did you try to talk to her?" "I did. I said, 'Look at me.' But she started to run, so I chased her. She was running slowly, but I couldn't catch her. I didn't stop, though. I ran, and suddenly, when I looked around, I saw fire." "Fire? Where? At the beach?" "No. Just fire all around me. Only fire and nothing else. I tried to scream because the fire was coming close to me to burn me alive. Just then, I woke up." "I see. Have you ever dreamt of this girl before?" "No. Neither of the fire. I've never seen so much fire before." "Well, Kevin, it was only a dream. I don't think you have to worry about a dream. Here, let me write you a prescription to help with your sleep. I talked to him a bit more and gave him some meds. I told him it'll be nice for him to socialize with people. I don't know how seriously he took my advice, but Kevin's bizarre dream didn't stop there. Next week, Kevin again came to see me. So how are you feeling today? I saw that girl again, but this time I didn't like the dream at all. I don't want to see her. I was surprised to hear him say that. Kevin was very excited about this girl in the dream. I asked him, "Did you fight with her, Kevin?" Kevin looked at the ceiling and kept staring at it for some time. He then said, "I was ready to catch her this time. As soon as she started to run, I chased her at full speed. She might have realized that I was going to catch her. I stretched my hand to grab her hair, but right then she slashed my wrist with a big sharp knife. It's as if she didn't want me to get close to her. Kevin, it's all a dream. Is there someone in real life that you want to see or get close to?" "But it wasn't a dream! Look at my wrist!" Before I could say more, Kevin pulled up his sleeve and showed me his hand. There was a deep cut on his wrist, just like someone slashed him with a sharp knife. But in many cases, I knew patients who got violent and tried to hurt themselves. So I thought Kevin might have hurt himself and is now blaming it on his dream. I had no doubt he was becoming delusional and started to show early signs of violence. I think we need to take you to a good mental institution so that people can take care of you, Kevin. I don't prescribe you living alone now." "Mental institution? Oh, you mean a madhouse? You think I'm crazy, don't you? Do you think I made this cut on my hand? You think that I'm crazy?" He suddenly got all outrageous and started to scream at me. My secretary rushed in, hearing his screams. She called the security and they carried Kevin out. I wanted to help him, but Kevin ran off, hitting one security guy. I called his house number, but obviously no one picked up. I waited for an hour more, thinking he might come back to the chamber, but he didn't. I finally left my chamber at around 9 and drove home. Our parking lot has 2 levels, the first basement and the second basement. I roamed around the first basement and saw it was filled already, so I drove down to the second basement and finally found a spot to park my car. As soon as I parked, I started to walk towards the elevator. A man came right in front of me from the dark corner. "Kevin, what are you doing here? Are you okay? You shouldn't have run away like that." "I know, doctor, but why did you call me crazy?" "I never called you crazy, Kevin. You just got angry at me for no reason." As I talked, I saw Kevin walking from one side to another, making very weird expressions. He was looking at me with angry eyes. Suddenly, I noticed that he was hiding something shiny in his hand, but I hadn't had to wait long. "You all think I'm crazy, and this is why I left my family and came here thinking someone might understand me here. But you are all the same, exactly the same." "No, Kevin, you're not crazy. You just need a little help, that's all." "Help? No one can help me. I know if I see her again tonight, I'll chase her again, and this time she might stab me in my dream. If she does, I'll die in real life too, just like when she slit my wrist. But I'm more clever than her. I'm not gonna let her kill me in my sleep." Kevin then looked at me one last time and said in a sobbing voice, "My mother was right. I am a bad seed. I was sick the moment she gave birth to me. I can't go on like this, doctor." "Kevin, no. Don't do this. I can help you. Let me help you, please." I started to beg Kevin to hand me over the knife, but he started to walk away. He stopped and said, "Goodbye, doctor," and sliced his throat with his own hands. Blood came gushing out of his neck. He held his bleeding throat and sat down on the ground. He was coughing vigorously. "Help! Someone help him!" I called the security, but by the time he came, Kevin died choking on his own blood. The paramedics came to take his body. The cops found out that his family was abusing Kevin. His mother used to beat him when he was a little kid. I'm sure it was those suppressed childhood traumas that pushed him to take his own life. I can never forget how he slashed his own throat that night, and even bid me goodbye before that.
The crazy pizza delivery guy. I'm not a judgmental person, but this one encounter has scarred me for life. I am Selena. I work in a restaurant. I share an apartment with a colleague of mine. Her name is Tina. Tina and I both met at work. Fortunately, we were both looking for a place and it was helpful to split the rent. Working at a restaurant can be hectic sometimes. After long, tiresome days, none of us had the energy to cook dinner or even go out for it. So we used to order food whenever we felt this way. One night, after coming from work, Tina and I decided to order pizza. There was a local pizza shop at 15 to 20 minutes distance from our house. The shop has opened recently, so Tina and I both decided to try pizza from there. I called the shop and placed our order. We started to prepare for a movie night. After half an hour, our doorbell rang. I rushed to the door because I was feeling really hungry. As I opened the door, I saw a pizza delivery guy standing outside. He was wearing the delivery costume. The cap on his head was covering half of his face. He said in a cold voice, "Your pizza, ma'am." Tina came and started to pay the guy. I don't know why this guy's behavior felt very off to me. As I went to take the pizza boxes from him, he weirdly touched my hand and brushed off his fingers on my wrist. It happened so quickly and unexpectedly that I couldn't react at that moment. The man looked at me and smirked in a very creepy way. We closed the door and he left. I didn't speak about it to Tina. We watched a horror movie and ate pizza. Around 12 of that night, we went to sleep. The living room and kitchen area are in the middle of the apartment. Our bedrooms stood facing each other. From my bedroom window, the entire view of the backyard was clearly visible. There was a big tree close to my window. I liked the moonlight in the room, so I often slept without closing the curtains. I was really tired that night, and the next day was a Sunday, so I planned to sleep till late morning. I don't clearly remember how long I slept, but suddenly, a sound woke me up. The sound was like leaves rubbing against each other. I slowly opened my eyes and looked around my room. The moonlight made my room clearly visible even in the dark. I didn't see anyone in the room. I thought it might be birds or wind creating this rusty sound. So I closed my eyes and tried to sleep again. But this time, I heard the sound one more time. The sound was a bit louder this time. I got up on the bed and my eyes accidentally went to the tree outside. I don't know how to explain this, but at that moment, I realized what people mean by fear in real life. There was a dark shadow sitting on the branch of the tree. I was sure it was a man, but due to the bushy leaves, I could only see his two wide eyes. I have never seen such a scary, blood-freezing stare. Our eyes met, and I couldn't move anymore. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I felt like the cat got my tongue. Drops of sweat started to appear on my forehead. The eyes kept looking at me without even blinking for a second. Frozen in fear, I kept sitting on my bed like a statue. Suddenly, I heard an owl hooting from that tree and broke free from that state of trance. I screamed in a loud voice, and within a second, Tina came rushing to my room. She opened the door of my room and turned on the light. I was breathing heavily. I heard a sound of a loud thud, like someone jumped from the tree. Being confused with my behavior, Tina asked in a panicked voice, "What is it, Selena? Why did you scream?" I said in a sobbing tone, "Someone was sitting in the tree and watching me sleep." I started to cry. Tina took out the flashlight and opened the window. She then searched the entire tree, but there was no one. She said in a comforting voice, "I think you just had a bad dream, Selena. Look, there's no one there." I said in the same sobbing tone, "No, you don't understand. I saw his eyes. His vicious, creepy eyes were staring at me all the time." Tina comforted me for a while and put me back to sleep. She closed the window and pulled the curtains. I somehow went back to sleep. Tina got back to her room. I felt like she didn't believe me and thought I actually dreamed all of this. But I was really sure that someone was sitting in the tree and watching me sleep. The next morning, when I woke up and went to the living room, I saw Tina shouting at someone over the phone, It took me some time to realize what she was saying. As I listened to her attentively, the hair at the back of my neck stood up in terror. Tina was telling someone, "How can you be so irresponsible? You should have called us once last night. I'm calling the cops. This is utterly terrifying for us." She then disconnected the phone and sat beside me with a terrifying face. I asked her, "What happened, Tina?" She replied in a freaked out voice, "I went to the backyard to check after you said someone broke in last night. I found this cap under the tree." She showed me the cap she picked up from the backyard. It was that same cap the creepy pizza guy wore last night. My face turned pale as I realized he watched me for God knows how long, sitting in that tree. I said, "What the fuck? We should inform the cops about this guy and also call the pizza shop. They can give us details on this guy." Tina pressed my hand and said, "I don't want to scare you, Selena, but I just got some very bizarre news from them. I called the pizza shop to complain about their employee, but what they told me has scared me too." My eyes got stuck in fear. I said in a shaken voice, "Why? What did they say?" Tina replied, "The pizza shop told me that they sent the delivery guy to deliver the pizza at our address, but the guy never reached our place or the shop. Someone knocked him out midway and stole his jacket and cap. The shop thought the guy must have delivered us and left for home, but when he didn't show up in the morning, they called the cops. The cops have found the poor guy lying unconscious in a dingy alley nearby. No one has the minimum idea who was the guy that delivered our pizza last night." I couldn't believe my ears. Tina and I immediately rushed to the police station. We saw the actual delivery guy with a bandage over his head. He was sitting there and telling the cops about what happened to him. I also told the cops how the creepy imposter behaved with me last night. I even told them how he kept watching me in the middle of the night from the tree. The cops are still looking for this man. We have described his face to the cops for identification. I don't know what his problem was, but creepy, fucked up dude who injured an innocent man and scared 2 women to death, may we never meet again.
I was a foreign exchange student in America for my senior year of high school. I'm Japanese, and when I first arrived in America, I couldn't speak a lick of English. I was already a shy and socially awkward girl to begin with, and the language barrier made it even harder to make any friends. Most of the people who bothered to make an effort to talk to me were people who I would later learn are called weeaboos, that would ask me about Japan and anime non-stop with broken Japanese. Yeah, it wasn't fun having to deal with them all the time, because no one else wanted to go through the trouble of trying to talk to the weird foreign exchange student. The only person I could talk to freely was a guy I'll call John for the sake of the story. He was smart, good-looking, immensely popular with the girls from what I could gather, and spoke perfect Japanese. He told me that his grandfather was Japanese too, so he learned the language to be able to talk with him when he was just a kid. I thought it was cool as hell that he could speak 2 languages so fluently, and asked him to teach me some English so I wouldn't feel so out of place at the school. He agreed, and soon we were hanging out almost every day, with dates disguised as study sessions. Naturally, when John being as popular as he was, a lot of girls there were jealous that an upstart foreign exchange student had just stolen his time away from them. They would speak badly of me behind my back, or sometimes right in front of me, thinking I wouldn't be able to understand them anyways, not knowing that my English had improved dramatically thanks to John's lessons. The most common sentiment was that John only hung out with me out of pity, which I couldn't help but agree with to some extent. I never confronted any of the girls about what they said. It might be a cultural thing, but Japanese people tend to value conformity and a non-confrontational attitude. Standing up for myself seemed like a selfish thing to do that'll inconvenience other people. Besides, I didn't want to stir up any trouble by causing a scene when I was barely able to cope with the culture shock as it is. For a long time, I thought I was being a burden to John, who only tolerated me because he was too nice to turn me down when I asked him to teach me English. When prom night was approaching, I got a few guys who asked me to prom in broken Japanese too, but I politely turned them all down for obvious reasons. Surprisingly enough, John didn't ask any girl to prom, even though any single girl at school would have jumped at the chance to go with him. Hell, some girl even took the initiative to ask him to prom. He turned them all down and kept hanging out with me after school every day for our English lessons. One day during our lessons, I asked him if he ever had a girlfriend. He told me that he did have a girlfriend once, but they weren't together anymore. He didn't elaborate on what happened to them though, so I didn't push the issue. I just assumed that it must have been a bad breakup, and that whoever the girl was must still be regretting it now. He then asked me if I ever had a boyfriend, and truthfully answered that I'd never been in a relationship before. At the end of our lesson the same day, I casually asked him if he was interested in asking any girl out for the upcoming prom. He looked at me dead in the eye with a lady killer smile and said that yes, he did have a girl in mind for prom. Then, without any hesitation, told me that that girl was me. My heart nearly exploded in my chest from excitement when I heard that. My brain was slower to react, and I must have stood there staring at him incredulously for a good 2 seconds before I gave him 100 yeses in response. Rumors and shit talk about me tripled throughout the school when news got out that John had asked me out. I didn't pay them any mind. Nothing they said mattered to me because I knew that my night at the prom with John was going to be the best night of my life. My host family was happy for me when they heard I actually got a date for the prom. When I asked them if it would be appropriate for me to wear a traditional Japanese kimono to prom instead of the typical formal dress, they were nothing but supportive of the idea. I was supposed to spread Japanese culture in America after all. It was only natural that I'd choose to wear something distinctively Japanese to the prom. My host mother managed to rent a beautiful white silk kimono with lily patterns for the big night. She even helped me put it on with some help from Google. She made a little mistake while helping me put it on that I only noticed later though. Kimonos are traditionally wrapped left over right. Instead, she wrapped my kimono with the right side over the left, which is usually reserved for corpses being prepared for funerals. By the time I noticed the error, I was already at the prom venue and I was too lazy to try and fix it. I waited for John to arrive at the prom, getting many stares and some compliments in the meantime. Then, a girl I'd never seen before approached me. She told me that I shouldn't have come here right to my face. Surprised, I told her that I was a student too, and was here with a date. She told me that she knew all about me and my date, and that I should have stayed away from John for my own sake. I felt a chill run down my spine. This was the first time I'd actually been confronted by a jealous girl. Still, I wasn't too afraid, since we were still in a populated area. I asked her who she thought she was, and she fell silent. Then, she told me that she was only here to, in her words, take care of something. Before I could ask her what the hell that was supposed to mean, she walked off without another word. John never made it to the prom. I spent the whole night alone with people laughing at me for thinking I had a chance with John. Then, the next day, John's body was found drowned in a nearby lake. He'd gone missing from his home, and a passerby noticed his shoes floating on the water of a nearby lake. When they searched the lake for him, his body was not the only one they found. There was another body there that looked like it had been decaying in the lake for at least a year. It was identified to be a missing girl who just so happened to be John's girlfriend when she initially went missing. The wounds on her body suggested that she'd been killed before being dumped in the lake. The investigation on the girl's disappearance turned murder reopened, and evidence surfaced that suggested John might have been the one who killed her. Although nothing has been definitively proven, I immediately knew that John was her killer when I saw the picture of the missing girl in the newspaper, because the girl who'd been rotting in the lake for a year looked exactly like the girl who approached me at the prom that night, saying that I should have stayed away from her boyfriend.
I became an orphan when I was 13. I was raised by my abusive grandfather until his death from an illness that everyone chalked up to be old age. When he died, I got pulled out of my abusive home and tossed into an equally abusive orphanage. It was one of those religious institutions that claimed to spread God's mercy to the homeless teens of the world for nothing in return other than tax exemption. And because they were so religious, people on the outside thought the nuns, acting as caregivers, must have been good people, when they were anything but. Whenever someone questioned them on anything, They would chastise them for not trusting in God and punish them. And by someone, I mean me. I was just about the only one who backtalked them on a regular basis, being the rebellious teen that I was. If the nuns were feeling lazy, they'd send me to bed without dinner. Though considering the questionable quality of the stew they served, that might have been doing me a favor. Almost every meal was a perpetual stew that had been boiling away in the same old iron pot for God knows how long, containing whatever ingredients they had on hand at the time. So the taste was questionable at best and utterly disgusting at worst. But if the nuns were bored or feeling like assholes that day, which is to say, most days, they'd also beat me up with a wooden stick or lock me in the supply closet for a day too. I became familiar with every nook and cranny of the orphanage supply closet during my time with them. Most of the other kids at the orphanage had been living there all their lives, so they thought that all the cruel punishments were perfectly normal and warranted for an ungrateful brat like me. They would sometimes beat me up after the nuns were done with me too, for good measure. The only exception was a girl my age named Mary. Like me, Mary had the chance to grow up outside the orphanage before being dumped there. She knew how fucked up the nuns were, but unlike me, was smart enough to keep her mouth shut and spare herself their hatred. Whenever I got beaten up by either nuns or other children, she'd help me tend to my injuries using whatever we had on hand. The other kids didn't like her much either and often roughed her up as well, though never to the same extent as me. I felt guilty whenever I saw her with bruises that she couldn't hide. The only reason the other kids picked on her was because she hung out with me. I would have understood if she ignored me to spare herself the treatment from others, but she stayed by my side even through the beatings our peers gave us. We became closer than the nuns caring for us would have approved of between two girls, if you catch my drift. Of all the shitty experiences I have of that damn orphanage, there is one memory that I still hold dear. Mary and I helped each other climb up to the roof of the orphanage one night while everybody was sleeping. Once there, we laid down on our backs on the tiled roof and watched the stars together. It was a cherished moment of peaceful calm in our chaotic lives. Our hands were intertwined as we tried to make out the constellations in the night sky. I wasn't very good at it, but I didn't care because I got to spend time with the person I love. That must be Orion's belt, and that's Ursa Major. And that one's our zodiac sign, right? Yep, Gemini, the twins. We look nothing alike, though. I'd say we're closer than twins, though. I felt her hand squeeze mine. In that instant, the world around me melted away. Our pasts didn't matter. Our futures didn't matter. Not even the stupid orphanage we were laying on mattered. All that mattered was the two of us being together. Have you ever thought about running away? More times than I can count. How do we do it then? Just you and me, a couple of screwed up little girls trying to make it in the world. I felt her grip on my hand tighten. That would be nice. It'll be hard for us to make a living for ourselves out there, though. Probably, but at least it'll be less terrible than staying here. After a long, heartfelt conversation, we finally decided to run away from the orphanage together. Our plan was to spend the next day secretly packing stuff we might need and sneak out that very same night. For the first time since my parents died, I felt something that could have been called hope. That feeling wouldn't last, though. We found out the next day that one of the other kids saw us sneaking back inside our shared bedroom the previous night and told the nuns about us. They put two and two together and realized that there must have been something going on between us. The nuns gave us both an earful about how we need to suppress our sinful lusts because it went against the will of God and all that is natural. After that, they beat us both black and blue with wooden sticks and separated us by putting me in the supply closet again and blocking the door with a chair. While they didn't like either of us, it was clear they considered me more the guilty party thanks to all the time I backtalked them. The supply closet didn't have any windows, but I'd been locked in there so often that I had no trouble telling the time from inside. The orphanage wasn't very big, so it was easy enough to tell where everyone was by the sound they made. I heard the sound of metal spoons clanging against ceramic plates and knew that the other kids were eating dinner with the staff. And when the sounds stopped and were replaced by footsteps walking past me, I knew that they'd all gone to bed. It wouldn't have been the first time I was left to sleep in the supply closet overnight, but I couldn't help but worry about how Mary was doing. I made myself as comfortable as I could on the cold floor, like I'd done 100 times before, and waited to fall asleep. But before sleep could claim me, I heard the sound of the chair blocking the door being dragged away. I sat back up and stared at the door, expecting to see a nun come in. Instead, I gasped when I saw Mary on the other side. She looked more beaten up than I was, with one black eye and a bloody lip. And yet, she still smiled when she saw me. "Mary, what happened to you?" Some of the other girls roughed me up, but that doesn't matter now. "Come on, let's get out of this hellhole." She grabbed my wrist and tried to pull me out, but I resisted her pull. I wasn't quite done with the orphanage just yet. "Maggie, there's something I need to take care of here first." "What? Why?" "Well, we're going to need some supplies for a few days, right?" "Oh, right. I'll help you then." "No, there's no point in risking both of us. You go ahead and wait at the back gate. I'll be right behind you." It took some convincing, but I managed to get her to leave me behind for a while. She kissed me on the last bruised part of my face and hurried out of the orphanage. I let out a sigh of relief. Mary was always a kind girl. She didn't need to see what I was about to do. I walked to the back of the supply closet and pulled out a tiny box tucked away in the very corner. I had plenty of time to explore the supply closet during all the times I got locked inside it. It was only natural that I'd find the rat poison eventually. I had a lot of experience finding and using it after all. I grabbed the packet of rat poison and made my way to the kitchen. I opened the fridge where they kept the pot of perpetual stew and emptied the rat poison inside it. The tiny pellets disappeared, buried by all the other ingredients. When the stew is heated up to be served, they'll dissolve and become just another indescribable flavor in the mystery stew. Honestly, it was a good thing that the stew already tasted so bad as it was. When I poisoned my abusive grandfather, I had to add a little bit at a time so he wouldn't notice the taste. This time around, I could add the entire thing in and be done with it all. My only regret is that I never got to see those bastards at the orphanage choke on their own blood for what they did to me and Mary. But I guess knowing will have to be enough.
This is an utterly disturbing story. My husband and I are both doctors. We both have pretty hectic work schedules. We have a son who's only 4 years old. It was difficult to raise him and manage the work at the same time. Hence, we had to rely on babysitters to keep an eye on him. He's always been a pretty active child. The area we live in can definitely be considered safe until this incident shook all of us. It happened last week, and I'm still trying to get over the trauma. My husband and I work in the same hospital, and we're both surgeons. After the pandemic and lockdown period, our work stress increased rapidly while Monty stayed home alone. So, my husband and I often kept a babysitter to watch over him. I posted an ad on a very famous social media platform. 3 days after posting the ad, I received a call from a girl named Diana. Diana was a student, and she seemed very interested in the job over the phone. Without thinking much, I told her to come by and babysit on Thursday evening. The day arrived, and if I'm being honest, Diana and Monty got along really well. They started to play puzzles, and I got relieved that Monty would be in good hands. My husband and I left for the hospital. I told Diana that we would be home by 10. I also told her that we made a pasta for them, and it was in the fridge but needed to be microwaved, and that Monty's bedtime was at 8 p.m. Diana smiled at me and said, "Sure, Mrs. Mendez." As I got in the car, I saw Monty and Diana standing at our house porch and waving me goodbye. After that day, Diana became a regular choice whenever we needed a babysitter. She became good friends with Monty, and surprisingly, Monty listened to her with full attention. I was happy to see this sudden change in Monty at first. One day, my husband was out of the station at a medical conference. I took the day off so that I could spend time with Monty. I decided to draw him a bath and then watch a cartoon movie with him. I placed him inside the bathtub, and when I went to scrub his back, I got shocked. There was a weird symbol drawn onto his shoulders with a black marker pen. I didn't understand what the symbol meant. I asked Monty what the sign was, and he just replied saying it was nothing. That was the first time I felt like my son was hiding something from me. I asked him again who did this to him, and he replied saying, Diana and I were playing. She has a tattoo like this. I wanted one too, and that's when she drew it on me. I know I should have dealt with this matter with more priority, but at that moment it appeared like a silly childish wish, and nothing else. Fast forward a week later, and I was doing regular house chores. I was cleaning the window of Monty's room. I opened it to wipe the outside surface of the glass. That's when I found a cross-like figure. As I looked more closely, I noticed strands of hairs tied to it too. I didn't know where it came from. I thought maybe the window brought it here. I dumped it in the dustbin and didn't say anything to my husband. I overlooked the alarming situation that day. More time passed, and I realized all that was happening wasn't just some weird coincidence. My husband and I were sitting in the living room watching a movie, and suddenly he said, Amy, I was thinking of asking you something. I replied asking what it was, and he said, Did you notice anything strange in Monty's behavior? Until now, I was keeping that feeling to myself, but as Simon mentioned it, I immediately looked at him with worried eyes. Simon went on to say, Last night, when I went to the kitchen to get water, I heard whispering sounds coming from Monty's room. At first, I thought maybe I imagined it, so I tiptoed to his room and peeked inside. You won't believe what I saw. I immediately asked him what. I saw our son was sitting on the bed and praying. I mean, I have no issues with this sudden change, but, we've never been a very religious family. I wonder how he learnt all that. Simon's voice sounded confused. We were both a bit worried, but you can't just scold a child for praying, right? So we didn't confront him at that point. One night, Diana came to babysit again. I instantly asked her, Diana, if you don't mind, can I ask you something? Diana replied with the same smiling face. Sure, Mrs. Mendez. What is it? I said in a hesitant voice. Did you teach Monty to pray before bed? She didn't get startled by my question. With the same calm expression on her face, she said, What's wrong in praying, Mrs. Mendez? Honestly, I had no logical answer to her question, so I just dropped the topic. I mean, seriously, no harm ever came from a 4-year-old kid praying before sleep, right? Days passed, and my son started to change into a completely different person. Monty stopped running around the house, or doing all those things to annoy me. Suddenly, he turned into an extremely quiet and introverted kid. At some point, his behaviors freaked me out. For example, one afternoon, I was working in the backyard. Monty was sitting on a swing and watching the birds fly in the sky. I said in a joyful voice what a lovely day it was, and asked Monty if he thought the same. He didn't reply like he used to. I was thinking to go and play with him, when suddenly a small bird fell on the ground. I rushed towards it and picked it up. Are you hurt, the little guy? And that was when Monty said something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Monty walked close to me and looked at the bird and then said, End its pain, Mom. It should die. I was shocked hearing these cruel words from a 4-year-old. I said, Monty, why would you say something like that? Who told you all these things? Suddenly, he looked at me, and I felt this was not the Monty I used to know. There was something in his eyes that spooked me that day. He smiled in a very evil way, and then went inside. I told my husband this instant, and we both came to the conclusion that Diana is leaving a bad impression on our son. So we decided to opt for a new babysitter the next time. And we finally did. The new babysitter's name was Corey. She was the daughter of our next door neighbor, so we knew her well. I said to Monty, Monty, Corey will come and watch you tonight. Your father and I will be home as soon as we can. Monty looked at me with angry eyes and said, Where's Diana? I instantly replied, She won't come here anymore. Corey's your new babysitter from now on. Monty started to argue. No, I want Diana. I lost my calm voice and scolded him, saying, I told you, Diana won't come here. Now go to your room. I don't want to hear another word about Diana. Corey came, but Monty didn't come out of his room. I left for work with a disturbed mind. After being at work for a while, I came out of the emergency room. I went to my desk to call home just to check on them. I was going to dial when I received a call from Diana. Out of irritation, I picked it up and said what? Diana replied, Mrs. Mendez, I don't think the new babysitter will be able to take good care of Monty. You should probably think again. I was disgusted to see the girl's audacity. I screamed on the phone, saying Monty was my son, and that I knew what was best for him. I told her if she didn't stay away, I would take serious action. I then disconnected the phone. My husband came and asked me what happened. I told him the entire matter. Still angry, I also told him I should have kicked that freak out the day she made a weird tattoo on our son. My husband looked at me with confused eyes and said, "What tattoo?" I explained to him it was a star inside a circle. Simon Googled something on his phone and then showed it to me, saying, "Is this the symbol you're talking about?" It was indeed the symbol. Simon then said in a panicked voice, "We should have taken this matter more seriously." "Why?" I replied. "What does the symbol mean?" We came to know that it was actually a satanic symbol that cult groups worship. All the weird behavior of my son started to make sense to me. The thought of Diana being a cult member came to me. I immediately called the house to warn Corey to not let her in if she comes. I dialed her number, but it just kept ringing. My heartbeat grew rapidly, and Simon and I rushed towards the car. We called 911 on our way home. When we reached the house, we found the house in pitch darkness. Not a single light was on. As I walked close to the main door, I heard a chanting sound coming from Monty's room. I found the door locked from the inside. Simon twisted the key and the door finally opened. The entire house stood like a set from a horror film. There was this burning smell. I noticed someone was lying on the living room couch. Simon slowly walked, and we found Corey on the couch. She was unconscious, and there was dried blood on her forehead. It was clear someone hit her with a blunt object and made her unconscious. I ran to Monty's room, and I opened the door. That's when my heart sunk in terror. His room was filled with candles. Monty was lying on Diana's lap, and she was chanting some psychotic prayers. And there was a circle made around them. And beyond all of that, she was holding a knife to my 4-year-old son's throat. I screamed at her what she was doing with my son. Diana opened her eyes and started to laugh like a maniac. I could see Monty woke from a sense of numbness and started to cry. Diana said in an evil voice, "The Dark Lord demands your son's soul. I'm preparing him for the sacrifice. Once I submit his soul, I'll be immortal. He'll give me all the powers he has promised." I screamed in response, saying that if she hurt my son, I would kill her. Diana just laughed and rose her knife while chanting her satanic prayers. I screamed at the top of my lungs, saying no. Suddenly, my husband rushed towards her, and before she could slice Monty's throat, Simon hit her with his baseball bat hard. It all happened so quick that Diana couldn't guess it coming. She fell on the floor, and blood started to flow from the back of her. Monty got up and rushed towards me while crying and shaking in fear. We called the cops, and they came shortly after to take her into custody. Corey was admitted to the hospital as well. Diana had been shifted to a mental institution after she recovered from the head injury. The cops came to know that she had joined a cult group. It still scares me to sleep that if we hadn't reached home in time, she would have actually sacrificed my son for some satanic ritual. Her psychotic chants still haunt me in my sleep.
Do you believe in ghosts? Because I do. Let me share this one terrifying incident of my life, and you will know why I asked you the following question. My parents used to pamper me a lot. There was hardly any situation when I asked for something that they didn't make it happen. I liked playing with toys and dolls. On my 6th birthday, my dad bought me a ventriloquist dummy from the town fair. The dummy was almost the size of a toddler. It had a pale white face with round, popped-out eyes. Even though my mom wasn't excited about this new toy, my dad persuaded her into buying it for me. The dummy wore a tuxedo with a red bow on its neck. I started to grow fonder of this new toy, and I named him Spiky. One night, my mom called me to come for dinner. My room was upstairs while my parents slept downstairs. I started to take Spiky everywhere I went. That night, as I sat for dinner, I placed Spiky right beside me. My mom said, "Jim, don't bring your toys to the dinner table. Go keep it in your room." My dad replied, "Come on, Lily, let the kid be. What's wrong if he loves his doll?" I still remember what my mom replied. She said in an uncomfortable voice, "The way this dummy stares at me, it creeps me out. There were plenty of toys at that fair. Why on earth did you bring this one home, Robert? My dad never took such comments seriously, so he laughed hearing my mom complaining about a stupid doll. I, on the other hand, never felt weird about Spiky. We stayed in a quiet neighborhood, and I was never good at making friends, particularly at that age. My dad worked in a law firm, hence he remained very busy throughout the week. My mom, on the other hand, applied for a job at Walmart. One day I came home from school and heard my mom's joyful voice inside the house. After hearing for a few seconds, I realized she was talking to my Nana. I am so excited to finally get this job, Mom. Yeah, Robert and I have decided to keep a babysitter to watch over Jim. Mom, I'm home, I said in a loud voice. She hung up the phone and came to hug me. I realized that she was happy with the job. That night, she cooked my favorite dinner. While tucking me to bed, my mom said, Jim, your father and I will be working late tomorrow. I've called Sophie and she will be with you until we come back. I want you to behave and listen to her, okay? I replied, Okay, Mom. She kissed me on my forehead and I went to sleep. The next day, my dad left for work while dropping me off at school. Sophie was our neighbor's daughter. After a fun day at school, my mom took me home. She handed me sandwiches to eat. I was eating in the dining room when our doorbell rang. My mom opened the door and said, Hi, Sophie, come on in. I've given sandwiches to Jim. His dinner is in the fridge and I've cooked something for you too. Don't forget to microwave it before eating. You two have fun. I'll be home by 9. My mom left for work. Sophie sat down on the couch and started watching TV. After finishing my meal, I went to her and said, Sophie, would you like to play hide and seek with me? She rolled her eyes and said, Don't you have toys to play with? Go in your room and do something on your own. Don't disturb me. I got sad and went to my room. I heard Sophie getting busy on the phone with her friend. I sat in my room quietly and then suddenly felt something standing behind me. As I turned around, I saw Spiky was sitting behind me, looking at me. Right at that moment, I felt Mom was right. Spiky does have a lively stare. I whispered, Spiky, would you like to play hide and seek with me? And then laughed. I placed Spiky turning his face towards the wall, and I went to hide. After 10 minutes, I got bored and realized I can't play hide and seek with a doll. I went to hide inside my mom's closet. As I opened the closet door and came out, my eyes widened in shock. Spiky was sitting on my mom's bed, looking directly at me. This time, his face felt different to me. I could see a creepy smile on his face. I rushed towards Sophie, who was dozing off on the couch. Sophie, wake up! I said. What happened? She said in a confused voice. Spiky's real now. He's scaring me, I replied in a sobbing tone. Sophie replied in an irritated voice. What? What are you talking about? I swear, I'm not lying. He's sitting on my mom's bed, I replied. Sophie got up and went to my parents' bedroom. She took Spiky on her hand and said, Okay, I get it. You want me to play hide and seek with you. Fine, let's play. Sophie faced towards the wall and started counting. I said in a nervous voice, But Sophie, I saw him. She looked at me and said, Do you want to play or not? Honestly, I really wanted to play hide and seek at that moment. So, without saying anything further, I went to hide upstairs. I got under my bed and waited for Sophie. I heard her voice downstairs. Ready or not, here I come. I don't remember how long I hid under the bed. The house got extremely quiet. I waited for Sophie to come upstairs, but never heard her footsteps. After some time, I came out of my room. I went downstairs and found the living room in complete darkness. I called out, Sophie? Sophie, where are you? You were supposed to find me? No reply came. I said it again. Sophie, stop it now! You're scaring me! Just then, I heard running footsteps in my mom's room and a spine-chilling scream. I rushed to the room and opened the door. Fear ran down my spine. Sophie was lying on the floor with her mouth open. and Spiky was sitting over her while stabbing her deep with our sharp kitchen knife. A whimpering sound came out of my mouth, and Spiky turned its face towards me. It was someone else. Spiky was smiling, showing his razor-sharp teeth. My doll wasn't just a doll anymore. Bloodstains were splattered all over the wall. Sophie choked for a while, and then silenced forever. I screamed and started to run towards the main door. I heard footsteps behind me. Turning back, I saw Spiky was chasing me with a sharp kitchen knife. I screamed once again, and I was close to the main door when he grabbed my feet, and I fell on the hard wooden floor. My head started to feel heavy. Everything started to blur in front of my eyes. I saw Spiky coming at me with a sharp knife and laughing like a maniac. I couldn't take it anymore, and I passed out on the floor. When I woke up, I found myself lying on my bed. The sound of cop cars numbed my ears. Mom, I said in a feeble voice. My mom rushed towards me. Oh, my baby! Jim, I am so sorry. She then started to cry. My dad kissed my forehead and said, "Take a rest, son." The conclusion of the story is told to me by my parents. When my parents came home, they found the main door half open. They found me unconscious on the floor with a bump on my forehead. Needless to say, they found Sophie's bloody corpse in their room. The cops came and everyone assumed someone broke into our house and killed the babysitter and knocked me unconscious. The only logic that no one could find is why? Why someone did all this, because nothing was stolen from our house. A few days later, when I started to feel better, my dad asked me, "Jim, where's your doll, Spiky?" My face turned pale in fear. I knew no one would believe me, so I said, "I don't know, Dad." Till today, my parents find it really weird that the intruder took nothing except my stupid ventriloquist dummy. But I know he's escaped and now roaming free. I'm 27 years old now, staying in an apartment in California. Every night before going to bed, I check my room and lock my windows. The last thing I would like to see is Spiky standing next to my bed with that bloody kitchen knife and saying, "Wanna play hide and seek, Jim?"
I am Miley from Australia. This happened when I was studying in high school. Our school used to arrange field trips for students of every batch. The field trips varied on the subject teacher who was in charge of it. For example, our history teacher often took us to archaeological sites or museums. Almost every student took part because field trips carried good grades and it was more exciting than any boring lecture. My friend Corey and I decided to attend an upcoming field trip. Our teacher, Miss Williams, gave us a form and told us to bring it back with our parents' signature on it by tomorrow. The destination of the field trip was Lake Mungo. For those who aren't aware of this venue, let me give you a brief idea of this place. Lake Mungo is a dry lake located in New South Wales, Australia. The lake is the central feature of Mungo National Park and is one of 17 lakes in the World Heritage. Many important archaeological finds have been made at the lake, most significantly, the discovery of remains of Mungo Man and Mungo Woman, the oldest human remains in the world to be ritually cremated. The night before the field trip, Corey stayed with me. After dinner, we went to my room and started to finish packing. Corey suddenly said, "Do you know, there are rumors of that place carrying bad omens." I looked at her with surprised eyes and said, "Stop talking like a freak." She laughed and said, "No, it's true. I read about the place. This is probably the most ancient burial ground in the world so far." I said, "Yeah, I heard that too. Why is Miss Williams even taking us to dead people's land? I mean, there are so many other places to see." Corey mocked me and said, "Why? You scared, butterfly?" and started to laugh. I rolled my eyes and didn't reply to her nonsense. My mom came upstairs and said, "Have fun on your field trip, girls. Now, get some sleep. You will have to wake up early tomorrow." We chatted for a few more minutes and then fell asleep. The next morning, we got onto the school bus and our journey began. The vast empty fields surrounded by small brown hills was quite a sight to watch. I slowly rolled down my window and cool air refreshed my mind. Other students were making jokes and pulling each other's legs. But suddenly, Corey again brought up the topic of how Mungo Lake is haunted by ancient demons, and everyone got busy talking about that. I, on the other hand, was feeling really irritated with this baseless discussion, so I plugged in my earphones and started to enjoy the ride. The sunlight wasn't too bright that day. A partially clouded sky made the weather ideal for a thunderstorm. I heard Miss Williams tell our bus driver, "We need to hurry. I don't want them to stay over after dark." We reached our destination around 3 p.m. Even though it was afternoon, the dark clouds surrounded the entire sky and the sun disappeared into them. Miss Williams started to tell us about the historical records of this place. Everyone took notes on their own for their project. Groups of people went on exploring the place on their own. It was a deserted land. No one would believe that this place used to be a lake at some time. Corey and I ventured on our own. I was looking around trying to find something unique when an area caught my eyes. The place was filled with huge rocks scattered here and there. I saw a rock about 10 to 15 hands distance from me. The reason why it caught my attention was the graffiti made on it. I told Corey, "I'll be back in some time." She went to another group of girls saying, "Okay, don't go too far." I then walked towards the rock. As soon as I reached near it, I saw tribal human figures were drawn on it. The drawings no doubt felt ancient. After looking at them carefully, I realized these aren't some random drawings. There was a story in them. A group of people seemed to worship a stone-like figure. The figure had no shape except it was red in color. Then, the stone started to reflect light in the next sequence of the drawings. At the last one, the people lied on the ground dead while a black wind seemed to go into the stone. Obviously, I didn't understand what it was, but I knew they were performing some kind of ritual. I was thinking to ask Miss Williams about it when suddenly a flash of lightning struck in the distance. Raindrops started to fall from the sky, and everyone decided to head back. I ran towards the bus, and we started for home. After coming back home, I made a sketch of that drawing from my imagination so that I can show it to our history teacher the next day. Next day when I reached school, I saw Corey standing in the hallway while 3 girls gathered around her. She was showing something to them with her bright eyes. I walked towards the group and noticed Corey holding something in her palm. I asked in a curious voice, "What's going on here?" Corey said, "Look what I found yesterday," and showed her palm to me. As soon as I witnessed the thing in her hand, the hair at the back of my neck stood up. It was a small red stone, exactly like the one in the drawings from the lake. I said, "You shouldn't have taken this from the site, Corey." Corey said, "Relax, this is just a rock. I'm going to make a chain and wear it. I just thought it's pretty, so I took it. No one's going to send me to prison for stealing a useless rock, Miley." I know it might seem I was overreacting, but something in my heart kept telling me it wasn't just a rock. I didn't say anything more to her because I knew she is not going to believe me anyway. During recess, I went to Miss Williams. She was sitting in the classroom, working on her own. I said in a low voice, "Miss Williams, can I come in?" She looked at me over her glasses and said, "Why aren't you at the cafeteria eating lunch?" I smiled awkwardly and said, Yeah, I just ate. I actually have something to ask you." She said, "Sit down. What is it?" I showed her my copy and explained everything. She took a good look at my drawings and appreciated me for having an eidetic memory. She then said in a serious voice, "According to my understanding, I think this is a worship ritual. But this is not just any ritual. It's probably a cult ritual." I looked at her with a confusing face and said, What does that mean?" Miss Williams pointed to the drawings and said, "Here, you see this rock? This is not just any rock. This is a symbol of Mongoose people's Dark Lord. Because in the next picture, they are offering their souls to the Dark Lord, which is why this rock starts to enlighten. And on the last picture, it acquires their souls, which are these black wind-like figures, leaving them dead." My head now started to throb in fear. I said in a calm but shaken voice, "So, what will happen if a common man takes this stone with him?" She smiled and said, "Well, I can't say how far all of this is true, but any object involved with ancient ritual is said to be cursed. Using that object from a layman's perspective or moving it away from its site are said to cause huge trouble. But why are you asking me this?" I changed the topic saying, "Nothing, it's just something came to mind." That day, while going home after school, I told Corey, "Listen, you must get rid of this stone, Corey. I mean, you were only saying the other day how haunted that place is. Don't you think taking something from that place can result in a bad omen? Let's just throw away this stone before it harms you in some way." But suddenly, Corey's face changed. Her eyes went big and anger took over. She said in a spine-chilling voice, "This stone is mine now. Am I clear, Miley?" "But you are not understanding, Corey. This stone is cursed. I saw the graffiti." Before I could finish, Corey pushed me onto the ground while making a devilish grunt. I couldn't believe this was the same Corey I knew. I could see clearly what the stone was doing to her. I watched her walk away. After coming back home, I tried many times to call and text her, but she didn't respond. The next morning, my mom woke me up in her panicked voice. Miley, wake up!" I woke up and saw my mom crying. I asked her, "What's wrong, Mom? What happened?" She replied in a sobbing voice, "Your friend Corey is no more, Miley. She committed suicide last night. Her mom just called. She was crying like hell." We all rushed to Corey's house and saw paramedics taking her body out on a stretcher. Her body was covered, but I saw her hand dangling from it. Her lifeless, pale hand kept hanging. I noticed her hand closed into a tight fist, but when they pushed her body inside the ambulance, a thing fell on the road from her closed fist. It was the red stone. Corey's mother told us she found Corey lying on the floor. She slashed her own throat with her kitchen knife. They have no idea why she did that. After coming home from school, Corey went to her room and never came out. She even skipped her dinner that night. They have no idea why she went to the kitchen and took the knife. This all might seem like a coincidence, but I knew it was the cursed stone that took her soul. I picked up the stone from the ground and took it back to Mungo Lake the next day. I couldn't find the site with the graffiti this time, but I threw the red stone into the sand and came back. I feel extremely sad that I couldn't save my friend from getting involved in an ancient curse.
I'm a scientist. The idea of how life took place on our planet has always thrilled me. I was studying microbiology at a university in California. In my final years, I applied to work as a research intern in an experimental facility. The institute kept a low profile, but as I started working there, I realized that there was something they were trying to hide from us. My friend Emily and I were both working as interns. We helped researchers in the lab and got a good stipend in return. The learning opportunities were nice too. One day, Emily and I were having lunch in the cafeteria. "Trust me, Christy, this place is boring. We should have taken the internship offered by our senior. I mean, he was good looking too," she said while laughing. I replied, "Come on, stop fooling around so much. I like it here." Emily rolled her eyes and said, "That's because you're boring too." We've been friends since the first day of college, so I never cared when she made fun of me, because these things happen between friends. We were chatting and munching on our food when suddenly we overheard a conversation. "Okay, we prepared the room for the specimen. You can tell them to bring it here tonight after everyone leaves." I followed the voice and saw two men standing near the table close to us, talking with serious faces. As I noticed the guy who just spoke, our eyes met accidentally. He looked up at me and smiled. "Ooh, I think someone likes you," Emily said in a funny voice. "Shut up! Eat your food," I replied awkwardly. I looked away immediately and started eating quietly. Within 10 to 15 seconds, the guy came to me and said, "Hi, I'm Damien. I'm a junior researcher here." Emily said, "Hey, we're working as interns. Nice to meet you, I'm Emily." The guy smiled at her and then said to me, "And what's your name?" I awkwardly looked at him and said, "I'm Christy." Damien smiled and said, "Well, Christy, it's nice to meet you. I'll see you around." "Oh my God, he is so crushing on you," Emily said. I couldn't help but smile this time. Damien was quite handsome, and since then, we started to get close. And then he asked for my number. We went on a couple of dates, and things were fun whenever we were together. Apart from that, he helped me with my work. I soon realized that he was very passionate about his work as well. His sense of knowledge and wit overwhelmed me many times. One afternoon, I was heading to Lab 203 when I saw Damien standing in the corridor talking to a security guard. As I got closer, I heard him saying, "Always check the lock on the door. We all need to be highly cautious about SCP-096. Specimens in any research labs are often titled with certain code names. So, at first, it didn't surprise me. But on our way home, out of curiosity, I asked him, "What is SCP-096? Now, Damien has always been a careful driver, but that moment, he pressed the brake accidentally. The car jerked and we stopped in the middle of the road. People started honking horns behind us. We could have been hit by some running car too, but luckily, nothing dangerous happened. "What in the hell was that?" I screamed in fear. Damien said in a hesitated voice, "I'm sorry, Christy, I just got distracted." On the entire way, we didn't say a single thing to each other. I stayed back at his place that night. It surprised me that Damien didn't even mention SCP-096, irrespective of me asking about it. Something kept telling me that he was hiding information about this specimen. The next morning we went to work, and I asked him again, you didn't tell me what this SCP-096... Damien smiled as if he completely forgot this entire event, but I could tell that he was being fake. He then said, "You know, we sometimes bring various subjects for our research works. This is one of a kind. It's like a microorganism." "Really? Can you include me in this research process? It'll add some extra credits for my specialization paper," I said. Damien's face turned pale, and he said in a fumbled voice, Okay, I have to ask my seniors though. Let's see if I can do something about it." So far, whenever I showed interest in a certain project, Damien always included me in that, or at least let me visit the lab room of research so that I can learn for myself. But his mixed reaction disappointed me this time. That day, Damien avoided me and didn't even come for lunch. Emily said, "Seems like you guys are having your first couple fights, huh?" I exhaled in disappointment and said, "I don't know. Since I asked him about the specimen, his behavior changed surprisingly." "What specimen?" Emily asked. "I'm not sure. I overheard him warning a security guard about some SCP-96. I replied, "Huh. I also heard people talking that there was something secret kept inside a lab in the basement." Emily said, "They have a lab in the basement?" I asked. "Yeah, and some interns told me it's the most mysterious part of this facility. Except for some special researchers, no one's allowed to go in there," Emily replied. I started to think if SCP-96 was just a microorganism, then why is there so much hush-hush about it? Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. Emily and I decided to check the 3 stored research institute, just to find if there's a lab kept separately for this mysterious specimen. But obviously, we didn't find any such room. I got sure that whatever this is, it's kept in the lab located in the basement. I came home from work and went to take a shower. When I came back, I saw 3 missed calls on my phone. It was Damien. I called him back and he apologized. He then came over to my place and we had dinner and things got back to normal. But I had some other plans made already. Emily and I decided to sneak into the facility at around midnight. I knew Damien carries the keys of the lab and main entrance with him all the time. After he fell asleep, I secretly took the keys and informed Emily that I was on my way. All I wanted to know was what the hell SCP-96 was. When we reached the Institute, it stood like a haunted place. The pale moonlight and crickets chirping nearby made it even more spooky. We got inside the gates very carefully. We didn't want to attract any kind of unwanted attention. After opening the main gate, we walked towards the basement door. The door stood locked with chains and a metal lock. After 2 to 3 attempts of using various keys, we finally managed to unlock it. As soon as we came down the basement stairs, we realized why everyone was so secretive about this part of the research facility. There was a long corridor, and believe me, there was only one room standing at the end of the corridor. The door of the room had a big caution sign, and under that, a nameplate read, SCP-96, the Shy Guy. "It's just some guy?" Emily said in a shocking tone. I was shocked too. Damien told me it was some kind of microorganism, but what the hell is going on here? Suddenly, we heard a crying sound coming from that room. We rushed over and Emily said, "Hey, are you all right?" But no one replied. Only a sobbing voice kept whimpering in pain. Out of disgust and annoyance at the cruel work culture of this facility, I started unlocking the door. I twisted the key and a blue button started to blink right above the door. I was about to press it when Emily stopped me for a second and said, "Christy, I don't know if this is a good idea." I replied, "They're running God knows what kind of insane experiments on a poor human being. So yeah, I think it is a good idea to unlock the door and set him free." Without hesitating anymore, I pressed the button and a huge alarm went off. I realized that I needed to take the key out before pressing the button. It was a clever move to avoid security breaches. Suddenly, a screaming voice appeared behind my back. "No, Christy! What have you done?" I turned around and saw Damien standing in the corridor with a horrified face. The door opened, and before I could understand more, I saw a long hand grasp my friend Emily and fling her into the air. She screamed in fear and fell on the floor, making a loud thud. Then, a creepy-looking human figure came out of that room. The humanoid creature had very little muscle mass, as it was suffering from acute malnourishment. Its arms were grossly out of proportion, making it look like nothing less than an alien. I screamed and started to run away. Emily got up and was limping behind me. I saw the creature coming at full speed towards Emily. I ran back to give her a hand, but before I reached out to her, the creature had gotten her. It then did something that I will never be able to forget for the rest of my life. It tore up Emily's hands and legs like a broken doll, and then started to devour her. I screamed and screamed, but the creature didn't stop. I heard it munching on my poor friend's flesh. Soon, a group of 7 to 8 guards rushed downstairs. Damien took me out, and the guards tried to stop the creature from escaping the facility. I guess they were able to contain SCP-96 again. I will never be able to forgive myself for acting like a stupid kid who led her friend to die. Damien and I left the area as the Research Institute strictly informed us to go underground for a while. Emily's parents were told that she died in a lab accident. I was unable to lie to them, so I left the town and my college. I haven't contacted my parents for a week now, and I don't know if I'll be able to. Even if I do, I have no idea what explanation I'll give them about my miserable life.
My parents were overprotective of me when I was young. I couldn't really blame them though. For as long as I can remember, I've had only one eye, and a good portion of my left face was covered in burn marks. According to my parents, I got them when I was still just a baby during a house fire in a different town. I can't remember any of it myself. I guessed that my near-death experience as a baby must have made my parents overprotective of me. They never let me go outside on my own, and when I did go outside under their supervision, they would always make me cover my burnt face under a hood or a hat. I wasn't even allowed to go to school since they were afraid I'd get picked on by the other kids for my appearance. Because of that, my mother had homeschooled me since I was old enough to speak. For a long time, I did everything they told me to, like the obedient daughter they wanted me to be. But like most kids, I got more and more rebellious as I got older. When I was about 12, I started sneaking out of my house when my parents were at work or asleep. Not to smoke or drink or anything. For the most part, all I did was take walks in the park to take in the fresh air. Since my dad worked the night shift and my mom liked to sleep early, the only times I could sneak out were during night and late evening. I didn't mind though. I was happy for a chance to get out of the house without my parents watching my every move. Back then, I was blissfully still unaware that there were terrible people in the world who wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of even a little girl. As you can imagine, some people in town started gossiping about a little girl with a scarred face walking around a mostly empty park in the middle of the night. I'm pretty sure I became an urban legend amongst the kids and teenagers too. Looking back, that must have played a factor in what would later happen. It all started during one of my nightly walks. I was strolling through the local park with the blue hood of my jacket pulled over my face like I had 100 times before. The flickering lights of the neglected street lamps meant to illuminate the trail gave me just enough light for me to see ahead with my one eye, though I still had to be careful not to bump into anything. I strolled through the darkness with only the crickets and the katydids to keep me company. Listening to their shrill cries resonating through the cold night air gave me a sense of freedom that I could never get cooped up in my parents' house. It almost distracted me enough to not notice that I was followed. Having lived most of my life with only one eye, my sense of hearing had to compensate for it by being sharper than most. From the sea of nocturnal noises around me, I was able to pick out what sounded like footsteps on the cobblestone behind me. The sounds seemed to be trying to mask itself by matching my own footsteps, and it was doing a pretty damn good job at it too. Every time I took a step forward, I heard the sound echo ever so faintly behind me. I doubt anyone without an unusually sharp sense of hearing like mine would have heard it. I decided to test my suspicion by stopping halfway through a step to throw my follower out of sync with me. I froze right before my foot could touch the ground and make a noise. The moment I did, I heard a single footstep ring out behind me. Although it was barely audible amongst the ambient noises, to me, it might as well have been a deafening danger siren. My heartbeat skyrocketed, and I broke into a sudden sprint, not even bothering to look back. I was somewhat relieved when I didn't hear anyone running after me from behind. Still, I ran like a bat out of hell back home just in case. When I got home, I snuck back inside through my bedroom window and locked both it and my bedroom door. Once I'd calmed down enough, I tried to convince myself that the person following me was just someone curious about the urban legend of the ghost girl with a burnt face and not something much worse. That night, I stayed up watching the window until I saw my father's car pull into the house. Seeing his car set my mind at ease. Even if the person from the park followed me home, I knew that my father would keep me safe as long as he was around. I was homeschooled by my mom the next day while my dad watched the TV. It was a lesson in mathematics or something equally boring. I struggled to stay up, especially after having little to no sleep the night before. My mother was quick to notice and asked if I was all right. "I'm fine," I told her while I was also stifling a yawn. "You don't look fine to me." She closed the math textbook and patted me on the back. "Go get some rest, sweetie. I'll fix you something to eat." "Thanks, Mom," I said with a smile. I trudged up to my bedroom and got ready for a midday nap. But before I let my head hit the pillow, I went to my window to close the curtains. When I did, I saw something that sent chills down my spine. A man was standing half hidden behind the fence. He looked like a normal guy in his 30s, wearing clean but drabbily colored clothes. However, the fact that he was staring straight at me was enough to make me sweat. I closed the curtains and huddled up in my bed, hoping that he'll go away soon. I heard the sound of a doorbell come from downstairs only seconds later. I peeked through the curtains despite myself. I saw the man who'd been watching me, waiting right at the front door. The door opened, and my father stepped outside to talk to him. I couldn't tell what they were talking about, but the longer the conversation got, the more and more angry my father seemed. Without any warning, my father punched the man in the face. The man fell on the ground, and my father kept pummeling him again and again until his face was a black and blue mess dripping with blood. Though he might have been my stalker, I couldn't bear to see someone get beaten so badly. I closed the curtains and curled up on my bed with tears in my eyes. Moments later, I heard my father knock on my bedroom door. "Sweetie, we have to go now," he told me with panic in his voice. I didn't think to question him and quickly followed him out of the house and into the car, past my unconscious stalker lying on the porch. My mother joined us in the car, and soon we were speeding out of the neighborhood. I wanted to ask where we were going, but the distress on my parents' faces told me that they probably didn't know either. Not long after we left, I noticed a car following us from the backseat window. I'd never seen the car before, but I could see the bruised face of my stalker behind the wheel. His left eye was swollen shut, and blood trickled from his nose and the corners of his lips. My eyes were fixed on him when the car came to a sudden stop. I turned around to see what made us stop. Relief washed over me when I saw a barricade of police cars in front of us. But when I looked at my parents, their faces did not share my relief. Instead, they seemed frightened and on the verge of panic. Before I could ask what was wrong, they both jumped out of the car and ran, only to be apprehended and cuffed by the police officers. Everything was a blur after that. My parents and I were taken to the station in police cars. My supposed stalker was taken there as well, but unlike my parents, he wasn't being cuffed. Once we were at the station, I finally got an answer to what the hell was going on and why on earth my stalker wasn't arrested while my parents were. A sympathetic police officer explained everything to me while I listened to him in silent shock. 12 years ago, an unsolved case of arson caused a house fire that claimed the lives of a young family. The charred bodies of the parents were found in the smoldering wreckage, but their infant daughter was nowhere to be found. That infant daughter was me. My real parents had died in the same house fire that took my left eye and burnt my face. The people who I thought were my parents were actually my kidnappers. Kidnappers who had gotten away with their crimes for over a decade. Police suspected that they might have been the arsonists who started the fire that claimed my real parents' lives in the first place, all because they wanted a child of their own but couldn't have one due to medical reasons. My stalker was actually a private investigator, hired by my real uncle to find me when everyone else thought I died in the fire. I now live with my uncle. He is a kind man, and he does his best to care for me by himself. However, I can't help but wonder if my life would have been better had I never learned the truth about my family.
This might not be the so-called horror story, but it's the scariest encounter of my life. I worked as a security guard in a shopping mall. Generally, the mall opened at 10 and closed at around 8 almost every day. Every night, I closed the mall at 9 p.m. sharp and returned home. Most hours of my work passed by sitting in front of my computer screen and watching the footage captured by the security cameras. I could see couples romancing, kids running around the mall, and people going up and down in the mall elevator. It was a busy Saturday evening. The crowd in the mall increased so much that we all had to come out and keep an eye on everyone to avoid any kind of ill behavior. At around 7:30, people started to leave for home. I finally got back to the security room and sat down. My coworker, Adam, said, "Oh, what a hectic day. I told the manager not to put special offers on all the shops on the same day. People go crazy when they get discounts." I laughed and said, "Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Hey, listen, I'm gonna head home early today. The keys are in the drawer. If you could just lock up at around 8, that'd be great, man." "Awesome. Well, have a happy weekend. I'll see you Monday." Adam left and I started to arrange the footage in proper orders. Keeping the footage in perfect order is a crucial job. You never know what kind of crime or uncanny incident might lead to the cops making an arrest. At around 8 p.m., I got up and went to the top floor of the mall to check the door locks and shops. After making my complete round of the mall, I became sure that no one was here except for me. I went back to the security room and started to shut down the power system of each floor, one by one. The last step was to switch off the security cameras. As I went ahead to do so, my eyes got stuck on the screen. I saw a middle-sized petite woman standing inside the elevator. She was wearing a red dress. I couldn't see her face as she was facing her back at the camera. I pressed the microphone button for elevator announcements and said, "Ma'am, the mall's closed, ma'am. Please, if you could just come out of the elevator. You can come tomorrow." The woman didn't pay any attention to my announcements. She didn't even look at the camera once. She stood like that for a few seconds and started to behave weirdly. The elevator probably opened on the second floor. She peeked from the elevator as if someone was standing outside, but I could see the entire corridor of the second floor. It was completely empty. The woman looked at her left and then her right. She then came back inside the elevator. She then did a really creepy thing that freaked me out. She started to press all of the buttons of the elevator like a maniac. I tried to warn her by saying, "Ma'am, if you don't come downstairs, I'm gonna have to go to the second floor and escort you out myself. Please don't make me do that. Just come downstairs." This time, the woman looked at the camera, and what I saw ran a chilling shiver down my spine. She had no eyes. Her eyes were hollow, with no eyeballs in them. She then walked close to the camera and kept staring at it. I don't know what to say because what I was witnessing in front of my eyes spooked me like hell. Suddenly, the security camera started to malfunction. The image started to cut out and blur for no reason. These are newly installed cameras, so there was no valid reason for it to act in such a way. I pressed the microphone button again, saying, "Ma'am, I am telling you for the last time." But the sound got cut out too. The microphone stopped working. coarse sound of wires crushing to each other surrounded the speakers. The elevator stopped at the top floor of the mall, which was the 4th floor. I saw the floor number flashing on the elevator screen. The footage was cutting on and off this whole time. As the elevator door opened, she looked at it and then again looked back at the camera and said in a whispering voice, "The roof." The camera stopped recording and the screen went black. I rushed towards the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator started to come down, which obviously pointed out that someone did go up on it. Before this woman, I was the last person to use the elevator, and I perfectly remember I came to the ground floor on it after making my usual rounds. The elevator door opened, and there was no one inside. I checked the entire mall once again. I even thought that she might have gone up to the roof, so I took the stairs to the roof. But the roof door was already locked, and Adam had the key, so there was no way that she could get up there. This wasn't the weirdest incident, though. I went back and fixed the security camera, which I had no idea why it malfunctioned in the first place. I then went through the footage again, and I found out there was no trace of this mystery woman in any footage of the last hour. My phone rang and I saw it was my wife. I noticed it was 9 p.m. and realized that she must be worried about me. I took the call and said, "Sorry, honey, I'm coming home now." That entire night, I couldn't sleep because nothing was making any sense to me. Who was that woman? Why did she tell me to go to the roof when it was locked in the first place? The next day, I woke up late. I sat down at the dinner table when suddenly my phone rang. "Hello?" I said. A man with a serious voice replied. "Hey, this is Officer Pratt from the local police department. Are you Matthew Scott?" "Yes. What's the matter, officer?" I said in a surprised tone. "Can you come to the mall? We're running an inquiry here and we need all mall staff for the process." The man then hung up the phone. Getting a call from the cops is not something everyone enjoys to start their day with. That being said, I went to the mall. I went inside and saw officers interrogating each and every mall worker. A tall officer came up to me. "Are you Mr. Scott?" Yes, sir," I nervously responded. The officer then took out a small photograph and showed it to me. "Do you know this girl?" he said. My eyes widened in shock. It was the same girl from the elevator footage last night. "Yeah, I saw her last night. She was behaving really odd. I don't know how she managed to sneak inside the mall after closing hours, and I even checked the entire floor. She must have left on her own too. There was something really wrong with the way that she was behaving." After I finished saying all of this, I noticed everyone around me looking at each other. 2 more officers came towards me and said, "Are you absolutely sure you saw her last night?" I replied, "Yeah, it was her. But why are you asking?" Officer Pratt looked at me and said, "Show me the elevator footage." Awkwardly, I said, "That's the weirdest part, officer. The camera started to malfunction on its own and I checked the footage later, but she wasn't in any of them." The officers exchanged a curious look among each other. Then one of them said, "This girl has been missing for a week now. Do you think we're stupid?" Drops of sweat started to appear on my forehead. What the hell is going on here? Officer Pratt then said, "Look, we have this information that the girl was last seen in the mall 1 week earlier. Show me the footage from last week." I knew that I was becoming a suspect for revealing the incidents that I encountered last night. Without any more delay, I took them to the security room and gave them all the footage they asked for. Within 3 hours, the cops spotted her coming into the mall, getting into the elevator, and going to the 4th floor. The time showed 8 p.m. I was surprised to see her coming to the mall after the closing hours. Suddenly, I remembered Adam was in charge of that night. I told the cops how the girl told me to go to the roof last night, which I couldn't as Adam keeps the roof key. The officers looked at Adam and said, "Give us the key to the roof." Unexpectedly, Adam tried to run away. The cops arrested him and broke into the roof. After searching, the cops found the woman's body wrapped inside garbage bags and hidden under the water tank. Adam had apparently been cheating on his wife with this poor innocent woman. She came to end things with him that night. She might have insulted him, which led to a fight between them. Things must have gotten out of hand, and Adam killed her by strangling her to death. He then hid her body on the roof to get away with the crime. Or he might have planned to get rid of the body when the time was right. Maybe he was planning to do that soon, which is why her haunting spirit came to inform me last night. Are ghosts real? I don't know, but I can assure you that last night I did see the same girl in the elevator who was laying dead for a week on the roof of this mall.
I accidentally broke my iPhone in college. My hand slipped while I was trying to record a video of the professor's lecture. It fell on the hard classroom floor and shattered beyond repair. Now, the smart thing to do would have been to buy a Samsung or anything other than another iPhone. But I'd already bought a bunch of overpriced Apple products that wouldn't work with anything else, and I didn't want to waste all the dollars I spent on them. I ended up trying to buy an iPhone of the same model as my old one online. It was a pretty old model, so most of my options were used. I didn't mind though. I just needed it to be in relatively good condition so that I could use it for coursework. I found one iPhone listed on sale with such a price tag so cheap that the seller might as well have just thrown it in the trash. I felt a bit suspicious about it at first, but I'd used that website plenty of times and never had a problem before. Plus, it was so cheap, it wouldn't have been much of a loss if I did get cheated anyways. I placed the order for my new used iPhone via my laptop and waited just one day for it to be shipped over to my apartment. It was late in the afternoon when it arrived at my doorstep. The Apple stores were nearing closing time by the time the iPhone arrived, and I didn't really feel like going out that day anyways, so I decided to wait until the next day to get the iPhone wiped at the store. Upon closer inspection, I was surprised with how good of a condition the iPhone I bought was in. I thought for sure that the pictures online were photoshopped to make it look nicer than it really was, but the thing looked almost brand new, save for a few scratches here and there. There were custom engravings on the back of the iPhone too. To my one and only Sarah, hugs and kisses. I realized that probably meant the phone was at one point a gift from a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Suddenly, the cheap price tag started to make sense. For such an expensive gift to be sold online for such a low price probably meant that Sarah and her significant other had a nasty breakup that she wanted to forget as soon as possible. Without nothing better to do that night, I decided to snoop around the iPhone's content a bit before everything would be deleted. I was curious to see what kind of person this Sarah person was too. I opened the gallery and found hundreds of selfies of a young woman with blonde hair and brown eyes. Most of them was of her posing next to a coffee, lounging around in her house, or striking a pose in front of a store or in the middle of a park. Pretty basic upper middle class white girl stuff, to be honest. A lot of her photos in the beginning also featured her with a good-looking guy who she seemed far too comfortable with to be just a friend. One picture had them both smiling in front of a tree at a park with a heart carved into it. I assumed that the guy was her boyfriend, and as I suspected, pictures featuring him became more and more sparse as time went on. The later pictures that did feature him had him standing a lot further from her than in the earlier ones. It was a scummy thing to do looking back, but I went to check on some of her chat logs too out of curiosity. The last message she sent to anybody was to someone named Ben with the text of, "Go fuck yourself, you cheating bastard." So I got the gist of what happened and closed the phone for the night. The next day I went to the closest Apple store and got the iPhone reset to factory condition. I almost forgot all about Sarah and her cheating boyfriend until I tried to take a picture of my study notes for future reference. When I went to the gallery to see my pictures, one of Sarah's photos was still there. It was the one of her with her presumably now ex-boyfriend standing in front of a tree at a park. But something had changed about it. The boyfriend was still smiling, but Sarah had a sorrowful frown on her face when I distinctly remembered her smiling in the picture before. However, I assumed that I just remembered the photo wrong and that the picture was only there because of a bug. I deleted the photo of Sarah and her ex before going to bed. The next day during class, I checked my iPhone gallery to look at the notes I took the previous night. I found the photo of Sarah and her ex back in the iPhone gallery, but it changed even more. Now, in addition to Sarah frowning, she was also crying tears of blood while her boyfriend's face was blurred out. I stared at it in confusion for what felt like a full minute before the professor called me out. Miss Sanderson. Yes, sir? Do pay attention in class and put away your phone, won't you? Of course, sir. Sorry, sir. I put away my phone like he instructed, but I couldn't bring myself to pay attention to anything he was saying afterwards. That picture lingered in my mind, eating at me for the entire duration of class. After class was over, I deleted the photo again and went straight back home to take a cold shower. It was raining heavily by the time I went to bed. The image of Sarah crying blood lingered in my mind as I struggled to sleep through the rain and thunder. I woke up the next morning feeling like I hadn't slept at all. I reluctantly checked the iPhone gallery to see if the picture had come back. Sure enough, it was there. This time, the skies behind the couple had turned a shade of dark red. The tree behind them bled from the heart carved into it. And Sarah had a long slit across her throat from which rivers of blood trickled down to stain her white blouse. Enough was enough. I was ready to throw the iPhone away, but before I could remove the SIM card, the sound of Siri's voice stopped me.
You are 3.3 kilometers away from your destination.
I looked at the screen and saw that the GPS had somehow activated itself. I exited the GPS, but the moment I did, it just came back up again. The location marked on the map was a nearby public park that was only a few minutes away from where I lived. My common sense wrestled with my curiosity as I thought about going to the GPS location. In the end, my curiosity won out. The location was in a public park, and it was Saturday morning too, so I thought that I'd be safe no matter what. And if I was lucky, I might finally get to the bottom of what was going on with my iPhone. I drove to the park within a few minutes and followed the path the GPS gave me on foot. At the end of it, I found myself at the very same tree in the photo that kept appearing in the iPhone gallery. The heart carved into it was still visible, with some sort of red liquid trickling out from the edges. I looked down at the foot of the tree and saw a strange indentation in the soil. The previous night's rain had turned the dirt to mud, and it was slowly sliding off something buried underneath the tree. I crouched down to wipe the mud off whatever was under there and immediately regretted it. Hidden under the thin layer of mud was the face of a desiccated corpse that stared straight back at me. I called the police and they came to investigate the body. The case was all over the news in my hometown, and I followed it closely in the following days. Unsurprisingly, the body was identified to be that of Sarah, and the killer was discovered to be her ex-boyfriend, who slit her throat while she slept shortly after she broke up with him. According to the investigation, he used a copy of her house key that she'd given him while they were dating to break in and cut her throat open with a knife from the kitchen. I still have the iPhone with me, but the photo of Sarah and her boyfriend disappeared after I called the police to the park. I can only hope that means Sarah's spirit is at peace now, wherever she may be.
For the past few days, I've been going through a traumatic phase. This all started once I opened my OnlyFans account. I'm a 30-year-old divorced woman. I was being raised by a drug-addicted mother. My mom often passed out on the house floor, being high on drugs. I kind of raised myself, being honest. After I finished high school, I eloped with my boyfriend Matt, and we started living on our own. But we were young, and sooner or later we became annoyed with each other. I started waitressing at a local restaurant. One day, I was about to finish my shift and leave for home when I overheard a random conversation. A girl was sitting at the corner table, talking to some guy in a very flirtatious manner. I heard her saying, "Well, for that you have to subscribe to my OnlyFans account. It's not much, only $10. After coming home that night, I couldn't help but think about what the girl was saying. I checked this website, OnlyFans, and realized it can be an easy way to earn some instant cash. It allows content creators to receive funding directly from their fans monthly, as well as one-time tips and pay-per-view features. This seemed like a golden opportunity to me, Hence, without thinking much, I opened an account. I was never a shy type, hence, with time, I didn't hesitate to show some skin. I started to receive payments from fans all around the world. Every night after coming home, I sat down in front of the laptop wearing nice clothes. I talked with my fans and sent them pictures in exchange for $5, sometimes 10. Sites like these often attract creepy guys as well. I tried to handle people like that tactfully, and whenever I couldn't, I ended up blocking them. I never gave too much information to anyone, such as my home address or phone number, for safety purposes. There were many requests of people who wanted me to add them to my social media accounts, such as Facebook, but I never did. I wanted to keep these interactions extremely professional. With time, my fan base grew, and I was getting a fair amount of money to support my livelihood. Now, all this time, people asked for intimate pictures, but I remained too careful to save myself from internet fraud. So, I never posted any picture that revealed my face. As I already said, I wanted to be safe as well. One weekend, I was sitting in my room talking to some of my fans when I received a notification. A guy named Ted_B subscribed to my channel. Out of humbleness, I texted him saying, "Thanks for the subscription." The guy replied, "I had to. You make me go crazy." I laughed hearing this compliment and said, "How sweet of you." Ted started to talk to me about his regular life. He said that he worked at a department store and is currently single. I didn't want to share too much, hence I lied, saying I'm a 25-year-old woman working as a model. He replied, "Hell yeah, you got the beautiful figure." Since then, Ted became one of my most alert fans. Whenever I uploaded a picture and made any post, he was the first to like it and comment on it. He never said anything inappropriate, so I didn't see any red flags. I went on a hiking trip for 3 days. After coming back, I immediately opened my OnlyFans account for not being able to stay active for a long time. As soon as I opened the account, notifications flooded in. I was expecting this, but I noticed my inbox and saw 45 messages. I was shocked because I never got that many texts before. I opened the message box. Surprisingly, all those texts were only from one guy, Ted_B. I started scrolling through his messages. "Hey, what's up? Hello? You there? Why aren't you replying? Seems like you're too busy, huh? I pay you. It's your job to entertain me." The more I scrolled, the more his angry, irritated text scared me off. He started using slang and foul language for not receiving replies to his texts. I wanted to remove him from my fan base, but I didn't. I know I should have understood right then and there. I texted him back saying, "Sorry, went on a hiking trip. How are you?" After 10 to 15 minutes, a reply came. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Ted_B replied. I said, "What?" He went on with his hurtful rantings. "Yeah, you are nothing more than a slut, you bitch." This time, I finally lost my calm and replied, "Go to hell, you freak," and blocked him. He was probably typing more obscene messages for me, but I didn't wait to see that. I chatted with some other fans and went to bed in an awful mood. A few days later, something weird started to happen. No matter where I went, I felt that someone was following me. For example, I went to the supermarket to buy a few things. After being done with the shopping, I went to the counter to pay the bill. As soon as I turned to the exit, I saw someone swiftly move away. I didn't see anyone in particular, but the feeling of being followed started to annoy and frighten me at the same time. One night, I was coming home from work. I stopped at the bus stand. I often took the bus, which happened to arrive at 8 p.m. I sat down on the bus stand and got busy on my phone while waiting for the bus to arrive. Suddenly, a text popped up from an unknown number. "Hi, how's everything?" I replied, "Who is it?" "Your friend." I thought maybe someone was playing jokes with me, so I didn't reply anymore. Within a few seconds, another text came from the same number. "So you don't want to talk, huh?" I still ignored it. A few moments went by and I got a text. I opened it and my face turned pale in fear. My hands trembled as I read the text with shocked eyes. It read, The red shirt is looking amazing on your beautiful figure. I sprang upon fear. I looked around me, but it was an empty street. There was nothing but street lights and this small bus stop. How did he know that I was wearing a red shirt? The hair on the back of my neck stood up in fear. Is this guy around me right now? I screamed in a loud voice, "Is anybody there?" But no reply came. I replied to the text, "Who the hell are you?" Within a few seconds, a reply came reading, "Your crazy fan." My stomach dropped in fear. I had no doubts that this was the psycho guy from OnlyFans named Ted_B. I had no idea how he got my phone number. I called his number, and what happened next? Well, let me tell you, I never felt death from this close before. As soon as I dialed the number, a ringtone started to go off in the near distance. I looked at the bush nearby and saw a bony man coming out of it. The man came out behind the bush and stood in the middle of the road. I couldn't see his complete face, but his eyes were like a dead goat. It was so still and dangerously calm. The man then spoke in a spine-chilling voice. "You should never upset your crazy fan. Do you want me to chase you?" He then started to run at full speed towards me. I screamed at the top of my lungs and ran for my life. I looked back once and saw the dark figure chasing me like a wild cat. All I could spot was his hungry eyes. I ran as fast as possible. Thankfully, I saw headlights coming from the other side of the road. There was a car coming in the opposite direction. The car stopped in front of me, and I fainted on the road. The car owner took me to the hospital. Later, I went with the cops to report about this guy. The cops couldn't catch him because I failed to see his full face. Time went by, and I came across an article about a serial killer named Ted Bundy. Right then, this terrifying feeling struck me. Ted_B. He named his profile Ted_B. It scares me to sleep to think that there are sick people in this world who idealize these horrifying criminals and even tries to follow their path. I don't know where this guy is now, but I hope he's not planning to turn himself into a monster like the serial killer Ted Bundy.
I am 99% sure that everyone in this world is battling with a deep secret in one way or another. Some of us more than others. But unfortunately, for me, the dark secret that I kept ate at my soul for over 15 years. As I would lay numerous nights, sitting awake and wishing that I could throw my conscience away. But like every other person, I learned to live with it. And I kept it buried away from everyone. But as they say, karma is a bitch. And little did I know that she had the adamant intent of revealing my dark secret to everyone. I was 27 years old at the time of this incident. I was working a normal 9-to-5 job, and I really didn't have any problems in my life. Well, that was till one fateful Tuesday night. I had laid down to go to sleep after a long day of work, and at exactly 12 a.m., I was abruptly awoken by the sound of my Ring camera's motion alarm. This has happened a while back, and I remember going outside to see some stray cats on my porch. I thought the same was happening again, so I ignored it and went back to sleep. The next morning, before I went to work, I decided to be on the safe side, so I poured myself a cup of coffee and I began to check out the Ring camera's footage. I told myself it was nothing, as I fast-forwarded through the hours leading up to 12 a.m. But as soon as the video hit 12, I saw a woman walk up to my porch. She had red, puffy eyes, and she looked directly at the Ring camera with a death stare. While her face was contorted in anger, she was smiling from ear to ear. Now, immediately when I saw the woman, I felt my stomach clench as I threw up the coffee that I had drank. When I was done, I began to back away from the laptop, saying, "No, no, no." It felt like I was suffocating as the room began to close around me. I laid on the floor trying to catch my breath and calm down. Now, I wasn't acting like this because a random woman walked up to my doorstep and started staring creepily at my Ring camera. No, I was acting like this because I knew the woman who appeared in the video. Her name was Olivia Cole. And the reason why I was trembling was because Olivia had been dead for over 15 years. I was pretty sure of this because I watched her die. It happened when I was in the 7th grade. I was 12 at the time, and Olivia was my best friend. It was after school, and we were playing on an old monkey bar on the playground. Olivia was playing dangerously at the edge of the monkey bar, but I didn't say anything as she was having fun. But in the following 2 minutes, I would regret that decision as I watched her lose her footing and fall to the concrete floor. The sound of her skull cracking as it connected with the floor is something that I still hear every time I go to sleep at night. As I was 12, the incident gave me a lasting trauma as I had to see a lot of therapists. After the horrific accident, Olivia and her family moved away and I hadn't heard anything about them. But now, over 15 years later, I'm apparently seeing someone who looks exactly like their dead daughter at my doorstep. I called in sick to work that day as the incident shook me to the core. That night, I laid awake in my bed as I was too scared to sleep, and at exactly 12 a.m., the Ring camera's motion alarm began to blare like crazy. I froze through the sound of the alarm as my body was paralyzed with fear. The alarm stopped after an hour, and I was completely drenched in sweat. I made my way to the living room, and I checked the Ring camera's footage. Once the timestamp hit 12 a.m., just like the night before, I saw her walk up to the door and stare at the camera. This time, she looked directly at it and said, "I know what you did." She began to repeat the line over and over again as she kept staring at the camera. The footage was terrifying as I felt my heart sink. I realized that I was at a block road as I knew I couldn't call the cops. There was no way I could call and tell them that the spirit of my dead best friend was stalking me at night. I also couldn't tell any one of my friends as I knew that they'd all look at me like I was crazy. I was alone in this, and I finally came to the resolution that for the sake of my sanity, I had to deal with it myself. I stayed awake that night after that, waiting for her to appear again. I held a metal pipe in my right hand and a Bible in my left as I told myself that I wanted to cover all bases. I watched the live footage in my room till it was 11:59 p.m. And by 12 a.m., I saw her walk up to the door. She stood there for about 5 minutes before she brought out a pen to pick my lock. Seeing that made me reconsider a lot of things, as I knew that if she was a restless spirit, she wouldn't be hindered by a door. After a few minutes, my lock eventually came loose, and I heard the door creak open behind me. Not knowing that she was a human being, I held the metal pipe tight in my hand as I heard her footsteps in the dark living room. The woman who I assumed was Olivia then said, "I know what you did. I saw you. I saw everything that happened." Without thinking, I rushed towards her with the metal pipe, and I swung the weapon at her. She managed to dodge the blow as she immediately reciprocated the attack by slapping me across the face. We began to struggle for a while before I managed to push her off me. Having gotten another opening, I swung the pipe at her leg and the woman fell to the floor screaming. I immediately raised the pipe above my head to deal the final blow, and that's when the woman screamed out, "Are you gonna kill me the same way you killed Olivia?" Those words made me freeze, and before I could do anything, the cops had entered into the house. Apparently, my neighbor had called in a noise complaint, and me and the woman were taken to the station for questioning. When we got there, they questioned the woman before questioning me. They asked me what happened, and I told them the whole story. The police officer then said, "The woman who broke into your house claimed you killed her cousin Olivia Cole, and she said this was her main motive behind what she did. Is this true?" I hesitated before answering. "She's lying. She's just a psycho who stalked me for the last 3 nights. As I told you earlier, Olivia was an old best friend who died in an incident. That woman is crazy." The cop then said, "Okay, ma'am, we're sorry for the baseless accusations. We'll lock up the woman for breaking into your house immediately." As they took her away, I watched the woman who was now crying, screaming at me saying, "Are you really going to keep lying? I watched you kill her and pass it off as an accident. You killed my cousin, and she was like a sister to me. Tell the truth. Tell the truth." I couldn't keep it in any longer as I screamed, "I did it. Yes, I did it." The cops stopped taking her away as they all began to listen to me. And for the first time in 15 years, I began to scream out the secret that had been a huge weight on my chest. I was just a kid. I didn't like how Olivia was spending time and making friends with the other girls in the 7th grade. I was angry, so I decided to hurt her just a little. That's why I pushed her down from the monkey bars. I really didn't want her to die, but she did. I was scared, so I lied. I killed her. I killed Olivia Cole when I was 12 years old. I broke down crying after the confession. The cops who just heard me confess to a 15-year-old murder walked up to me and put me in handcuffs. After a while, when my lawyer arrived, I found out that the woman who was stalking me was Charlotte Cole. She was the cousin of Olivia, and they looked completely alike. Apparently, she had come to get Olivia with her aunt from school that day, and she saw me push her cousin to her death. She said she didn't say anything, as she too was also dealing with the trauma, and after 15 years, she felt that the only way to be at peace was to get justice and revenge. So knowing she looked like Olivia, she decided to track me down and make me pay for what I did by messing with my sanity. This incident happened over 2 months ago. As the case is a peculiar one, it's still ongoing. And while I know the probability of me going to prison is there, I have never felt so free in my life. As for the first time in 15 years, I can finally sleep peacefully. I was looking for an apartment to rent after moving out. My budget was very less as I was struggling to land a moderately paying job. I was on the verge of living on the streets when I ran into an old school friend of mine. She was more of a classmate than a friend, honestly. We rarely talked as she was often pointed out as the weirdest kid in our class. She had a forever sticking smile and cold stare altogether on her pale white face. We never even saw her parents come pick her up from school. Little did I know about her, I almost failed to recognize her at first. I was coming from a part-time job when we kind of bumped into each other on the streets. She took one look at me and said, "Holy, what a surprise." I stopped and stared at her for a while. "Didn't you recognize me? I am Natalie, the weird kid." She smiled while saying that, and I did recognize her right there. I get extremely embarrassed for my bad memory. We went to a coffee shop, and probably for the first time, I finally got to know Natalie as a person. She was working as a waitress in a restaurant and living in her parents' old apartment. "At least I can live there rent-free," Natalie said in a mocking tone. I couldn't laugh because that was a huge deal for me. I told her everything about my condition, and surprisingly, she decided to help me. "Look, I can use a roommate right now, and you can pay whatever you are comfortable with." She was so kind and not at all weird. Tears rolled down my eyes as Natalie came out like an angel by offering me a roof over my head. Without wasting a single day, I moved into her apartment. It was an old apartment that needed some repairs, but it was better than I could ask for. There was a huge living room with a kitchen and 2 bedrooms standing on the right and the left, facing oppositely. Damp wallpaper with huge water stains on the wall created a humid atmosphere around the apartment. A soggy, earthly smell constantly swirled into the air we were breathing in. I was unpacking my stuff when I felt a sense of being watched. I turned around and found Natalie standing there with that same big smile and wide eyes. "Hey, sorry, I didn't hear you coming." No one ever does. Anyway, I'll be across the hall, so let me know if you need anything, and I wanted to inform you about something. "Sure, what is it?" My boyfriend has a habit of coming home really late, so don't bother if you hear footsteps and our voices in the middle of the night." "Oh yeah? Cool with me." Natalie smiled and walked away. Even though I acted cool, it came to me as a big surprise that she has a boyfriend. There's a little backstory on this matter, why it surprised me. In high school, we all knew Natalie was obsessed with Jake, just another popular jackass. Her obsession grew to such a level that she wrote love letters with her blood and posted them to Jake's address. It created a huge brawl between the school authorities and Jake's parents. But I felt good to know that she has finally moved on like everyone else. I got a new address and a job in the same week. It wasn't much, but paid better than my previous gigs. I took morning shifts so that I could relax in the evening and finish my diploma online. For being an early riser, I slept like a rock throughout the night. It was 1 week since I moved to Natalie's apartment, and everything was going fine until one night, I woke up hearing laughter outside my room. It took me some time to recollect where I was, and as soon as I did, I could recognize the voice of the person laughing. It was Natalie, no doubt. She was talking to someone in a very romantic way, and I thought maybe she and her boyfriend were chilling on the living room couch. When I came out to leave for work in the morning, I saw Natalie sleeping on the couch. I didn't expect to see that because it seemed like she slept on the couch the entire night. Hearing my footsteps, she woke up and said in an awkward voice, "Sorry, my boyfriend sometimes stinks. Typical men." I didn't say anything and had my breakfast to set out for work. At work, I thought to take Natalie and her boyfriend for a movie treat for being so kind to me. I called her saying, "Hey, would you like to go to a movie tonight? I have got 3 tickets." Without answering my previous question, Natalie asked, 3 tickets? Why? For us and your boyfriend. I mean, you guys have been so nice to me, that's why. But Natalie didn't let me finish. She answered in a hurry. "Sorry, we can't go tonight. Maybe some other time, Holly." She disconnected the phone, and I got surprised by this weird behavior of hers. I got a little hurt as she refused me right away. I went home early, canceling all the plans that night. I just wanted to go to bed and sleep. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I used my key to get inside the apartment. The lights were all turned off like no one's home. I called out to Natalie, but there was no sign of her. Maybe she went out with her boyfriend, whom I know nothing about. The secrecy in her behavior regarding her boyfriend did make me a bit suspicious though. So, without thinking further, I crossed my limit. I went to her room and twisted her doorknob. But unfortunately, it was closed. So I turned around to go to my room when I saw Natalie standing right behind me. "Geez, where did you come from?" "What are you doing here, Holly?" "Oh, sorry. I was just trying to check if you were sleeping inside because you didn't answer the door." I went out. "Can I go to my room now?" "Sure, of course. I'm sorry." With a highly embarrassed face, I came to my room and closed the door. I already ate, so I changed into my sleep clothes and lied on the bed. It was around 2:30 a.m. when I heard Natalie talking again to her boyfriend. I came out and found her room locked from the inside. I couldn't hold my curiosity anymore. I slowly peeked in from the keyhole, and what I saw gave me goosebumps. Natalie was sitting on a chair, and opposite her sat a dried-out corpse dressed in our school football jersey. The corpse was so old that it was impossible to recognize its face. Natalie held the dried, bony hand of the corpse lying on the table and said, "Oh, Jake, it's nice that we get to spend so much time together. If not, I brought you home after homecoming. Both of us would have been lonely for the rest of our lives." Oh my God, that's Jake? And he's been here like this since homecoming? Natalie got up and kissed the corpse on its lips like she was kissing her boyfriend. She took Jake's corpse in her arms like she was giving him a cozy hug. I couldn't watch this insanity anymore. I slowly came back to my room as quietly as possible and dialed 911. The lady operator took my call and asked, "911, what's your emergency?" "My roommate has a dead guy in her room. She is crazy." "Did she kill that guy?" "I think so. His name was Jake Flanagan. We all studied in the same high school. Please, hurry up. I'm scared of her." "Who are you talking to so late?" "Holly." I turned around and my phone dropped on the floor. Natalie was standing near my door with a small pistol in her hand. "Natalie, listen to me. You don't need to do this, okay?" "Don't be scared of me. Jake didn't feel any pain when I cut his veins. He lied there heavily sedated, and his blood flowed away freely. I will do the same for you. Then I'll finally live happy with my boyfriend and my school friend. You'll be an added collection to my family." Her evil eyes gave me a piercing look as she went on explaining this horrifying plan. She escorted me to a room while threatening me with her pistol. For the first time, I entered her room. candles were lit up like a seance, and the corpse made the air heavy with a reeking smell of rotten meat. She sat me down on another chair and started to tie me up to it. "You'll have no problem here. Ask Jake. He's been here for at least 3 years, and he is very happy. Aren't you, honey?" She looked at the corpse and smiled at him. I realized Natalie never got over her obsession with Jake. It just grew stronger and creepier with time. I screamed, "You are sick, Natalie. You have always been this sick, creepy weirdo. That's why no one ever talked to you in school." She turned at me with her vulturous eyes boiled up in anger. She grabbed a burning candle and came at me without answering anything. I got all freaked out and tried my best to free myself, but she held the candle right under my cheek. The burning flame fried my skin and I screamed in excruciating pain. "Now you must be regretting being so mean to me like everyone else," she said. I started to become numb with pain as the flesh of my right cheek melted away. Blood was all over my clothes, and inhaling the smoke coming from my burnt skin, I felt like throwing up on the floor. After torturing me like this, Natalie picked up the pistol and said, "Maybe you don't deserve my niceness so much. I might have to bash your brains and dump your body in the lake." She aimed the gun at my forehead and said, "Say goodbye to this cruel world, Holly." Just then, the apartment door slammed open and a loud gunshot took place. Natalie's brains splashed all over me as a cop shot her on the head from behind. The 911 call never disconnected, so the operator could hear whatever was going on in the apartment. She traced my location and the cops arrived in time. Jake's body was returned to his family. His parents broke into tears discovering his death. He was missing for a long time, but they finally got closure on what happened to their son. I stay alone in a studio apartment now. I don't think I will ever be able to live with a roommate in my entire life. I used to be roommates with an introvert, which was great since I'm an introvert too. His name was Albert, and we shared an apartment about half an hour away from the university we both attended. Aside from being both introverts, we didn't really have anything else in common, so we mainly left each other alone. We majored in completely different fields too. He was working towards a master's degree in paleontology, while I was studying computer programming, so we didn't even have any classes at the university together. For the longest time, our interactions were limited to eating breakfast together with barely any small talk. Then one day, I left the town for a week due to a family emergency. My grandfather had passed away from a heart attack, and I needed to be with my parents to give them support and grieve with them. Last I heard from Albert, he was busy working on some sort of secret project at the university that he seemed excited about, but wouldn't or couldn't say much about. It wasn't my business, so I didn't pry much about it. I had my own problems back home to deal with anyways. When I returned to our apartment, I found Albert sitting on the couch with a plate of ribs that had been completely picked clean in front of him. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw me, and I noticed for the first time how bright and green they were. "Oh, hey there." "Hey, Albert. Sorry for coming back unannounced. I couldn't contact your phone." "Oh, yeah. My phone was out of batteries." "Your phone was out of batteries for 3 whole days?" "Yeah, I was busy." Most people I knew would have gone crazy if they were away from their phones for more than an hour. Then again, Albert wasn't like most people I knew, so I brushed it off as one of his quirks. Things only got weirder from there, though. Albert was still introverted as he ever was, if not more so. He spent the following days isolated in his room, apparently still working on whatever project the university had given him. Sometimes, I'd even hear him leave the apartment through the front door in the dead of the night, though I never confronted him about it. A few days after coming back home, I was approached at the university after my classes by a professor I'd seen around but never talked to before. He looked like a normal man in his 40s, well-groomed, salt and pepper hair, and wearing a tweed suit that went out of style decades ago. "Excuse me, are you James Elric?" "That's me. Can I help you, sir?" "Yes, my name is Professor Marshall. I'm Albert Weston's professor. He and I have been working on a very special project for the university. I've been told that you are his roommate. That's right. Is he in trouble? Well, the man paused with a hesitant look on his face. It'll probably be easier to show you than to tell you. Please, come with me to the paleontology department. I was more than a little worried, but did as I was told. If Albert was in trouble, I didn't want to make things worse by refusing to cooperate. Professor Marshall led me across campus to a building I've never bothered to learn existed before. Once we were inside, he scrolled through his phone and handed it to me with its screen showing a photo of a dark-skinned man sleeping on what looked like a metal table. What's this? That's the project Albert and I are working on. You're looking at what was probably the world's most well-preserved mummy, found frozen in the ice in the Himalayas. Was? That's what I wanted to talk to you about. The professor led me past a room where hundreds of fossils were on display, and into a room in the back that read, "Staff only." My curiosity was at its peak when I entered the cold but well-lit storage room where countless fossils were kept in sterile white cabinets. He led me to the very end of the room and stopped next to a cabinet which housed a single box the size and length of a human coffin. He pulled the box out and gently laid it on the floor as I watched on. I must warn you, what you will see might be disturbing, but you need to see it to understand the gravity of the situation. I stared at the coffin-shaped box, overwhelmed by morbid curiosity at what could be inside. Is that the mummy you were talking about? Was. The professor opened the lid to the box and I gasped in surprise and horror at what was inside. The mummy was gone. Most of it, anyways. The only thing left in the box was loose, dark skin that once belonged to a human being. It was perfectly intact, save for the area around its mouth. The skin on the face was twisted into a look of terror made all the more horrible by the empty black pits where the eyes should have been. His cheeks had been split open, starting from the corners of his lips and ending at his earlobes. We found the mummy like this the night after Albert was studying it here alone. I've tried to contact him about it, but he wouldn't pick up his phone. Can you bring him to me so I can talk to him about this? I'd like to hear how it became like this from him, but I don't want to contact the police if I don't have to. Oh, of course. I'm sure he has an explanation for this. He can just be a little shy around people is all. I led Professor Marshall to our apartment and let him inside. I knew Albert had to be home because his shoes were still next to the door. So I went straight to his room and knocked on the door. Hey, Albert, are you there? Yeah, said his voice from the other side of the door. Professor Marshall's here to talk to you. Something about the project you were working on? I promise, Albert, I won't be mad, the professor assured him. I just want to ask you about what happened. A tense silence fell on the apartment. Professor Marshall and I looked at each other in concern. Before I could say anything to Albert again, an ear-splitting scream caused us both to double over, clutching our ears. It started out sounding like Albert's voice, but grew so shrill and loud that it didn't even sound human anymore. I tried to force the door open, but found the door locked. By the time Professor Marshall and I were able to force the door open by bashing the knob with a fire extinguisher, the screaming had stopped. The curtains of the open window were rustling in the wind when we entered, and laying on the bloodied white bed was Albert's skin. Like the mummy back at the university, his cheeks had been split wide open as if something had forced in or out of him through his mouth. What little was left of his face was twisted into a look of sheer terror, with soulless black pits where his bright green eyes once were. Professor Marshall and I called the police, but as expected, they couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. One officer even had to throw up in my bathroom. I've tried to forget about what happened, but I'm reminded of Albert and the thing that was pretending to be him every time I walk past his room. Whatever was inside the mummy Professor Marshall and Albert were studying, it wasn't content to stay there. And it's probably hungry after being asleep for so long. I work as a mall center during the holidays. It's a lot more profitable than you'd think. I'm a little on the young side as far as mall centers go, but that just means I have more stamina than most, And a bit of makeup helps me look as good as any other Santa Claus roaming around at this time of year. One year, a familiar-looking girl came to sit on my lap like a dozen other kids had that day. I'd seen her around the mall plenty of times before during days when I was shopping for my costume. She was the daughter of a single receptionist who worked in the mall just on the floor above mine, so I'd often see her come by to visit her mother. The girl looked just like her mother, with golden blonde hair and the bluest eyes I've ever seen. She would have looked like a perfect little cherub, if not for the band-aids on her face. "Well, hello there, young lady. What might your name be?" "Charlotte, though my friends call me Charlie." "Well, Charlie, how are you feeling this Christmas?" "I'm doing great. My mom promised to watch a movie with me tonight." "That's great to hear. She sounds like a nice young lady. Now, I hope you've been nice this year." "I have. Can't say the same for other kids in my neighborhood, though." "No. Why would you say that?" "Well, there's this one kid in my neighborhood who picks on me constantly. He thinks he's better than everyone else because he lives in the biggest house on the street. He picks on me whenever he sees me walking past his house. Yesterday, he even threw a rock at me and I fell down on my face." "Is that why you have those band-aids on your face?" "Yeah, but it doesn't hurt anymore. I wish he'd stop picking on me, though." "Oh, he will. If you just believe in the magic of Christmas, Santa will make sure that bully will never pick on you again." "Really?" "Really. I promise." Charlie's mother came to pick her up after a while. I waved goodbye to her, and she waved back as her mother led her out of the mall. The next year, I was back in that same mall, pretending to be Santa Claus for the kids again, when Charlie came up to me. "Well, hello, Charlie. It's been a while, hasn't it?" I came to thank you. Your Christmas magic worked." "I'm glad to hear that. How's the boy who was picking on you last year?" "I don't know, and I don't care. I haven't seen him since last Christmas. He doesn't even come to school anymore." "I see. He must have realized that being naughty wouldn't get him any gifts from Santa. Speaking of which, how are you doing in school?" "I'm doing all right, but..." "But?" "Well, there's this one new teacher at school I don't like." "Now, Charlie, teachers may seem strict at times, but they want nothing but to see you grow and learn." "I get that, but he's a little creepy when he's alone with me. He likes to touch me in places that make me feel weird. Don't tell anyone, though. He told me he'd give me an F if I ever told anyone about our private lessons." "Ah, I see. Don't worry, Charlie. Your secret's safe with Santa. Just believe in the magic of Christmas and everything will be fine. Santa will make sure of it." "Really?" "Really. I promise." 1 year later, I saw Charlie coming into the mall with her mother on Christmas Day once again. Her mother wasn't working that night, but allowed her daughter to explore the mall while she went to the supermarket section to shop for groceries. She was far away, so I couldn't really tell, but I could have sworn Charlie's mother had a black eye when she entered. Charlie ran right up to me and sat on my lap the same way she did for the past 2 years. However, she wasn't smiling like she did the last 2 times. I met her. She seemed worried and unnaturally serious for a child her age. "Is there something wrong, Charlie?" "Santa, can I use the magic of Christmas to help someone else this year?" "Oh, who is that you want to help?" "My mom. She got married last year, but I don't like her new husband very much." "And why is that?" "He hits her when he thinks I'm not looking, but I can still hear them. My mom won't talk about it, and I'm getting worried about her. Can Christmas magic make him stop hitting her?" "Of course it can, if you believe in it enough." "Really?" "Really. I promise." Charlie's smile returned to her face when I said that. I was glad. A smile fits her face much better than a frown. The rest of the day went by as normal. I entertained a bunch of other kids, though Charlie was always on my mind. At the end of the day, I went into my car, still in my Santa costume, and drove to Charlie's house. She never told me where she and her mother lived, but it was easy enough to figure out after looking into her mom's social media. I parked my car across the house and waited for the lights in the bedroom to turn off. I knew this would be my hardest Christmas wish to grant yet, so I was being extra careful. When the lights turned off, hours later, I took off the fake Santa belly that made me look fatter than I actually was and approached the house. I climbed up the house using the windowsills and exposed bricks as footholds. I wasn't very tall, so I reached the top fairly quickly. Like a proper Santa Claus, I lowered myself into the house itself through the chimney. It was tight and uncomfortable, but I grit my teeth and went through. When I reached the bottom, I emerged to see the dark living room of the house. The only light in the room was the TV that was still playing some cheesy Christmas special. And passed out on the couch in front of it was a man who I assumed must have been Charlie's stepfather. I couldn't believe my luck. I thought I'd have to wait until he needed to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night for me to confront him alone. And yet, there he was, just sleeping on the couch like a neatly gift-wrapped present. Maybe there really was something to this Christmas magic thing after all. I calmly approached the man sleeping on the couch, walked behind him, and slit his throat with a pocket knife. He tried to scream, but I had my hand firmly over his mouth, so nothing but murmurs came out. He bled out, and the blood that splattered onto me disappeared into the red fabric of my Santa costume. I didn't mind Charlie's mother marrying, but I'd be damned if I let it be someone like him. Charlie didn't know it, and I doubt her mother knew it either, but I was her real father. She was born as a result of a drunken one-night stand I had with her mother during a company Christmas party at the mall years back, though I was the only one sober enough to remember it in detail. I couldn't afford to pay child support, so I never told her mother about who I was. So I decided to help her by granting her Christmas wishes instead. 2 years ago, I killed and buried her bully in her park. Last year, I tortured her pedophile teacher and threw his body in a river. And this year, I'm helping her mother escape her abusive husband by framing a burglar. I can never be a part of Charlie's life, but once in a while, during the most magical time of year, I can afford to give her a little gift in the spirit of Christmas. My parents were abusive to me growing up. My father was the traditional sort who believed girls like me could be treated like parents' property. I moved out of the house as soon as I turned 18 and moved in with my boyfriend, Tom, who I had to date in secret while I was with my parents. I lived with Tom in his house for a while. During that time, I ended up getting my own job and making a decent amount of money from it. While he wasn't abusive like my father was, he seemed to worry about me focusing on my career as much as I did. Tom and I broke up after about 2 years of living together. I moved out of his house when we did, though we parted on good terms and I continued to text him regularly as a friend. I managed to score myself a pretty sweet deal, renting a small house in a relatively safe neighborhood. Sure, the place was a little worse for wear, but I wasn't picky. Tom even came over to help me clean up and move my stuff. It rained heavily on the first night at my new house, so Tom ended up staying over, waiting for the rain to stop. We watched hilariously bad movies on the couch with a bag of popcorn, just like old times. I almost regretted breaking up with him. He was one of the few people I trusted enough to talk about my familial problems with. But while it pained me to leave him, I wasn't about to give up my aspirations for a guy, no matter how cute. Hey, Stacy, are you sure you'll be all right alone? I'll be fine, Tom. You know I'm a tough gal. I know. I can't help but worry, though. Your parents have been looking for you again. Has he contacted you? I think he's been contacting everyone you knew in high school through Facebook. Good thing I deleted my Facebook account then. Does he know about us? Or my new place? I hope not. I didn't tell him anything, but some of our former classmates might have. So just stay safe. All right, Stacy? I will, Tom. I will. It was a little unsettling to know that my dad was getting back on my trail, but I thought I'd be fine as long as I didn't advertise myself on social media that I didn't use anyways. That mindset lasted for about a week. I was just getting used to my daily routine. Getting up around 7, arrive at work around 9 in the morning, leave at 5 in the afternoon, and return home around 6 or 7. Rinse and repeat. It might seem boring for some, but I found comfort in the predictability it provided me. Until one day, I came back home to my house and found an unstamped envelope in my mailbox. Without a stamp on it, I knew whoever sent it to me must have done it by hand instead of through the mail. I initially thought it must have been an advertisement for something being handed out at random, so I opened the envelope expecting to be convinced to buy something I didn't need. Instead, I found a piece of paper with a single scratchy sentence written on it with black Sharpie. "I know where you live, Stacy." After what Tom had told me about my father, I immediately freaked the fuck out. I checked the door and thankfully found it still locked. When I was sure no one had broken in, I rushed inside, locked the door, and ran into my room. I called the police to report the letter, and while I waited for them to arrive, I gave Tom a call to tell him what had just happened. He listened to me being a blubbering mess with the patience of a saint, gently reassuring me whenever I got too hysterical. After 2 years of being with me, he'd gotten good at calming me down whenever I had nervous breakdowns over my past. When the police arrived, they checked the letter in my mail and promptly told me that they couldn't do anything since no major crime has been committed and I had no evidence that I wasn't the one who put the letter there in the first place. Of course, I was pissed at that answer, but the lazy police officers responded to my protests with only apathy. Their bored faces told me they just wanted to get away from me as quickly as possible. Once they left to go snack on donuts or whatever the hell my taxpayer money was paying them for, I locked myself in my room and called Tom to vent about the whole situation. Again, he listened to me ramble on about how pissed off I was until I calmed down enough to think rationally. I suggested that I should buy a new Ring camera for my door so that if whoever left the note decided to come back, I'd have some evidence to present to the police. He agreed and even helped me pick out a decent Ring camera at the store the next day after work. I drew the line when he offered to help me install it at home, though. We were still broken up, and I decided to learn how to take care of myself anyways. It took me way longer than it should have, but I managed to install the Ring camera for my front door and link it to my phone the day I bought it. Not gonna lie, I was pretty proud of myself. I went to bed that night feeling safer. 3 days later, and I had almost forgotten about the letter in the mail. I managed to convince myself that it was just a random prank and that it only had my name on it because Stacy, coincidentally, also was a slang term for a woman in general. But as I was working in my cubicle at my office job, I suddenly got a notification from my phone. At first, I thought I got a text from Tom and eagerly checked it. Instead, I was notified that my Ring camera had caught someone standing at my door. I felt my body temperature drop, but I couldn't just ignore it. I tapped to see the live feed on my Ring camera and let out a shrill scream at what I saw. My phone dropped to the ground and I stumbled backwards while hyperventilating. My father was a cruel man. He'd beat me whenever I did something he didn't like, and if he felt like I was being especially bad, he'd put on a twisted clown mask to scare me to death while beating me to death too. The visage of that damn mask, with its mocking grin, has been burned into my mind. And standing before my front door, captured clearly by the Ring camera, was a man wearing that exact same twisted clown mask. Seeing it again after 2 years away from my sadistic father's clutches, I felt like a little kid about to be punished by his hands again. Everyone at the office stopped what they were doing to stare at me. My logical brain told me that there was nothing to be afraid of because I wasn't there with that masked man in person, but my body just wouldn't listen. I finally snapped out of my trance when I saw the masked man leave my front door. But by that time, my boss had to come to tell me to take the day off because I was in no state to be working. He was right, but I didn't want to go home yet either. I ended up calling Tom and staying over at his place for the night. He was nothing but understanding and assured me that I'd be okay. Long story short, we hooked up and we got back together. When I woke up the next morning, I found a note on the nightstand from Tom saying that he was out for work and that breakfast was on the table. He really was a nice guy. As I ate the bacon and eggs he left on the dining room table for me, I thought of a way to repay him for all he's done for me. Tom was always bad with laundry while we were dating, so I decided that washing and ironing all his smelly clothes for him would be a good way to show him my appreciation. But as I was sorting out his dark and light clothes for the washer, I found something that would shatter everything I thought I knew about him forever. Because hidden amongst his clothes in the laundry basket was a mask. The exact same type of mask worn by my father when he beat me, and by the man caught on my Ring camera just a day ago. On December 24th, 2008, the Ortega family invited all 5 of their adult children and their families to their home in Covina, California. The area was a quiet, low-crime community about 22 miles east of Los Angeles. The Ortegas, Joseph and Alice, loved Christmas among all the festivals. It was their favorite time of year as the entire family reunited and visited them, including their 2 oldest sons, James and Charles, and their daughters, Leticia, Alicia, and Sylvia. That Christmas Eve, the family played a boisterous game of poker, and the party was in full swing. But in the middle of their holiday celebration, suddenly, the doorbell rang. What unfolded next was incredibly gruesome. Hearing the doorbell, 8-year-old Katrina, granddaughter of the Ortegas, screamed in joy. "That must be Santa!" A house filled with approximately 20 to 25 guests had no idea what was waiting for them on the other side of the door. As soon as the door opened, Katrina saw a man dressed like Santa standing with a big box gift wrapped in his hand. She ran to greet him like every innocent kid. But Santa took out a handgun from that box and shot her in the face. As soon as her bloody body fell to the ground, the loud gunshot created immediate panic among the guests and the family members. Everyone started to run for their lives as soon as they realized there's a psycho shooter at the Christmas party. The crazy shooter dressed as Santa Claus then started to pointedly execute the fleeing partygoers using the other guns that he carried inside that gift box. After the shootings, the Psycho Santa unwrapped the package containing the compressor and used it to spray gasoline to set the home on fire. 9 people died from either gunfire or flames, and the 3 others were wounded. Katrina was shot in the face with severe but non-life-threatening injuries. A 16-year-old girl shot and wounded in the back, and a 20-year-old woman who suffered a broken ankle jumped out of the second-floor window. There was one survivor who called the authorities during the attack after escaping to a neighbor's house. The caller dialed 911 and screamed in terror. "Come immediately! Someone's burning down their house!" The fire department was dispatched to the Ortega house, but the calls kept coming in. Some even reported that they heard shooting coming from the house. And when police arrived at the scene, it was total chaos. One lieutenant said, "When I arrived, to describe it as apocalyptic would be accurate." The only Ortega family members police could locate was Leticia, who had managed to escape the fire with her husband and 8-year-old daughter Katrina and made it to a neighbor's house. When the police were told what happened, they were shocked. Someone dressed as Santa had unexpectedly arrived at the Ortega home and began shooting. In the middle of investigating the chaotic scene, police also received a tip from a neighbor. She and her husband had seen a car leaving their cul-de-sac at around 11:45 p.m. After putting out an APB on the car, police started shifting through the Ortega's scorched home. They found bodies burned beyond recognition, which were later identified as the missing Ortega family members. A total of 9 people were killed the night of Christmas Eve, and the only question remained was, who is the psycho shooter dressed as Santa Claus? While the police were busy investigating this brutal mass murder, a neighbor informed that he had seen a guy dressed in Santa fleeing the crime scene once the house was set on fire. Before the cops could follow this lead to find the killer Santa, they received another 911 call from Sylmar, which is 30 miles away from the crime scene, about suicide by gunshot. The handgun used by this man to shoot himself was later discovered to be the same gun with which the Ortega family was murdered. And this man's name was Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, who killed himself at his brother's residence in Sylmar when no one was home on the same night the shootings took place. Looking into Bruce's past, investigators discovered he was the ex-husband of Sylvia, one of the daughters of Mr. and Mrs. Ortega. Sylvia filed for divorce from Bruce, which was finalized on December 18, 2008, just a few days before the holiday. At approximately 11:30 p.m., Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, dressed in a Santa Claus suit, knocked on the door of his former in-law's house, occupied by about 25 people, with a gift-wrapped package containing a rolling air compressor converted to deliver gasoline from it, and at least 4 9mm semi-automatic handguns. After shooting and setting the house on fire, Pardo put on his street clothes and drove away in a rental car to his brother's house in Silmar. Police performed autopsies on the bodies from the Ortega house. They found all the victims had been shot at least once with a 9mm handgun. On Christmas Day, police also interviewed Leticia, who said that, despite the Santa Claus costume, beard, and hat, she could identify the shooter. Her sister's ex-husband, Bruce Pardo. Investigators then went back to Silmar, where Bruce was found dead, and searched his car, which ended up being the same car the Ortega's neighbors had described seeing on their street after the murders. Inside the vehicle, police found a Santa suit and thousands of rounds of ammunition. The car had also been booby-trapped to explode once the Santa suit was removed. And though the vehicle exploded, no one was injured. Once Bruce's autopsy was finished, investigators were able to conclude he had committed suicide and that there was no second shooter. The autopsy also revealed he had horrific third-degree burns on his hands and arms, and part of the Santa pans had melted to his body. Police believe he didn't initially plan to kill himself, as he left no note. Around the same time, a man reported a mysterious car parked in front of his Pasadena home. Police ran the plates and found the car had been rented by Bruce Pardo. Though the car wasn't rigged, it was packed with supplies including a computer, clothes, water, food, and maps of the U.S. and Mexico. It came out that Bruce had been planning on escaping to Mexico after his killing spree on the eve of Christmas. Bruce's getaway car was also parked about 500 feet from the house of Scott Nord, Sylvia's divorce attorney. Police believed Bruce might have planned on also murdering Scott, who presided over their somewhat contentious proceeding. In June 2008, Bruce Pardo was ordered to pay $1,785 a month in spousal support. When his divorce was finalized shortly before the holiday, the spousal support ended up being waived as at the time he had lost his job. In July of 2008, Bruce's employer realized Bruce had been fraudulently billing clients for hours he didn't actually work and was fired. A reporter said, "This divorce shattered Bruce Pardo. It became his obsession, and Bruce began to plot ways to get back at Sylvia. I think he decided that he wasn't just going to kill her, but he was going to kill everything that she loved and take it, wipe it off the face of the earth." During his Christmas Eve killing spree, Bruce pulled out a homemade flamethrower to spray 18 gallons of gasoline into the house once he ran out of bullets. But Bruce didn't realize there was an open flame somewhere inside the house, which led to an explosion that left him horrifically burned. Instead of driving to kill Sylvia's attorney, Bruce then went to his brother's house, where he killed himself because of how badly he was burned. Bruce's neighbor said, "I still wonder if the suit hadn't lit, how the story would have ended. It may have been a much different ending." In 2016, Leticia told Oprah, "I can't do anything to change what happened. I can only focus on the future. This is what he's done. Enough. I'm not going to allow you to continue to consume us with your evilness. You don't want that anger to live within you day to day and grow, just like it did with this monster." This infamous mass murder is known as the Covina Massacre that terrorized the country in the name of Christmas. No one expected that a guy dressed in a Santa Claus costume will bring impending doom to men, women, and children who are trying to enjoy the spirit of Christmas. Not many people get to say this, but being an eyewitness to murder is something that stays with you forever. Every year before Christmas, a phobia grows inside me. The fear of Santa Claus. Maybe you are laughing, but believe me, whenever I see a guy dressed in a Santa Claus costume approaching me during Christmas, my heart pumps out of my chest. When I was 13 years old, I went to visit my uncle in the Christmas holidays, who back then stayed in Atlanta. My mom and dad just went through a divorce, so instead of choosing to be with one of them for the holidays, I chose none. Honestly, I wanted to get away from their horrible marriage at least for some days. My Uncle Mark told my dad that he can take care of me, and I also pleaded to my parents to let me go live with them for a while. They agreed, and a week before Christmas, I flew away with my uncle. He lived in a safe neighborhood in a 2-storied wooden house. Every house was decorated in the theme of Christmas. My uncle and I decided to hit the mall to buy some decorations of our own. The mall was filled with a crowd, and some people were giving away candies dressed as elves and Santa. I was watching the people around the mall as my uncle went to get some wine. Seeing everyone pumped up with the spirit of Christmas put a smile on my face. It must have been 10 minutes when I noticed a man dressed as Santa standing in the middle of the mall. He was a tall, well-built Santa, which is why he caught my attention at the first glance. The man was standing with a bucket of Hershey's candy. He had the most candy out of all the other Santas at the mall. Craving for some candy, I walked up to him. I hoped to get a good amount of candy, but the man stared at me and said, "Aren't you too old to ask Santa for free candy?" His mean comment hurt me a bit, but being a kid with high self-esteem, I turned back and walked away with a furious face. I felt very insulted by his remarks, but didn't tell my uncle about them. As long as I stayed in that mall, I realized the man was being mean to almost all the kids. He was giving very few candy in the first place, and he wasn't sharing the big ones with anyone. I have never seen such a selfish Santa in my entire life. Not giving much attention to this guy, we returned home and started to work on the house decoration. My uncle already had the Christmas tree set up in the living room, so with 2 cups of hot chocolate, we sat down to decorate it. After a rough life with my parents, I was finally having a good time with someone close to me. For the next couple of days, I played with the neighboring kids, and almost everyone in the neighborhood became familiar to me. On the afternoon of Christmas, I was playing with some neighboring kids when one of them said, "Will you be going to the mall tonight, Alan?" I replied, "Why? What's going to happen there?" "There will be a magic show and people dressed as Santa will give away gifts and candy." "Okay, I will ask my uncle then." Saying this, I was going to kick the ball when one kid said, "I just hope that mean Santa doesn't come today." "Who are you talking about?" I asked. "Yesterday, I went to the mall with my mom. There was this tall Santa who was refusing to give candy to kids. He even told me ugly girls like me don't deserve Christmas candy." I could see her eyes flood with tears as she said the last line. It didn't take much to realize that she's talking about the same guy who behaved badly with me as well. Recalling that day's insult, I decided to teach the guy a lesson if I saw him again tonight. Around 6 in the evening, I asked my uncle if we could go to the mall to watch the magic show, and he immediately agreed. We drove to the mall, and I was excited to see all my new friends gathered there. The mall was looking even more beautiful on Christmas Eve. Wherever the eyes went, we could see colorful chains, big balloons, bells and balls hanging from everywhere. The crackling laughter of kids set up the joy of Christmas even more. Although I was enjoying the ambiance, my eyes kept on searching for that mean Santa. A small stage was created in the middle of the mall where they were showing a magic show. I roamed around looking for that guy, and it didn't take much longer for me to find him. Like the other day, he was standing in one corner with a huge bucket full of candy and giving one small candy, that too, to toddlers only. I was thinking about what to do about this guy when I saw an old woman sneaking behind him and taking out a big Hershey bar secretly. The mean Santa didn't notice her at first, but after 5 minutes, he realized somehow his candy is becoming less rapidly. He kept a strict eye, and when the woman went to get another candy, he warned her not to. But the woman didn't pay any attention to his warning and started taking as much candy as she could. I saw the man telling her again and again, and the woman couldn't care less about it. I thought, this is the right lesson for such a selfish guy. I mean, what's the point of dressing up as Santa if you are not willing to share candy with kids? I was enjoying seeing him getting irritated and not being able to do anything about it. But what happened next terrorized everyone in that mall. The woman went again to get one last bar of chocolate when the Santa picked up a 2x4 wooden board near the stage and hurled it at the poor woman. Before she could realize what was about to happen, the man started beating her vigorously with that wooden board. He was screaming with each strong hit, "Don't take my candy! Don't take my candy!" He was going on like this and beating the shit out of her. The repeated bashing made her brain matter come out, and her face got completely mutilated, losing a huge amount of blood. Seeing this monstrosity, another woman went to rescue the old woman, but the man threatened her, saying, "I'll beat you to death if you try to stop me." Kids started screaming, and people panicked like a bunch of scared chickens. The mall authority immediately called 911. 5 security guards came rushing and pulled him away from that old woman. But the tall Santa was so aggressive that they could hardly hold him down. I am the eyewitness of an incident where a man dressed as Santa Claus didn't behave at all like St. Nick on Christmas Eve. The cops came and took him away. Later, growing up, I came to know his name was Elkin Donnie Clark. At the time of this incident, he was 49 years old. The woman who he beat like crazy was 74-year-old Annie Ruth Nelson, who was later taken to the hospital by the paramedics. When Aisha Albrighton, the second woman who intervened and tried to keep Clark from further striking Nelson, he threatened her with the board. Before Clark was arrested, he was seen taking off a Santa hat and red shirt in an alleged attempt to get rid of the evidence. Clark told police Nelson had taken 29 sealed boxes of Hershey chocolates worth $145 from him, but officials said no witnesses could confirm his claim. Clark was charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault. Many Christmases will come and go, but this one particular memory will stay with me forever. I teach in a middle school as an English teacher. Being the youngest woman in the faculty allows me some unwanted privileges as well as challenges. Almost every male staff gave extra attention when I walked down the corridor, and almost every woman staff envied me for that. I grew up with my dad, who also taught in high school. After his unfortunate demise, I've been on my own. My mom left us for some rich guy when I was 3 years old. My dad was my world. So after his death, I left my hometown and took this teaching job. I have rented an apartment not far from the school building, so my daily routine is quite simple. Being the youngest teacher helps me a lot to get mixed with the kids in school. All the kids love me, and I care for them as well. Except for this one kid in 7th grade. His name is Kurt, and he's the quiet kid in his class. He sits in the corner seat of the last row and stares at me like a statue the entire time. He never talks to any other kids. Not every kid is the same, and some take time to open up to others. I thought Kurt was the same type. Whenever I asked him a question, he hesitated and looked the other way like he can't stand me anymore. I even told our principal about this kid, but he ignored, saying he is just shy. One day after class, I was arranging my books to leave for home when I saw a notebook lying on the last row seat. I walked towards it and realized this seat belongs to Kurt. I was about to open it when I heard a voice behind me. "What are you doing?" I turned around and saw Kurt standing right next to me. He was frowning at me as if I pissed him off. "Is this your notebook?" He didn't reply to me. Without breaking eye contact, he snatched his notebook from my hand and left the classroom. From that day, I started keeping a close eye on this boy. Time passed by and his behavior grew more suspicious. I realized he is very protective of his notebook. A small incident took over the day that opened my mind about this kid, Kurt. I was heading to the washroom during recess when I saw 3 boys bullying Kurt in the playground. One of them tried to snatch his notebook and they got into a fight. I rushed and stopped them when I noticed Kurt's notebook got damaged from the corner due to the brawl. He gave the bullying kid his death stare and said, "I will make you pay for this." The matter went to the principal's office and both of their parents were called. I was looking for this opportunity for a long time. I really wanted to talk to Kurt's parents and identify what is wrong with him. Surprisingly, Kurt's parents were really jolly and seemed completely normal to me. As I went on asking them how their son behaves at home, they told me he mostly spends his time in his room. He liked scribbling in his notebook, and that's the only thing he is very secretive about. Otherwise, he gives no tantrums like any other kid. His mother asked me if he behaved in class, and I had to say yes because maintaining privacy is nothing wrong. I didn't mention the small incident of me finding his notebook because, in a way, I was the one intruding on his belongings. They took Kurt and went home. While walking away, Kurt turned towards me and for the first time, smiled. But his smile was nothing like an 11-year-old. The next day, I gave the kids an assignment. I told them to write an essay stating things I like about school. Everyone started writing with great enthusiasm. Only Kurt kept looking out the window. I walked to him and said, "Aren't you going to write?" "Write what?" "Things you like about school." "I don't like anything about school." "But you have to write something. I need to grade this paper." "I am sure you'll come up with something." I came back to my seat and saw Kurt starting to write with an angry face. As time went by, everyone started to come to my desk and hand in their essays. Kurt went to the washroom once, and taking that opportunity, I walked to his desk to take a look at his essay. He was writing about some pretty basic things, and I felt he was finally trying to get along here, when my eyes went to a sheet of paper peeking out from his notebook. The paper had my name as the title, which shocked me. So without saying anything, I took that paper out and found it was actually a bunch of paper stapled together like a thin magazine. By the time Kurt came back, I was back in my seat. The class got over and they left for home. Kurt failed to notice that I took something that belonged to him. I stayed back to read that mysterious collection of papers I got from his notebook. As soon as I made sure all the kids were gone, I took out the stapled papers. The first page was more like a cover. It was titled, "My English Teacher." I was completely shocked to find Kurt writing about me. My curiosity peeked in and I turned the cover page. There were a few lines written on the top and pictures were drawn under them. Page 1. "I hate school. The only reason I go to school is to see my English teacher. I like staring at her the entire time she teaches. She talks a lot, which annoys me." Under that, a picture was drawn. Students were sitting in a class and a tiny human figure standing near the board was teaching them. I had no problem realizing that it was me. I felt a bit weird and moved to the next page. Page 2. "Today she asked me a question and made me stand up to answer it. Her face is so ugly that I turned to the other side, but she went on forcing me to answer it. Sometimes I feel like strangling her when she talks too much." Beneath that, my avatar was drawn that he used in the first picture, and ropes were tied to my neck like I was being strangled. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I went on reading this. On the third page, Kurt wrote, "I forgot my notebook on my desk today. As I came back to the class, I saw she was standing near my desk with my notebook in her hand. If I had a knife with me, I would have stabbed her in the back right then." This time, the drawing had me standing facing my back at the classroom door, while Kurt stood near it, holding a sharp knife, posed like he is ready to stab me. My heartbeat got faster. This kid is a psychopath. I got chills to my bones thinking, behind those lonely, innocent eyes, he was planning my murder all this time? I finally arrived at the last page, and I couldn't breathe anymore. My eyes trembled in fear as I saw my avatar laying on the empty classroom floor, submerged in the blood that he painted with crayons. Blood was everywhere, on the walls, on the seats. Kurt's tiny figure stood right next to me, holding a blood-soaked knife. There was a huge grin on his face, like he is finally happy. There were 2 lines written under that drawing. "The day I do this, I'll hate school no more. After her, I will go for those bullies. I'll make everyone hate school." I wiped the drops of sweat from my forehead and got up. I walked to the principal's room, and luckily, he was still there, busy on paperwork. I showed him Kurt's malevolent works, and he called his parents immediately. They were informed about their son's mental state. His mom broke into tears, and his father didn't speak for at least 10 minutes after reading those papers. Meanwhile, Kurt was taken under watch by 2 school securities. After proper consultation, the school decided to send him to a mental facility so that he can be treated before he ends up killing someone in real life. I didn't wait to see all this, and I never confronted that boy even after all this. I shifted to another school in Pasadena, as being in that same environment was too much for me. It has been 7 years since that incident, and based on my calculations, Kurt must have turned 18 this year. I haven't thought about this incident for a while, until this morning. I came to check my mailbox outside and found a postcard. There was no name of the sender. Only one sentence was written on it. It read, "I still wonder how your blood will smell when I stab you at the back." Stereotypically, there aren't many professions that are described as bad. But let's take dentists, for example. They are branded as these evil people, and sometimes the same treatment is given to doctors. But never teachers, as they are normally painted as good and chill people. But my experience with one of them is very far from good. I once had a friend in high school, and his name was Mason Jacob. Mason wasn't a good student, as he always had problems with most of the teachers, as they all believed he was an unteachable brat. He also couldn't focus in class, so his grades were constantly bad, and he would normally hide his report cards from his parents. But even in all this, Mason was a good person, and he was one of my best friends. We met at a pretty young age, as we'd basically known each other since childhood. He was a bit of a troublemaker, and I really didn't mind that, as I thought that gave his personality some spunk. All through our friendship, I noticed that people, be it teachers or friends, always gave up on Mason. They thought he was irredeemable or unfixable, as you'd often hear people tell him, "There's just no fixing you, Mason." But he always smiled and shrugged it off most of the times. He would tell me, "School doesn't define me. I don't need to know some nerdy stuff to be somebody." And I always believed him, as I saw something different in him, something special, and I knew that even if he didn't do great at school, or even if he wasn't fixable, Mason was going to go on and do some great things in life. At least, that's what I thought. But little did I know that during the next school year, there would be a new substitute teacher, one with adamant intent on fixing Mason for good. The arrival of Miss Valerie brought a slew of changes to our high school. She was a new substitute teacher, and with one look at her, I knew something wasn't right. She was, in one word, perfect. As she portrayed the perfect teacher role, she smiled all the time. She didn't shout even when provoked, and unlike other teachers, she didn't really have anything bad about her. Now, I'd seen a lot of fake people to know that she was putting up an act, as I could instantly tell that she wasn't this way when students weren't around. But I didn't say anything. I remember she'd always say, "I'm just here to make sure you understand everything you've been taught." Due to the wonderful facade she put on, and everyone loved her. Well, everyone, except for me and Mason. As I said earlier, Mason was a huge troublemaker, and even though I loved him, he was insufferable, and he was a bane to every teacher at school. And with Miss Valerie, it wasn't any different. I remember he had her class in the afternoon, and Mason was making it really hard for her. He was constantly making jokes and snarky comments throughout the class, and he constantly kept interrupting her to say, "I don't understand anything you're saying." I remember her finally having enough and saying, "Can you please understand, Mason?" And then he replied, "And what if I don't want to understand?" And that's when, with a cold voice, she replied, "Then I'll make you understand." The class went silent after that, as the words left the air a bit tense. After the class, I saw her telling Mason to meet her tomorrow after school, as she wants to go over the topics he didn't understand with him. While we walked back home, we began to talk about the class that day, and I vividly remember telling him, "Be careful with Miss Valerie, man. She isn't like the other teachers. She's different, I can tell." He then replied with, "Don't worry about me, man. These teachers are all the same. I'll probably annoy her out of her mind, and then she'll give up on me like the rest. Trust me." I then remembered I had left one of my books in class, so I told Mason to walk on while I run back to get it. As I approached the class, I began to hear the sound of something bashing against the table. I knew someone was inside the empty classroom, so I decided to check and see. I opened the door a little and peeped in, and what I saw made my tummy churn. It was Miss Valerie, and she was repeatedly bashing her head against the table as she mumbled the words, "They'll understand. They'll all understand." I could see colorful pushpins that were lying on the table sticking out of her face as she continued to bang her head on the table. Her face was a bit bloody as the continuous impact of the pins that were sticking out of her face hitting the table made her bleed. The sight made me want to throw up. I immediately ran back outside to tell Mason, but he wasn't there. I walked home that day with nothing but that horrific sight on my mind. I was completely zoned out the next day during classes. I tried to speak to Mason about what I saw, but he thought I was just being overprotective. Stop making up stuff, man. I'll be fine. When school was over, I saw Mason go into a class with Miss Valerie. I knew he told me not to be worried, but as the horrible scene from yesterday flooded into my mind, I knew I had to make sure nothing happened, and I decided to wait for him. I waited outside on the school grounds. The after-school class was meant to be for 30 minutes, so when it'd been an hour, I knew something was up. I decided to go inside and check. This time, I didn't peek as I rushed in to see if he was okay. And just like the day before, another horrific scene played out before me. But this time, it was much more worse. I saw Mason's deformed corpse propped up beside a table. His skull was broken open, and I saw a bloody Miss Valerie fiddling around in his head as she was shoving what seemed to be pieces of paper into his open head while saying, "You understand, don't you? You understand, don't you?" As she spoke to his bloody corpse, I looked to her left and I saw that there was a bloody bat lying on the floor. I could see blood splattered everywhere as it made the classroom look like a butcher's house. The scene made my tummy churn, and after taking it all in, that's when I began to scream. She quickly noticed me as she hadn't seen me standing there before. She then looked at me and said, "Oh, hi, Matt. I didn't see you there." As I looked at her, I realized that she spoke like everything was normal and like there wasn't a bloody corpse beside her. She continued with, "I'm just making sure your friend Mason here gets as much knowledge as possible." With that, she gestured to Mason's open skull that was now filled with bloody textbook pages. "You understand, don't you?" I began to back away, and that's when she began to scream. "Why don't you understand? Why, I understand." And that's when I replied, "You killed my friend, you sick psycho. I'm calling the cops." That's when I knew I made the wrong decision, as she slowly picked up the bat and said, "Then I'll make sure you understand too." I began to bolt to the door, but before I could reach it, she was already beside me, and with no hesitation, she struck me with a bat. I used my arm to shield my face, and once that bat landed on my arm, I felt my bone break. Ignoring the pain, I tackled her and we began to struggle. She was incredibly strong as she began to overpower me. I didn't want to hit her as I knew I couldn't hit a woman, but I also knew that if I didn't do anything, she was going to kill me the same way she had just killed Mason. I remember kicking her with all my strength, and the kick landed really hard. As I kicked her in the belly, the force of the kick threw her back as she hit her head on a shelf before falling to the floor. I could tell she wasn't moving, and the scene transfixed me for a moment as I thought I killed her. But without thinking, my feet began to run out of the classroom. I ran and I took out my phone to call the cops. They arrived quickly, but by the time we went to the class to see what had happened, all we met there was Mason's corpse in an empty, bloody classroom. A search was carried out on school premises, but Miss Valerie wasn't found. The cops then decided to check the school's surrounding premises. As I was being taken care of by the paramedics, all I could see was Mason's bloody corpse in my head as I began to cry. I told myself that even if Mason was a really mean and insufferable kid, he didn't deserve to die. I had to wear a cast for 2 months after that, as my arm was broken. The cops told the school Miss Valerie still couldn't be found, and the school was closed down for a while after that. I had to go to therapy because of the trauma, and I also had to transfer schools. I still remember Mason every single day, and I guess due to that memory, my relationship with teachers became really strained. Regardless, in the end, I realized that there aren't any bad professions in the world. There are just really bad people.
There are some moments in your life that still give you goosebumps when you think about it. Something like that happened to me during my school days. After 1.5 months of winter vacation, our school finally resumed. However, the school's management was entirely changed, along with teachers and other staff. The building was also renovated. Everything seemed new and different, but months passed by and strange things started to happen. Several school students started to go missing. One of them was Benjamin. He was a new student in our class, but he went missing after 2 or 3 days. No one knew what was happening, not even the investigators. There was no witness, evidence, or suspect. A few weeks passed by and our regular routine resumed. My best friend Oliver and I would have sleepovers every Friday. Our parents didn't even have to be informed because they knew that on Friday, either Oliver would be coming to my home or I would be going to his. Everything was going fine in our lives besides our studies, especially math. So our math teacher, who was also our coordinator, Miss Rebecca, asked us to stay after school for extra classes. Miss Rebecca was extremely strict. There was no way that we could deny her. Oliver and I were obliged to stay after school, but Miss Rebecca barely stayed after school to assist us in math. Instead, she asked us to stay in the library and complete our homework. Days passed by and it was finally Friday. I clearly remember that day because the day would change my and Oliver's lives forever. The weather wasn't the best. The sky looked seemingly dark from 2 p.m., and the wind was also blowing heavily. In no time, school was over. Everyone happily hurried back to their homes, besides Oliver and I. We headed towards the library for our extra class, but surprisingly enough, the library was locked. "That's odd," Oliver pointed out. So we went to the teacher's room, which was also locked. There had never been a day when the teacher's room was locked. Just then, Oliver suggested checking every room. As we did just that, we realized that there was no one in the building beside him and myself. We stayed in our classroom completing our homework, but it started to get extremely dark and quite scary. In no time, we packed our bags and left for home. But as we tried to push the main door, it felt stiff. "It's locked," Oliver said. My heart sank. There was no way that this could be. We both were traumatized. "The guard must have left early, thinking no one was inside the building," I told him. "We're doomed. How are we going to get out?" Oliver screamed in panic. We kept banging on the door and windows, but nothing helped. The windows were also tightly sealed for children's safety, so no matter how loud we yelled, no one could hear us from outside. We took deep, long breaths in order to calm ourselves down, but nothing was accommodating. The hallway was also getting extremely dark. Oliver quickly turned on the light, and we closely sat together thinking about how unlucky we got that day. Just then, I had to pee, so I went to the washroom. After I finished doing my thing, I turned on the tap and splashed water on my face. But suddenly, I felt like someone was behind me in the reflection. I washed my eyes again, but I felt like someone was there. My heartbeat increased as I carefully turned around. No one was there, but I was too terrified to stay there, so I ran towards Oliver, but he wasn't there. "Oliver? Oliver!" I began screaming. Yet, there was no reply. I was scared to death. "Got you!" Oliver laughed out loud. "You're crazy! I was terrified! You nearly killed me!" I yelled at him, feeling infuriated. Moments passed by and we were feeling quite comfortable sitting in the hallway. But, all of a sudden, the light started to flicker. In no time, it was pitch dark. Fear seemed to torment us in the darkness. Oliver fiddled around his bag, hoping to find a flashlight. Thankfully, he found it. For some reason, he always seemed to carry one. The yellow light from the flashlight illuminated the hallway. The feeling of fear subsided, but not for long. Suddenly, there was someone in front of us. We couldn't quite recognize the person, but we could tell he was staring at us. In no time, the sounds of his footsteps started increasing, and he approached closer and closer towards us. Our bodies trembled as we stood there numb. "Will you be my friend?" he whispered in a strange, uncanny voice. I could feel nothing but blind terror, so I grabbed Oliver's hand and began running upstairs. After a while, we stopped to catch our breath. Then, we slowly turned the flashlight behind to see if the guy was still behind us. Thankfully, he was no longer there. So, taking a deep breath of relief, we looked away. But he was right there in front of us, with a huge grin on his face. Thick red blood was oozing out of his mouth as his smile became wider than his face. In no time, I realized that it was Benjamin, the guy that had been missing. My hands became cold and clammy. "Run!" Oliver started yelling as he began running down the stairs. I followed him, but Benjamin also began to follow us. The loud stomping noise continued until we hid inside the classroom. Oliver turned off the flashlight as we hid underneath the teacher's table. The reflection of the moon from the window made it a little easier for us to look around. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed in front of the door. The footsteps became louder. Unexpectedly, Benjamin began weeping. "Am I not your friend? Why are you hiding from me?" He kept repeating those words louder and louder, then started laughing hysterically. His laughter echoed inside the room. I held Oliver's hand tightly and shut my eyes. "He left," Oliver whispered in my ears. When I opened my eyes, Benjamin had actually left, but there was a long trail of blood on the ground that was stinking like anything. "We need to run away from here. He won't spare us. Here, look out for him. I'll break the window," Oliver said. He started to pound on the window vigorously with a flashlight, while I constantly turned behind to check on Benjamin. In no time, the loud footsteps became audible. "Faster, Oliver! He's here with a sharp knife in his hand," I said to Oliver in a shaky voice. Fortunately, Oliver managed to break through the window and jumped out. Just as I was about to get out, Benjamin got hold of my leg and began dragging me towards him. Thankfully, Oliver pulled me and managed to get me out of the window. He saved my life that day. Without turning behind, we both ran as fast as we could. But suddenly, I noticed Miss Rebecca's car parked outside. "Oliver, look!" I pointed towards the car. Upon seeing the car, Oliver also stopped. "We need to save her," he said, and started panicking. We went inside the guard room and began dialing 911. The police said that they would arrive in a few minutes. Just then, my eyes landed upon the computer. I turned it on and began to check the CCTV footage. Only the CCTV in the main door was functional, so I started to rewind the clip. What I saw shook me to my core. From the footage, we could see Miss Rebecca locking the door from inside and hiding behind one of the classrooms, then glared at us in the hallway. Before the police could come inside, we informed them about everything prior on the phone. A group of policemen surrounded the school and caught Miss Rebecca. When they questioned her, we came to know that Miss Rebecca was behind all of the kidnappings. She had lost her son in a car accident that severely affected her mental state. So, since that day, she began tempted to kill boys of her son's age. She would kidnap students and kill them, later hiding away their remains in the school playground by digging a hole, because she was confident that no one would ever check the school playground. The police found the body remains of several boys, among which one of the body was also identified as Benjamin's. Those bodies were almost decayed, including Benjamin's. Shivers ran down our spine as it hit us that we had been chased by Benjamin's spirit. When the police pushed Rebecca inside the van, she stared at us and began laughing crazily. "I'll be coming back for you two." In no time, I noticed something move in the window. It was Benjamin. His lifeless eyes widened as his grin became wider than his face. Terror thundered down. I gulped and promised to never return back to that school ever again. This is a family tragedy that happened 3 years ago. My son Frank was 3 years old back then. I was living with my mom in our 2-story house. The neighborhood we lived in was quite safe. Even though a few cases of small robbery occurred, no huge crime ever took place. After dropping Frank at school, I usually went straight to work. My mom was on her own until we returned home. This was an everyday routine. Things were going well until one evening I came home and noticed tension on my mother's face. I asked her, "Is everything all right, Mom? You better return home early from now on, Shelly." Mrs. Brown was telling me that there's been a murder and a robbery in the next block. A woman was alone in that house when 2 robbers broke in and stabbed her to death. Today, when I was sitting on the house porch in the afternoon, I saw a mysterious-looking man. He was watching our house and standing on the other side of the street. I assured her that our neighborhood was safe, and she had nothing to fear about. Don't be so scared, Mom. All you have to do is call 911 if you ever see anything weird. Also, I'm just 1 call away. It wouldn't take much time for me to rush home. I knew she was still worried, but I needed that job badly. I thought of asking our neighbors about the mysterious man, but then thought my mom just got scared hearing about the murder at the next block. Our lives went on and I completely forgot about all of it. It was a Friday afternoon and I left for work early that day. I picked up Frank from school and brought some food for a family movie night. At around 3:30, I reached home. My hands were filled with plastic bags, so I asked Frank, "Ring the doorbell for me, honey. Grandma might be sleeping." "But Mom, the door's already open." I noticed that the door was slightly open. Frank ran inside and screamed, "Grandma, we're home! Where are you?" As soon as I got inside, I felt really weird. Something was very wrong with my own house. The house was in complete darkness, and there was a spine-chilling silence everywhere. "Mom, where are you? Mom!" I turned on the living room light. The furniture was scattered here and there. I ran to my mom's room and ended up screaming in horror. My mom was lying dead on the bed. Someone stabbed her brutally. The white sheets were covered in blood. I was so shocked and broken that I forgot Frank was standing right behind me. He was watching this horrifying scene with his innocent eyes. I took him in my arms and immediately we both broke into tears. I called the cops and they said our house was robbed and they murdered my mom, just like that woman from the next block. They even suspected both of these cases were done by the same criminals. The next few weeks were the toughest times of our lives, especially for Frank. He was very close to his grandmother. I locked my mom's room and started talking to real estate agents. I wanted to sell that house and move somewhere else as soon as possible. Every kid deals with the loss of a close one in their own way. Frank became awfully quiet. I thought to give him some time so that he could cope up in his own way. Also, I didn't dare make him relive those vicious memories by talking to him about his grandmother's sudden death. One day, I was on the way to pick up Frank after school. I was driving when my phone rang. It was Frank's principal. "Yes, Miss Carter, I'm on my way." "No, Shelly. There's been an issue. That's why I called you." "Why? What happened? Is everything all right?" "I don't want you to panic. Frank's been missing since recess. The cops are being informed now." "What? What the hell is going on? Where is my son?" "We'll talk more once you reach the school." Miss Carter then disconnected the call. My heartbeat became faster. I drove at full speed, and when I reached near the school, I saw cops patrolling the area. Miss Carter saw my car and came rushing towards me. "Where is Frank? What the hell is going on here?" "Shelly, please calm down. The cops are searching the woods behind the school. Our janitor saw him crossing the fence and entering the woods. We have no idea why he..." Suddenly, a cop said in a loud voice, "We found the kid! Hurry up!" We all ran. I was running like a wild horse. We all followed the cop until we reached near a big tree in the woods. Frank was lying unconscious on the ground. A cop lifted him onto his shoulder and we took him to the hospital. I stayed the entire night beside him, tears rolling down my cheeks. I don't remember when I dozed off. Mom? Where am I? I woke up hearing Frank's feeble voice. "Oh, my baby, how are you feeling?" "I'm thirsty." I poured him a glass of water and lifted him into my arms. Frank finished the water in one sip and said, "Where am I?" "You're in the hospital, sweetie." "Frank, why did you go into the woods during lunch break?" "She was calling me." "Who?" "Grandma." Drops of sweat appeared on my forehead. I felt goosebumps on my skin. "Frank, you're scaring me. You know Grandma is no more." Please don't make things up. But I'm not making it up, Mom. She was standing behind the fence, watching me. I was eating my lunch outside today when our eyes met. She was wearing that blue skirt you gave her. She called me, moving her hand, and started to walk into the woods. I couldn't help but follow her. I said, "Grandma, is that you?" But you were... She looked back at me and smiled. She then put her finger on her lips and told me to be quiet. She was walking away and I was following her. I could feel my hands going numb. I had no idea what my son was saying, but the way he spoke, I could feel he wasn't lying at all. I could see the fear in his eyes. What happened after that? I said nervously. We reached near a big tree and Grandma pointed to the ground. She was facing her back at me and all of a sudden my eyes went to her hand. There was blood. Her hands were filled with blood. I got scared and looked at her face and I saw... What? What did you see? Her insides were hanging out of her body. I don't like her anymore, Mom. I don't want to see her. She scares me. Frank broke into tears. I hugged him tightly and my heart dropped in my stomach. I didn't know what to do. After 2 days of observation, Frank got released from the hospital. I took a week off to care for him, but things didn't stop happening right away. Frank wanted to go back to school. I also didn't want to keep him home. I thought being among friends would take his mind away. But the next day, I received more shocking news. The school held a PTA meeting. After the meeting, I was talking to Miss Carter. Frank was standing right next to me. He was looking behind every now and then. There was a weird tension on his face. I followed his eyes and saw the empty hallway behind us. There was no one. I said in a low voice, "What is it, dear?" "I want to go home, Mom. Let's go home." "But why? I thought you wanted me to meet your friends. They're all waiting outside. Are you feeling sick?" Miss Carter went to attend another parent. I took Frank aside and asked in a low voice, "Frank, what's going on?" Frank looked at the empty hallway once again and whispered in a scared voice, She's doing it again, Mom. I'm scared of her now." My eyes went right to the hallway, but no one was there. "Is it Grandma?" "Uh-huh." "What is she doing right now?" "She's calling me again." I don't know what came to my mind. I grabbed his hand and said in a firm voice, "Follow her. I'm with you. I want to see the end of this." Frank started to walk and I followed him silently. We reached near the back door of the school. After crossing the fence, Frank again went into the woods. Within some time, we reached under the same big tree where he was found unconscious. He stopped. "Frank? What is it? What is she saying now?" But Frank was standing, still facing his back to me. I got close to him and touched his shoulder. He turned to me and I saw his eyes were red. His face looked scary. There was a crooked smile on his face that made him look horrifying. What happened next was beyond my imagination. Frank pointed at the ground under the tree and said in my mother's voice, "Shelly, tell them to dig here, Shelly. Tell them, now." I don't remember how I came home. Frank doesn't remember anything that happened at that moment either. A day later, the cops dug that area. I didn't tell them about my mom or anything, I just requested them to dig the place up. I told them that Frank saw someone burying something there, which is why he went inside the forest. After digging the ground, the cops found bloody murder weapons hidden underneath. The weapons were used to kill my mother and that other woman. The cops caught the 2 murderers who were robbing and killing people. Frank told me he saw his grandma one last time. He was playing on the school ground when his eyes went near the fence again. He said my mom was standing there with an affectionate smile on her face. She wasn't looking scary at all this time. She stood there smiling at him for a few seconds and vanished into the air. I hope her soul finally found peace. My name is Emma, and I'm currently 13 years old. This incident happened a few months back. and the impact is such that I have some serious trust issues. Everything was going perfectly alright, until one day I met a stranger on my way home. I generally walk home from school with my best friend Patrick. He lives right across the street near my house. We've been best friends since kindergarten, so he knows me more than anyone else. We were walking when I suddenly felt someone was watching us. We stopped to get ice cream on our way. I stood on the sidewalk and Patrick went to buy them from the ice cream truck parked in close distance. I was casually looking around. There were not many people on the road. There was a clothing store on the opposite side of the road, and a pretty red gown was peeking behind the glass window. I was fancying it when suddenly my eyes went to a car parked on the same side. It was a dusty, old car. A man was sitting in the driver's seat and watching me. He had a piercing stare that started to creep me out. The way he looked, it felt like you could see through me. But what he did next was even more disturbing. He took out his binoculars and started to check me through it. I couldn't stand there anymore and immediately called out Patrick. "Pat, are you done?" "Yeah, here's your chocolate cone." "Okay, cool. Let's go." Without wasting a single second more, I pulled his hand and walked away. I didn't tell him anything about this creep because we all know that there are plenty of people like that in this world. It's best to ignore them. At least, that's what I thought. The next day on my way to school, I saw that man again. This time, he followed me all the way. I knew he couldn't do anything wrong in the broad daylight. I almost ran inside when I saw the school gate. I couldn't concentrate on class the entire day. During lunch, Patrick and I were wandering around the school grounds. "Hey, is everything all right, Emma? You look tense. If I tell you something, will you believe me?" "Of course. What is it?" "You remember that day we stopped to get ice cream on our way home, right?" "Yeah. Why?" "A man has been stalking me since that day. This morning, he followed me to school." "You should tell your parents then." "Right. You know how controlling they are. If I tell them about this creepy stalker, I'll lose the minimum freedom they've given me." "So, what do you want to do?" "I don't know yet, but I have to wait a few days more to be sure about this creepy guy." My parents are control freaks when it comes to leaving their daughter on her own. My dad never lets me go to a sleepover or to a friend's house without getting all the details. The only reason they let me walk home with Patrick is that he's been my friend for a really long time now. Anyways, I didn't want to make a scene risking my freedom without making sure the stranger actually had some purpose. Surprisingly, that day, I didn't see the man on my way home. I came home with a relief that he might have left. I finished dinner and went to sleep with a peaceful mind. I don't exactly remember the time, but I heard a rustling sound outside my room window. I slept in the left bedroom downstairs. At first, I ignored the sound, but slowly the sound grew louder. I got up and slowly walked to my window to peek outside. I slid open the curtain a little bit and saw no one was outside. The streets were completely empty. I blamed it on my hyperactive mind and went back to sleep. I might have closed my eyes for half an hour when I started hearing footsteps inside my room. I opened my sleepy eyes and it took some time to adjust my vision with the darkness inside the room. But as I did, my heart stopped in fear. I saw a man standing near my dressing table and going through my stuff. The window was half open, which implied he got inside from there. I wanted to scream, but I was so scared that no voice came out of my mouth. The man was searching for something, and he wasn't aware that I was watching him. Who are you?" As soon as I said that, the man sprinted out of the room through the window and ran away. I couldn't sleep the entire night. Next morning, I told my dad. He disciplined me for not telling him earlier. Though I didn't see his face, I was sure it was the same creep. Another mysterious thing that I discovered was my comb went missing right after that night. What kind of psycho man is this, sneaking into a 13-year-old's bedroom and stealing her stuff? I eventually stopped going out alone. My dad dropped me off at school and my mom picked me up. I saw that man following our car several times, but due to my parents' presence, he couldn't come near me or stay longer to stalk my every move like earlier. A week went by and I didn't see that man. This memory was starting to fade away. It was a Saturday night and I went to watch a movie with my parents. I drank a lot of Coke and had to go to the washroom in the middle of the movie. I got up and started to walk down the long corridor of the movie hall. There was no one at that time. I went to the washroom and got inside to do my business. As I was doing my thing, I heard the main washroom door squeaking open. I mean, it's a public toilet, hence anyone can come in. I came out and washed my hands, and suddenly, my eyes went to all the washrooms, and I found that all of them were wide open and empty. My heartbeat got faster, because deep down somewhere, I felt something bad was coming my way. I hurried to the main door to get out, when someone grabbed my hand. I turned back and saw it was that creep. He pressed his one hand on my mouth so that I couldn't scream. He watched me thoroughly and said, "Emma, do not go back to your parents. They aren't your real parents. Cops are standing outside waiting to arrest them. You must believe me. Your real parents have appointed me to find you. I'm a detective. I've been on the search for 4 months now." My hands went numb and my legs froze on the floor. What the hell was he saying? He then said in a lower voice, "I'm going to remove my hand now, but promise me you won't scream. Just give me a minute to give you the evidence to prove what I'm saying is true." I blinked my eyes, gesturing yes. He then released my hand and gave me a card. "This is my card, Emma. I'm working with the state police." I saw the card. It read, "I've taken your DNA from those stranded hair samples on your comb. You must come with me to the cops." That night, my entire life changed. I found out that I was living in a big lie. The story unfolded that I was a newborn. My fake parents stole me from the maternity ward, and my real parents could do nothing but sob in my memory. They appointed this man Jonathan to find me. Somehow, he found traces of my parents and saw me on my way to school. To be absolutely sure, he stole my comb that night, and my DNA came out to be a perfect match. I'm now in this new house with new and real parents. I now know why my unreal parents were so protective of me since childhood. They knew all this time and never told me. I can't just suddenly accept these new parents because the last 13 years I was raised by a pair whom I loved as my parents. Be it fake, but I still called him my dad and her my mom. I can't help but to cry on my fate. I don't know how to cope with this situation. I'm going to see them tomorrow in the state prison. They're standing trial for the charge of abduction, but I have not a single complaint against them. The amount of love and care they showed me can never be erased from my heart. God, what have you done to my life?
You are my savior. Please save me. These men, they'll trap me. They'll kill me. Only you can help me.
I was awakened, out of breath on my couch. Another one of those nightmares. Who was she? And why was I having these nightmares? Recollecting my thoughts, I looked at the clock. It was 7 p.m. and Maggie wasn't here. Maggie and I had planned a dinner date to sort out the conflicts in our relationship. The bell rang and I rushed towards the door, my heart thumping furiously. How will this night end? I thought to myself, because lately it had been ending in fights. I pulled open the door, but to my surprise, it wasn't her. Rather, it was a nun. Yes, a nun. Sorry for not describing it earlier, but I live in Ireland. There was a famous covenant right across the banks, 2 neighbors away from mine. But still, a nun at my house? At this hour of the day? Why was she here? What did she need? I had so many questions. "Can I help you?" I inquired. She was wearing a habit, but her head was bigger than normal, and she was looking down. "Pardon me, but do you need anything?" I questioned again, with slightly raising my voice. After a minute or two of complete silence, she picked her head up, and then I saw a beautiful pair of eyes. Ones that could enchant a man. Any man, but not me. I'd seen them before. I did. But where? After a pause, her glare notched down and she stared at me with confusion, as if she expected a different reaction from me. I questioned once again, "Are you lost?" "I'm sorry, but the Covenant is 2 neighborhoods away." Her facial expression shifted, and her euphoria settled down. Before I could say something else, she turned around and walked away. But right before exiting our front yard, her habit was brought down slightly by the wind, and I think I saw a horn and an ear similar to that of a deer. I thought I was hallucinating. Did I just see a fawn? Or was it a ghost? She collected herself hastily and scurried away. Adding to my misery, the stones that bordered my front yard had decayed somehow. Who was she? I wanted to inquire, but dropped the idea given that Maggie would be here any minute, and I didn't want to ruin our date night. Well, that was strange, I thought to myself. If it had been Halloween, I'm sure I'd be spooked by this behavior. I closed the door behind me and barely made a few steps, when I heard the thud on the door. I got furious and scared at the same time. What does she want? I reached for the door and opened it. I was about to yell at her at the top of my lungs, only to find out it wasn't her. Instead, it was Mags. My Mags. I welcomed her in and sat her down at the dinner table. She seemed uneasy, which was new to me, because she was always at home with me. After having dinner, she complimented my cooking, and then it was happening again. The same phone, the same ignorance, and a long silence. Nothing to talk about. "How was your day?" I asked, taking her hand, which she pulled away almost immediately. "It was all right, the usual." I waited a minute or two before talking about how toxic it was getting for me. "Maggie, can you please put the phone down for a bit?" I said calmly, not to make her furious. She seemed unconcerned. I took the phone from her hands and put it down. "Can you please, once, just listen to me with all of your attention?" I begged her, and my voice got a little shaky. "Okay, if this is how you want it to end." End? I couldn't stand the echo of that word. I could feel my heart beating faster. Is she leaving me? What end? I asked, almost furiously. "This relationship. Us," she replied, ignorantly. "But I'm in love with you. I would do anything to save you or this relationship." I could feel the tears build up inside me. All at once, she stood to leave for her home, and in a sarcastic tone shouted, "I never asked you to!" Of course, she never did. I was the one who fell in love, not her. I was the nerd who still read mythologies and believed in them, and she was the lady who loved modern world and glam life. It was never meant to work out between us. My friends had always told me that it was getting toxic, but they could never understand how madly in love I was with Maggie. I couldn't control myself, but I had to. While I was dwelling in the deepest of sorrow and misery, John, who was one of my friends, called me. He sounded completely out of breath and asked me to rush to Tony's house, also a friend of mine. I could sense the sheer panic with which he had talked. Something was wrong. When I was a few blocks away from Tony's house, I could hear the cacophony. I couldn't resist but run as fast as I could. 3 houses away from John, a person came out of the bush and bumped into me. I turned around to have a momentary glance, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was the same nun, but her habit was off this time, and her head was now fully exposed. She was not human. She was indeed a fawn. With an average height and slender body, she had the most undulant features, possessing antlers, hooved feet, and a short tail reminiscent of common reindeer. I rubbed my eyes because I couldn't believe that this weird creature was standing right in front of me. Although, I could never call it hideous, because even with the abnormalities, she was beautiful. I grabbed her hand and realized that she had signs of bed sores on her hands and arms. She pulled her hand in pain and ran. I wanted to chase her, but she ran off and I didn't bother because the voices of Tony's house were getting louder. I reached the house and I guess a party was going on, but now it had turned into a horrible night. It was a complete mess. Some guys at the party were trying to hold other men who were completely out of their control. These men seemed like zombies trying to chase something or someone. I looked for John and found him near the front door. "What happened?" I asked hastily. "John, what's going on here?" I could see him shiver. "She's the culprit behind this." "Who is?" I screamed. "The fawn that I captured when I went out hunting today. How can she do all this? She's barely capable of holding herself together," I questioned. "It's not her, it's her eyes. She's an enchantress. Although her features are enough to affirm this, but her eyes, they have the magic. All these guys getting lunatic is because they made eye contact with her." And then it dawned on me. She was the lady from my nightmare, and these were the men she wanted to get away from. And as she said, only I could help her. How didn't I realize this? "I should have let her go," John said angrily. "She didn't belong here anyway. That little succubus." I got furious hearing those words for her. She didn't deserve it. She was so innocent and lost. But I had to find her and protect her at all cost. I tried to connect the dots. I had always read about the SCP, those mysterious creatures that lived among us. So I immediately called the SCP Foundation and informed them about the incident. A team of force arrived at the party and injected the victims with some solutions, most possibly the amnestic. I still remember vividly that her presence had caused the stones around her to decay, and every phone that tried to capture her grew an odd plant out of its camera. So much was her power against objects around her. Later, it was revealed that she was designated as SCP-166. The day she came back to my house was the day she had escaped from her containment and tried to come back to her old home, the Covenant, to find the truth about herself. In search of the Covenant, she first reached out to me so I could safely guide her to her home. But given the fact that I didn't recognize her, she was disappointed and left on her own. Later, she was captured by John because of her reindeer-like features, but things didn't go okay since she left the party in chaos. Although she was successfully taken back to her containment, there was still one thought that kept me awake at night. If she could enchant every guy to fall in love with her to the point of obsession, then why not me? "You're late, Daniel," Dr. Buchanan said. Daniel stood outside the lab with an awkward face. He just joined the Foundation as a trainee. "It won't happen next time, Dr. Buchanan." "Huh, it better not." Dr. Buchanan gave Daniel a warning stare and began his demonstration. Daniel on the second last table of the lab. Everyone was listening to Dr. Buchanan attentively, but Daniel was very distracted today. He looked outside the window. The deep woods and tall mountains make him feel too far from home. This secret foundation has chosen a real secluded spot for its research and experiments. People here are always living in high alert mode. One wrong step and death will be your end. This high-profile yet secretive foundation has managed to contain evil in its actual mean. There were many more cases of violence and death caused by the creature residing in this very foundation. God knows what will happen if any of them sets free. No doubt, it was too much for Daniel to take in just one night. So far, he thought he was being part of a scientific research lab, but he never knew that he was unknowingly being a part of the most dangerous organization in the world, which people hardly knew about. I hope you started on your research paper, Daniel. I won't delay the deadline this time. Daniel looked at Dr. Buchanan and replied, yeah, I'll submit on time this time. Among every people here, Dr. Buchanan is the most difficult one to impress. Daniel has a gut feeling that this man hates him. Daniel came out of the lab. Miranda was standing in the hallway, talking to some other colleagues. She almost rushed towards Daniel and said,
Where were you? You were supposed to meet me in the morning.
Daniel had completely forgot. Oh, I'm sorry, Miranda, I forgot. I'm a bit distracted since last night.
Why? Is everything okay? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just the pressure of work, I guess, Daniel said, giving a fake smile. Miranda guessed something was off with him today. She tried to cheer him up, saying,
Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. I'm extremely hungry.
Both of them started to walk towards the cafeteria. Daniel was walking quietly, while Miranda kept talking. Suddenly, Daniel said in a hesitant voice, Did you know this place holds lots of dark secrets?
Come on, Daniel. This is a scientific research facility. Science will always have its dark secrets.
Daniel replied, No, that's not what I'm trying to say. You do know that this foundation has contained many dangerous specimens that can demolish humanity, right? Miranda looked around and said,
Did you know that today a new specimen is going to arrive? I've heard it's so violent and dangerous. They'll be bringing it here during midnight.
What kind of specimen?
SCP-173.
What kind of specimen is that?
You'll find everything in the database. You do know how to hack it, right?
Miranda laughed and walked into the cafeteria. Did she just tell me to hack the system? Daniel thought to himself. Everyone was busy having lunch. Daniel realized that this was the ideal time. He quickly walked towards the computer lab. There were only 2 people in the lab, and they were sitting at some distance. Daniel sat in front of a computer and started to hack the database. After 20 minutes, he managed to step inside the database. Everything this facility owns has a record in this database. Daniel searched SCP-173. A page opened with a bizarre image. SCP-173 looked like a huge sculpture, but with a distorted face. The first paragraph about this specimen read, Item, SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. An immediate question popped into Daniel's mind. What happens when eye contact has been broken with SCP-173? But the last paragraph answered his question immediately. It read, Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter the container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. The object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull, or by strangulation. My God, what is this foundation up to? The entire day, Daniel kept thinking about SCP-173. He was terrified with his description, but at the same time, he was feeling curious as well. 2 days went by, and Daniel kept roaming around the facility. He knew SCP-173 is here now. The tight security of the facility is signifying that only. Dr. Buchanan came to class late that day. Everyone was submitting their research paper, just when Daniel noticed he had forgotten his file at home. He walked up to Dr. Buchanan and said, Hey, I forgot my file at home. Can I submit it tomorrow? You think I'm stupid, Daniel. I told you I am not going to extend the deadline this time. But I'm not asking you to extend the deadline. I've already finished it, I just forgot it at home. I'll submit it tomorrow. But Dr. Buchanan didn't listen to Daniel's words. He struck some points from Daniel's performance chart and said, "The more it will take you to submit the file, the more points you will lose, Daniel. Rules are rules." Daniel came out of the class with a furious face. Dr. Buchanan wanted to punish him for no reason. This guy is always looking for ways to make Daniel's life complicated. Anger brings vengeance, and this is what led Daniel to become someone that he is not. That evening, before leaving the facility, Daniel hacked the database one more time. He found out SCP-173 was kept in the second basement, and Dr. Buchanan is in charge of its containment. He came home, took a shower, and made his master plan. It's time to teach Buchanan a lesson. Around midnight, Daniel started from his house. He reached the facility and very carefully and silently snuck into basement 2. He stood in front of the corridor and saw 2 security guards standing outside the containment cell of SCP-173. The security room stood on his left. Another guy was sitting in the room and watching SCP-173. Daniel tiptoed inside, and before the guy could turn around, he knocked him out. He noticed SCP-173 moving around the cell. The creature was standing near the door and secretly waiting for a single chance to get out and set free. He called Dr. Buchanan from the security room and said, "Hurry up, doctor. You must come soon. SCP-173 is showing new signs in its behavior. The security has entered its cell and maintaining eye contact. You must hurry up now," and disconnected the call. Daniel then dressed in a lab coat and wore a protective mask to hide his face. He then walked to the security guard standing outside and said, "You can all be released now. Dr. Buchanan will be here with his team. We're going to run some experiments on SCP-173. The guards looked at each other in suspicion. "If you want, you can confirm by calling Dr. Buchanan yourself," Daniel said. One of the guards dialed Dr. Buchanan's number. "Hello, Dr. Buchanan. Are you coming?" Dr. Buchanan replied in an excited tone. Yes, I am almost near the facility." The guards then walked away, leaving Daniel in front of the containment cell alone. Daniel's plan worked out. All he had to do now was wait for Buchanan to arrive. After 5 minutes, Dr. Buchanan came rushing down the corridor. "Where is everyone?" he asked. Daniel replied in a serious voice. "Everyone is waiting for you inside, Doctor. Would you like to go in?" Dr. Buchanan replied, "Okay, but how many people are keeping eye contact with SCP-173? Daniel replied, 3 personnel are there already. You will be the 4th one to enter." Dr. Buchanan was so excited that he forgot to ask for ID proof or any detail of the man telling him all this. He had no idea what was waiting for him inside the door. "Come on, Doctor. Everyone is waiting for you inside," Daniel said in the same fake voice. Dr. Buchanan opened the containment cell with his key. It's a rule to lock the containment cell, even if there are people inside. Under no circumstances, these creatures can be left unlocked. Without a single doubt, Dr. Buchanan opened the door and quickly stepped in. Daniel didn't waste a single second, as he saw the sculpture running at Dr. Buchanan in full speed. "But you said... Oh my God, where is everyone? Open the door! Open!" Dr. Buchanan didn't have to wait longer. He could scream only once, and then the sound of his neck being snapped took place. This door locks itself from the outside, so Daniel walked out of the facility in that disguise and slept peacefully that night. The next morning, the entire facility shook in fear. Dr. Buchanan's body was seen lying inside the containment cell through the CCTV camera. The guards reported that Dr. Buchanan came to do some experiments with his team, but it seemed like he came alone. People at the facility still can't figure out how Dr. Buchanan became so desperate to examine the SCP-173 that he entered its cell all by himself. People are calling him mad, but the security guy is reported being knocked out by someone. But it seemed Dr. Buchanan entered the cell willingly. He unlocked the door and entered inside the cell. The key was in his pocket the entire time. Then what exactly happened to him? This happened to me recently. I live in a suburb with my wife, Kiara, and my son, Matthew, nicknamed Matt. We recently moved here and hardly know people in the neighborhood. I worked in consumer services and my job often landed me in different places, staying away from home. My wife is a yoga teacher, and she recently started online classes. Our son, Matt, is a toddler, hence one of us must stay around for him all the time. My wife is a very strong woman, and I believe every woman is, but this one incident gave me an actual realization that she is our guardian angel. Due to the excess pressure at work, I wasn't able to spend enough time with my family. This messed up work routine got to me, and one day I decided to leave the job and start working on my own. I developed a website to create a perfect work-from-home environment. I ordered machinery and some tech stuff online. One fine morning, I got a call from the delivery guy that my orders are arriving today. I stood at the house porch and waited for the truck to arrive. While I was standing there, certainly on my property, I heard a man yell at me. "Hey you! What do you think you're doing, huh?" I'm sorry, but what? "I saw you looking at my house. You don't give a damn about people's privacy, it seems." "What? I'm standing on my house porch and I have no interest in your house, mister. Why don't you just relax?" "You're new here. That's why you don't know me. No one messes with me." "Well, people have jobs unlike you, idiot." The delivery truck came and dropped off my packages. I picked them up and went inside without paying any more attention to that man. But I noticed his furious face checking me out like a vulture. Kiara came to help me and said, "Who were you talking to? Seems like we have a good-for-nothing neighbor. What a piece of shit." "Relax, hun. We just moved in. Once everyone starts to know us, I'm sure they'll like us. Just give it some time." But something in my heart kept telling me this man won't stop right there. One evening, I was playing with my son sitting in our living room. Kiara went out to get some groceries. After 10 to 15 minutes, I heard her car pulling in our driveway. But she didn't enter the house. I thought she needed help with the bags, but as soon as I came out, I found the car door wide open, and Kiara wasn't there. "Kiara? Where are you?" "I'm over here, honey. I'm at the back." I went there and saw she was inspecting our back door and windows. "What are you doing here?" "I was parking the car when I saw this man coming from our backyard. I couldn't see his face, but as soon as he saw me, he ran away like a criminal. I think he was trying to get inside from this back door." It could have been anyone, a homeless man or some passerby, but I don't know why I felt it was our psycho neighbor. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I woke up randomly thinking someone was trying to get into our house. My paranoia went to such a level that I started to walk around the house at night, checking every window and door. A week passed by and things started to get back to normal. I casually went out for a walk one Sunday afternoon. Kiara took Matt to her mother's house and I was feeling bored. I was walking down the lakeside and admiring the view when suddenly a hand grabbed my shoulder. I turned back immediately and saw a man in his late 50s standing behind me with a greeting smile. "Hi, I'm Erickson. You must be the new member in town." "Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm David." Mr. Erickson took me to his farm nearby, and I had a couple of beers with him. He's the first person in this town who came and talked to me. I liked him for his welcoming nature and thought to ask him about the crazy neighbor guy. As soon as I mentioned him, I saw Mr. Erickson's face was getting worried. "Well, David, I wouldn't mess with a guy like that if I was you. He's pretty reckless, you know." "Why? Who is this freak?" "His name's Marshall. He has a bad reputation around here. Some say he got away with a murder, and some say he did prison for 10 years under the charges of burglary, theft, and drug dealing. Some people saw him carrying a gun as well. It's better to avoid people like that." While coming home, my eyes went to Marshall's house. He was mowing his lawn. He looked at me at that very moment, and our eyes met. He gave me a cold death stare, and I regretted calling him an idiot that day. When Kiara returned, I told her everything about Marshall. She noticed my paranoia, and I think I kinda scared her too. We both decided to set up security cameras at our main door and back door, but never thought it would save our lives. After finishing our dinner, we all went to bed. I drank too much wine that night, hence, I fell asleep immediately. I don't remember exactly the time that I woke up hearing a noise. I was still feeling drunk, so I called out to my wife. Kiara, do you hear the noise?
What noise?
Is it raining outside?
No, why?
Then where is the splashing sound coming from?
I'll go check. Might have left a tap open.
Kiara went to check and I was dozing off again when she pushed me vigorously and said,
David, get up! Get up!
Why? What's going on?
That crazy guy, Marshall, he's splashing water on our back door.
As soon as I heard Marshall's name, I sprung out of bed. I got so furious that I decided to end this for once and all. I walked to the back door to kick his ass, but as soon as I reached near the door, I smelled something. Water-like liquid was all over the back door, and some even floated inside the house. Except, it wasn't water at all.
Oh my God, he's trying to burn the house down!
We turned on the security monitor and saw that he was splashing gallons of gasoline on our back door. I immediately called 911, but I knew he was going to light the fire soon, and my entire family would burn alive. I opened the back door and Marshall was shocked, finding me face to face. I went to throw a punch on him, but I was too drunk, and he pushed me on the wall hard. He turned around to run away and found Kiara standing behind him. Before he could hurt her, Kiara kicked him in the nuts and punched him in the face. Marshall fell to the ground in pain. We screamed, and people in our neighborhood came out. The cops took Marshall into custody, and now he's rotting in prison for his devilish deeds. I'm proud of my wife, and she didn't just defeat a notorious criminal, but also saved her entire family. This is Richard. He is the calmest patient of this asylum. He does nothing except stare out of a window. It's been 2 years now, and he hasn't spoken. No one knows what happened to him. He was shifted here directly from the hospital. The doctors at the hospital said Richard was found unconscious on the side of the road. He was heavily wounded and was bleeding terribly from a serious head injury. A generous man took him in his car and brought him to the nearby hospital. The doctors at the hospital managed to save his life, but Richard didn't say a single word. They found out his whereabouts from the cops. One thing is sure, that none of them knows how a renowned scientist ended up in a mental asylum. What happened to him? 3 years back, Richard was a completely healthy and happy man. After finishing his college degrees, he took a job as a junior researcher in Canada. He worked there for 2 years and did quite good for himself. He received acclamation for his notable contribution to medical science and bought himself a house in North Carolina. Richard stayed here during his graduation days. He joined as a lecturer in his very own university in North Carolina. Life settled for him. Every day, he woke up, made himself breakfast, and then drove to the university. It's a 15 to 20 minute drive to the university from Richard's house. His class continued till 5 p.m. at the university, and after that, Richard worked on his research papers at the university lab. The work pressure was so much that Richard never had the time to feel lonely. One night, Richard was driving home after work. He was feeling exhausted and tired. All he wanted was to reach home and lie down on the bed. The road was empty. Huge trees stood at the side of the roads. The shadow of the trees, combined with the dim streetlight, made the night darker. The bright headlights of Richard's car showed him the way. Richard looked at his watch. It was 10:30. He was used to driving home late at night. Richard rolled down his car windows and cool air touched his face, giving him some refreshment. He was thinking to turn on the speaker, just when his eyes went to the left side of the road. Why is she walking alone in the middle of nowhere at this hour of the night? Richard thought to himself. He slowed down the car and went close to her. "Hello, miss. Is everything all right?" The girl didn't reply. She didn't even turn back once. She just kept walking, like before. Miss? Do you need a ride?"
"How far will you go?"
Well, my house is 10 minutes from here. Where are you going? To my house. It's near the lake at the end of the road. I will take the left turn ahead. Richard realized that this girl was going in the opposite direction of his house, but out of concern for a girl walking alone late at night, he said, I don't mind dropping you off, miss, if you're okay with that. The girl turned around. Her eyes were wide and bright. She had a beautiful face, but her skin looked so pale. There was a painful expression on her face, as if she forgot to smile forever. She didn't sit beside Richard. She walked to the other side of the car and sat in the back seat. Richard felt a bit insulted by her behavior, but then he thought that she might be feeling scared. Richard started his car without wasting any time. He will drop her and then head home. The girl was sitting quietly. She's just too quiet, Richard realized. The girl took off her red jacket. Richard rolled up the window and turned on the car AC for comfort. It gets extremely hot in summer in North Carolina. Take the left turn, the girl said in the same soft voice. Richard took the turn and kept driving ahead. He knew she would let him know once they reached near her house. After driving for 5 minutes in pin-drop silence, Richard decided to speak up. So, you live with your family, miss? He asked. Just me and my mom. I see. So, what do you do? Are you a student? I was, the girl replied. It was becoming tough to make conversation with this girl because she showed no enthusiasm in talking to Richard. Hence, the awkward silence once again took place in the car. But the silence didn't stay long this time. Richard was driving on the empty road with no one around. Suddenly, they came in front of an old cemetery, and the girl's behavior changed drastically. She started to scratch the car window with her nails while screaming violently. It was as if she was dying to get out of the car. What's wrong? Why are you screaming like that? Open! Let me out! Let me out! What the hell? Richard unlocked the car door. The girl almost bolted out of the car and ran inside the graveyard. Richard's heart was beating like a drum. He had no idea what just happened. Richard came out of the car. Miss? Miss, where are you? He called out for that girl, but she was nowhere to be seen. It felt as if she disappeared into the darkness of the night. Hopelessly, Richard got into his car again and returned home. He was about to get out of the car when he noticed a red jacket lying on the back seat. This must be the girl's jacket. Richard decided to visit her house the next morning and return her jacket. He needs to check out on her. Richard took a shower and finished his dinner. The entire night, he couldn't help but think about that girl. Don't know why, but she seemed so familiar to Richard. While thinking all of this, Richard fell asleep. When he woke up, sunlight was flooding into his bedroom. He got ready, and he decided to drop by the girl's house after work today. Richard took the red jacket and started the car engine. The same road that was appearing spooky at night is now standing like an artist's landscape. Richard finished his work after class and left for the girl's house. When Richard saw the lake at the end, he realized the girl's house is not far. The moonlight made the lake water glitter in the dark. After 2 to 3 minutes, he saw a small wooden house on his left. The house looked quite old. With hesitation, Richard rang the doorbell. A few minutes went by, but no response came. He again rang the doorbell. This time, he heard slow footsteps approaching the door. A feeble old woman opened the main door. She seemed old, but her face looked older from sorrow and pain, just like the face of that girl from last night. Ma'am, my name is Richard. I gave your daughter a lift last night while she was coming home. I would have dropped her home, but she got off near the cemetery without saying why. She even forgot her jacket in my car. I hope she got home safely last night. I just came to give her jacket. If you can... Ma'am? What's wrong? Is your daughter all right? This can't be my daughter's jacket. There's no way that she could ask for a lift. Why not? It's been 7 years since my daughter was found dead in that cemetery.
Some monster gouged her eyes and cut out her heart. She died a horrible death. My poor Lydia.
The woman broke down into tears, holding the main door. Richard noticed a big photograph hanging on the wall nearby. The same girl from last night was in the photograph, except she was standing in front of the science lab of North Carolina University. Oh my God, it was her. Richard stumbled back to his car. He remembered her. The car took up speed as Richard pressed the accelerator hard. Richard remembered this girl. It all happened during his college days. One night, Richard was wandering around, being all high in the graveyard. He took a challenge proving that there was no such thing as ghosts. He thought he was the only one around in the cemetery, but suddenly, he heard a girl screaming at the top of her lungs. He followed the screams and found 3 people torturing a girl. Richard hid behind a bush and watched those men conduct a satanic ritual at that hour. At the end of the ritual, Richard saw those men sacrificing the girl and attempting to take her life. Richard was extremely scared. He ran away that night. When the cops discovered the girl's body, Richard kept his mouth sealed, even after seeing those men who murdered her. Richard kept quiet to save himself from trouble. He behaved like a coward, and maybe this is why Lydia came to take her final revenge that night. After meeting Lydia's mother, Richard was rushing home. He was out of his mind. He couldn't believe he gave a lift to a dead girl last night. A sense of guilt mixed with fear numbed Richard's mind. He was almost near the turn when the same girl from last night came running towards his car from the bushes. Her eyes were hollow. There were no eyeballs in them. There was a big hole in her chest where her heart should have been.
You could have saved me! You could have saved me!
Richard screamed with seeing this vicious figure.
Ah!
And drove his car into a nearby tree. He hit his head, but somehow dragged himself out of that car and started to run on the road. He didn't look back. He was scared, as he thought the girl might be following him. Still, he fainted on the road that night after running for some time. It's been 3 years since. Richard hasn't spoken a single word. But today, Richard heard 2 investigators talking to a man. They were standing near his room. The man was saying, "The Foundation has named her SCP-1337, the Vanishing Hitchhiker. We're still researching about her. There's a lot more we don't know yet. But the tough part is to find out how did she end up being like this." Should Richard tell them how? Or is it too late already? Yes, sir. I'll be there, sir. Yes, first thing in the morning. Chris disconnected the call and took a deep breath. What happened now? Martha asked. Chris finished the last layer of coffee and said in a serious voice, "A new case has come up. I gotta go investigate the matter. General's telling me that it's urgent." So, when are you leaving? Martha asked. Martha and Chris have been married for 4 years now. She is well aware of the word urgent when it comes from the General. Chris works with the SCP Foundation that operates dangerous creatures and contains them to save mankind. Martha knows it all, and that's why she never asks more than she should. She is well aware of these highly secretive projects. Chris smiled and said, "I'm glad I found you. No one would have understood me better than you." The next morning, Chris took the first flight. As soon as he reached the airport, he saw an official waiting for him near the exit gate. He knows the guy. His name is Charles. In the SCP Foundation, everyone is familiar with each other. "Welcome, sir. How was your flight?" "It was good. Tell me, Charles, how many students died in the last 4 days?" "2, sir. But we haven't managed to find their bodies because none of our people managed to reach the end of it." "I see. Did you seal the door?" "Absolutely, sir. Everyone in the university is already terrified." It should be. Chris got inside the car. Charles sat right next to him and gestured to the driver to begin. Long, winding mountain roads made the journey quite pleasant, but Chris was too worried to enjoy the view. "Did you interview the campus staff?" "No, sir. We were waiting for you only." "Okay. Once we reach, this will be our first job. Yes, sir. No, there hasn't been any strike of a serial killer or abduction of any sort. The university of this area is going through a weird but intimidating danger. There have been incidents of people disappearing in the university building. So far, 2 students have disappeared, and surprisingly, both of them were last seen taking the abandoned basement stairs at the old building. Chris has come to investigate this mysterious staircase that people take and never return. This is so far the most unique phenomenon observed by the SCP Foundation. Students or any working person of the university are terrified to go to the old building, which is also the main building of the campus. At around 11 a.m., they reached near the university gate. The campus was strictly maintained by SCP personnel. As soon as Chris got down from the car, a crew member came rushing towards them. "Sir, the university janitor, Mr. Brown, has gone missing since morning. The librarian is saying she saw him early morning. He said he was going to work the old building." "Charles, you told me you sealed the door." "Yes, sir. We did. Then how did another person go missing? Your carelessness has now taken one more life. Idiots!" Chris ran towards the old building. The 2 crew members, along with Charles, followed him immediately. As they reached the door, they saw the seal was broken and the door unlocked. Another crew member locked the door immediately, and within an hour, the entire building was sealed. Chris gathered everyone in the campus ground and said, "Everyone listen carefully. The old building is now out of reach for any general personnel except SCP Foundation. No one, I repeat, no one should go near that building without my permission. From tomorrow onwards, no one should be seen in this campus. All of your classes and sessions will be conducted in the new building. Your principal, Miss Rose, will share all the class details. Your life could be in danger if you do not listen and obey my instructions. It is extremely terrifying to imagine how 2 young students and a perfectly healthy man, Mr. Brown, disappeared near the basement staircase of the old building. I would like to conduct interviews with all the people who can offer useful information. Please step forward and help us find out what exactly happened with 3 people." The students started to walk towards the new building. "Charles, take me to the principal's office," Chris said. Miss Rose was sitting in her office with a frightened face. "May I come in?" "Yes, please have a seat, Mr. Smith." "You can call me Chris." "Okay, Chris. You have to help me. The trustees are going mad over the student's mysterious disappearance. And now the janitor. I'm out of my mind. What the hell is going on here?" "If you want us to help you, you're gonna have to calm down and tell me everything you know about this staircase." Miss Rose drank water from the glass and took a deep breath and said, "What do you want to know?" "How long has this old building been in use?" Chris asked. "The old building was closed for the last 10 years. We were using the new building only. But due to the increased number of students, the trustees decided to renovate the old building and shift some classes there. It's been 3 months since we started using that building. Everything was going fine. I don't know how this all started." Miss Rose's face was filled with tension and worry. "Who uses the basement area?" Chris said. Miss Rose took a pause to think, and then said, "Actually, no one uses the basement. In fact, no one exactly knows how the basement looks. None of us have been there since it was renovated. The door was locked for a long time. Even during the renovation, it was out of use as well. One day the elevator was out of order, so the electrician came to check it, but the guy thought the elevator setup was located in the basement, so he broke the lock on the door. But before he could enter, he'd been informed that the elevator room was at the top of the building, so he never went there, but the door was unlocked." "I see," Chris replied. He looked at Charles and said, "Let's go talk to the others. Miss Rose, I will try my best, but until we discover what lurks down there, please tell people to stay out of that place. I will contact you with more information later." Chris got up and left the room. There were 6 to 7 workers standing at the corridor. The crew members were talking to them. Chris was thinking to start the interview when suddenly his eyes went to the end of the corridor. The elevator was at the end of the corridor. and a huge yellow plate was hung on it, reading "out of order." Charles, was the elevator out of order those days as well? Which day, sir? The day the 2 students went missing. Yes, I believe you're right. The elevator was out of order on both days, and today it's out of order again. Chris overheard 2 workers saying, "I'm sure they heard the child crying. That's why they followed." "Hey, you, come here." A lean, average-height boy, dressed as the cleaning guy, came to Chris with a scared face. "What were you saying about the child crying?" Chris asked. The boy said a dead child haunts the basement staircase. Whenever the elevator is out of order, the child starts crying. People eventually take the staircase when the lift isn't working, but very few people know that the basement staircase is abandoned and there's no use of it. But once you step inside to follow the child's cry, you are doomed. The more you go down, the louder the cry gets. You never reach the end, and you never come out again. "Prepare the crew members. They'll be going in now. I want to know what's at the end of that staircase," Chris said. 2 crew members went inside the staircase wearing helmets. They were being tied to ropes so that the others could pull them out immediately if anything went wrong. Night vision cameras were fit onto the helmet to capture video recordings. They entered the basement, and the camera started recording. "Go on. Keep going." "What is that, sir?" Chris looked at the camera closely. There was something in the dark, like a face, but before he could see it clearly, a huge scream of a child took place right near the camera. Both of the crew members screamed, and everything went dark. When they pulled out the ropes, they only found half the bodies of both of the crew members. It seemed half of their body was sliced by someone in there. The SCP Foundation is still trying to discover the mystery behind the staircase. They won't rest until they find it out. They have named it SCP-087, the Stairway. But Chris received the shock of his life after restoring the footage. Here, we are sharing the same footage with you. Take a look, if you dare. The thunderstorm was loud enough to make the window pane shake, as if it was an earthquake. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the sound of howling wind had kept me awake all through the night. Not that I had any clue why I wasn't able to get sleep, but it could be the memories of the last thunderstorm that happened a month ago. Every time a thunderstorm happened, the aching memory of that horrid night was brought back and made me miserable. That night, I underwent the most bone-chilling experience of my life. It was the same hours late at night. I was sleeping alone when I heard a loud thud, and it was from under the bed. I heard someone chuckle, and the words, "We'll laugh and we'll play," echoed throughout my room. There was definitely someone under my bed, but I couldn't muster up the courage to step down and see whatever it was. But I didn't have to. With a momentary pause, an object started to float above my bed. Along with it was a hand. As the lightning struck, I could see vividly. It was a cleaver knife, and my reflection in it, and the hand covered in clothes similar to that of a clown. Or was it a clown itself? I was about to find out when another lightning hit the light through my window, and the hideous creature that most called clown appeared in front of me. To me, clowns were never a person who could make me laugh. On the contrary, they would always horrify me to my core. And then there was one standing right in front of me with a knife. I couldn't move, and I didn't want to. I was so scared that I couldn't even mouth the words help, let alone scream for help. But to my surprise, he turned around, opened the window, and went out into the front yard. I gathered enough strength to go and quickly stand by the window and close it immediately. I saw him facing towards my neighbor's house, and then he disappeared. The next day, I woke up to the news that my neighbor committed suicide with a cleaver knife.
No, it couldn't be happening,
I thought to myself.
It wasn't a nightmare after all. But how do I explain it to my parents? To the police? They would never believe a 10-year-old who fears clowns.
I was shivering. What was going on? I ran towards my mom and hugged her by her waist.
Mom, I need to tell you something. It's very important.
Tears were rolling down my cheeks. She calmed me down and seated me on the sofa.
What happened, Alicia? You can tell me.
I told her everything that happened last night. At first, she was shocked, but then she appeared very calm and said,
Alicia, sweetie, you are a very brave girl. I'm really sorry you found out about the neighbor. We were honestly planning not to tell you. There are chances that what happened last night was a complete nightmare. Sweetie, you have always feared clowns. Sometimes the thing we fear most comes to us in the form of nightmares.
I knew it. I knew she wouldn't trust me and call it fiction. But it wasn't. Or maybe she was correct. Lately, I and Annie, my younger sister, had been watching many shows on television. The clown must have appeared on one episode, and I must have picked that up. Later that evening, Annie and I were sitting in the lounge. It was our time to watch TV, and Mom had gone to get the essentials for security. As I was turning the channel, a show came on. The title of the show bombarded the TV screen stating Bobble the Clown. My heart leaped. A second into the title, I saw the very clown appear on the TV screen. I snapped and fell unconscious. I woke up to my mom grabbing Annie. I could feel the sheer pain as if I had been stung by 1,000 bees on my legs. Annie was screaming a series of nonsensical questions, and my mom was trying to calm her down. As I gained some consciousness, I could see both my legs were bruised very badly. Annie was holding the pencil that had blood, and I jumped on the sofa at the sight of blood. My legs were sore and I couldn't move properly. I was crying and I saw my dad come through the door and pick me up. I was soon taken to the hospital, too much in pain and not being able to walk for a few days. I was dismayed. My mom told me that Annie must have had some kind of psychotic episode and was taken to the clinic for checkups, but she was too young to have anything wrong with her head. She was just 7 and she was doing fine and even played with me before we watched TV. Mom said Annie wasn't allowed to play with me for a few weeks. 3 weeks later from this incident, I finally met her. I couldn't keep in my joy and ran to hug her. She hugged me back and we played together. After having our outdoor games, we came back and I sat on the sofa to watch videos on my tablet, while Annie played with her dolls. Then suddenly, out of the blue, Annie started singing.
Tilt your head, smile and wave. Knock at the house and take the man. Merrily, merrily down your cave. Sharpen your knife and sharpen the slate. Hungry, hungry, eat this, slave.
Annie was loudly reading this disturbing poem while playing with her dolls. Mom was immediately startled when she heard the horrifying words in a kid's poem. She scurried towards her and stopped her at once.
What are you reading, Annie? Where did you learn it from?
She was horrified by the idea that her 7-year-old was singing such a horrifying poem.
Mommy, I learned it from the clown.
She jumped up and happily asked,
Do you like it? Bobble said I can get anyone's attention singing this.
My mom got goosebumps. She was having yet another episode. Before it got worse, I went out of Annie's sight. I rushed to my PC and messaged my friend. He was my gaming buddy, Nick. Nick was 2 years older than me and much wiser. I explained the whole scenario to him about the clown. He was silenced, terrorized by what I had just shared. And then he went on saying, I have something to tell you, but promise you won't tell anyone. He told me that a clown similar to what I had described had been on his streets just 2 days ago, and what he said next cleared all my doubts that it was never a nightmare. He told me that he was waiting for his friend in the evening when a man dressed as a clown suspiciously walked into a building opposite to where Nick was standing. He was holding a mosquito coil and had a sinister laugh. After waiting for 20 minutes or so, he heard some screams from the building. People started to gather around the building. Smoke clouds were coming out in the top floor's windows. The clown moved out of the hotel exit, spontaneously going in the opposite direction. As I was noticing him, he came to me, grabbed my hand and said, "We'll laugh and we'll play," and chuckled hideously. Nick told me that he couldn't move seeing him up close. and by the time he turned around, he was gone. The top floors of the building were blazingly strong, and the rescue was yet to arrive. The screams of the people, the chaos and strong fumes. I could never forget that moment, Nick said, morosely. Now that we both knew it was true, we decided to hunt down its identity and save ourselves from the future ordeal. We spent hours on the internet searching. Then Nick screamed, "That's him. He's the one. He is SCP-993. SCP-993? Yes, it's Bobble the Clown," Nick said in a high pitch. Bobble the Clown? And then I recollected Anna was singing the poem that Bobble had taught her, and then all of the pieces fell together, and the puzzle was complete. Before I could run off to tell my mom about it, I saw my computer glitch. The words "we'll laugh and we'll play" appeared on the screen.
We'll laugh and we'll play. My sister is not the same person anymore. My sister and I grew up together. Right now, she is 25 years old. Every weekend, I go to visit her in a mental asylum. Yes, she is there for the last 10 years. I was 13 and she was 15 years old when this horrible incident took place and changed our lives forever. My father is an architect, so we traveled a lot. One time, he was assigned a new project of redesigning an old house into a hotel. We were very young when our mom passed away due to a long-time illness, so we took care of each other. Within a week, we moved to that old house. The house was in really bad shape, but the estate company arranged our stay in a small house near the old one. Suddenly, moving to the countryside from a city life made an impact on our lives. We had to change schools too, due to the long-distance issue. The old house stood at the back of our place. From my sister's room, the house was well visible. Even though my father and Daisy seemed pretty excited about the whole moving to a new place idea, I was not happy. I don't know why that old abandoned house gave me negative vibes from the moment I saw it. But with time, things take shape. In the morning, Dad used to go to the house with his workers and get busy with his work, whereas Daisy and I went to school. Our school was 15 minutes walk from our house. We rode cycles. My sister had always been extroverted and good at making friends. She mixed up with the new kids easily. I made a few friends too. One day, I was sitting at the school around on my own when I heard two girls talking right next to me. A blonde girl was saying to the other girl, "You know, Daisy said we could party at her place. She said there's an old house nearby and Dad is going out of town this weekend too." I got a bit surprised that she invited her friends without even asking for Dad's permission. On our way back home, I asked her, "Daisy, why are you going to party with your friends at the old house?" She looked at me with awkward eyes and said, Yeah, please don't tell Dad, Martha. This is a nice opportunity for me to get all popular, you know?" I said in a worried voice, "But I don't think that's a good idea. That house kind of creeps me." Daisy laughed and said, "Oh, relax. If you promise not to tell Dad, I will sneak one beer for you, okay?" She again started laughing while riding her cycle ahead. I kept quiet not for the beer, but because she was happy and excited after a long time. Dad went away for 3 days. Before leaving, he told us, "Girls, no going out after 7 p.m., and no friends are allowed in the house. Be good for these 3 days. I will call, okay? Take care, my darlings." He then hugged us and left. I still regret not telling him about Daisy's plan. God knows if I did, it would have saved her from a horrible incident. The next day at school, my sister was planning for the party. I was just standing there with her. She invited 6 to 7 people. After getting home, Daisy said, "Let's go, Martha." I said in surprise, "Where?" She replied, "To the house. We have lots of work to do. I need to clean and decorate the place for the party tonight." Though I planned not to step inside that house, ever, my sister made me do it anyway. Dad has done a remarkable job with the living room. The floor was brand new, and so was the walls. The house finally appeared in good shape from the inside, but as soon as I took the first step, a shiver went down my spine. It was a warm summer afternoon, but don't know why I was feeling chilly inside the house. My sister walked inside normally. She turned at me, standing at the doorstep with worried eyes, and said, "What happened? Come on, let's hurry up." We started to put up some chains and tuned in the music player. Daisy then started cleaning the couches and the floor. A stairway on the right side went to the rooms above. I went upstairs. The first floor was worn out and out of use. The repairing work hasn't started here yet. A dirty, torn-out curtain was hanging on the window at the end of the corridor. I was standing there when suddenly I felt like someone breathed on my neck. I immediately turned back, but there was no one. I didn't tell my sister about this incident because I knew she won't believe me. We came home. Around 8 p.m., 2 cars stopped near our house. I saw from my window my sister and her friends leaving for the abandoned house to party. Daisy turned at me and waved. I lied down on my bed and kept thinking about the ominous presence I felt in that house. I have no idea when I fell asleep, but suddenly I woke up hearing a loud scream. I recognized the voice. It was Daisy. I ran towards the house. It was 11 p.m. already. Before I could enter, I saw 2 to 3 people carrying my fainted sister out of the house. They took her to her bedroom and laid her down. She was completely unconscious. I asked the blonde girl, "What happened to my sister?" She replied in a tense voice, "We don't know, Martha. Daisy went upstairs for a minute, then we heard her scream. She isn't hurt though. I guess she got scared and fainted." I was all alone and had no idea what to do then. Seeing me all freaked out, a guy from the group said, "Don't worry, she will be fine in the morning. She probably got drunk and hallucinated something in that old house. Just let her sleep. If you need any help, call any of us. We will come right then." They all left. I didn't call my dad because I was already guilty of hiding information from him. Daisy slept the entire night. After that night, Daisy started to change into a completely different person. She stopped going out. She sat near a room window and kept staring at the abandoned house all day. My dad and I freaked out seeing her bizarre behavior. She whispered like a maniac, looking at the house as if she is chanting something in super speed. Sometimes she even chuckled on her own, like she is talking to someone. My dad called one of his friends who was a psychiatrist to examine Daisy. He conducted a therapy session with Daisy, but before the session could end, Daisy jumped from the couch and bit off a chunk of flesh from the doctor's neck and laughed like a lunatic. It was a vicious sight for me to watch. A piece of blood-covered flesh hanging from her bloody mouth, and her eyes were so big as if they will pop out at any moment. Every time we consulted a doctor, she started behaving violently. My dad couldn't sleep at night. We were tensed and out of ways to cure whatever she got herself into. Then suddenly, one night, I told my dad about the incident with the old house. He got paranoid and started scolding me for hiding this fact all this time. We were arguing in the living room just when we heard a weird chewing sound. The sound was coming from Daisy's room. We rushed to her room, and as we slowly opened the door, my heart dropped to my stomach. Daisy was eating a dead rat sitting on her room floor. I couldn't tell if it was my sister or some possessed creature. She looked at us and started whispering something. Her eyeballs were moving frantically, and suddenly, her eyeballs turned inside. She was standing like a dog with completely white eyes. I screamed and ran to my room. My dad called the paramedics, and I watched them take my sister away. She was tightly strapped with a stretcher, as if they have caught a wild animal. Daisy was screaming and cursing like a maniac. The doctors couldn't tell what happened to her. They just think she turned into a crazy person all of a sudden. But I knew it had something to do with the house. I searched about the house and collected some fucked up information about it. The previous owner of that house was an old lunatic. His sons left him there to die at his old age. During his last days, he used to scream and curse every human being. Local people told me that he was so violent that no one was able to enter even if they wanted to help that old man. Out of food and water, that old man ate whatever he could get and even drank his own pee. I have repeatedly told my dad to take Daisy for an exorcism, but he doesn't believe me. It's like he doesn't care what I say after I hid Daisy's fainting incident of that night. Out of anger and frustration, one night, my dad burnt down the abandoned house. He got cut off from his job, and now he lives with one of his old friends. I study and work to carry on with my life. I only see my father when we go to visit Daisy, but Daisy is not violent anymore. She rarely says a word. She just stares from her cabin's window all the time.
This happened 19 years ago, and it sure as hell was the most frightening and tragic event that has and will certainly continue to mark me till the rest of my days. I just want to preface this by also telling you that if you're easily disturbed, this story isn't for you. But anyway, on with the story. It was the evening of January the 13th, 2001, and I was at a ski colony with two of my good childhood friends, Josh and Mark. In the colony, we were roughly about 40 kids, ranging anywhere from 8 to 16 years old, and we stayed in a giant hotel for about 2 weeks. Josh, Mark, and I were all 14 years old, and this was our first time ever on a ski colony together. We were all more or less troublemakers and liked to get into dangerous situations, but what I'm about to tell you was a consequence of us going too far. It was the second week of the trip, and skiing the same slopes got a little repetitive. We were getting bored of skiing at the ski park as well, so we decided to do some off-slope exploring. Meaning, instead of skiing on the slopes, we go off to the side and into the forest while still keeping sight of the skiing tracks. One day, we were with our assigned group, which consists of about 8 kids. We were skiing at the very top area of the mountain, and that's when we decided to go off track. We had ventured our way down, and Mark said he would keep an eye on the track next to us. We all ski extremely fast, and for some reason, Mark wanted to compete on who could be the fastest without hitting any trees. I accepted, and all 3 of us went down even faster this time. It was now getting even steeper, and I was a little ahead than the 2 of them. That's when we all rapidly approached some sort of cliff that I had fallen down from. I assumed none of us saw it, because we all sort of made the jump. As soon as I hit the floor though, I stopped and looked behind me to see if everyone landed safely, because it wasn't a small jump to make. I saw Josh land right next to me, and he was fine, but Mark landed pretty harshly and sort of lost balance. Josh and I go up to him to check if he's okay, and that's when we realized we lost the track. Josh proposed the idea that we go back up, but it was impossible. It was too steep, and anyone who skis knows it takes significant time and effort to walk up a steep mountain in the snow while carrying skis, and besides, the cliff behind us was too tall to climb. We decided to just keep going down, and while we were doing so, turn to the right side. We go down slowly this time and keep turning to the right, but unfortunately, there's just more of the same forested area. We figure out it's hopeless and stop a second time to make out a plan. Mark loses all hope, and we all more or less tell him that it's okay. But it was now slowly getting dark, and kind of came to the terrifying conclusion that we were lost. At this point, we spent a good hour sitting down and talking, and it was seriously getting cold for all of us. We all make up our minds to just keep sliding down, because it would at some point lead us to civilization. And besides, we had no choice but to go down. As we slide down, it's getting increasingly darker, to the point where we barely make out what's in front of us. That's when Josh spots out a light in the far distance to the left. As we get closer to it, we realize it's a small, sketchy-looking wooden cabin. We knock on the front door, and as soon as we do, we hear a woman screaming from inside. What the hell? We all look at each other in shock. After a couple of seconds, we hear a loud bang, and the screaming abruptly stops. Mark backs off and tells us, maybe this isn't a good idea. To be honest, we were all freaked out and kind of startled, backing away from the door. As soon as we did though, we heard a male voice cussing very loudly. Then, about 20 seconds after, someone opened the door. At this point, we were about 15 feet away from the door, and sprinting towards us were 2 enraged Rottweiler dogs. We immediately started running away. The dogs eventually caught up to Mark and Josh, while I somehow made it behind a bush, a little far off into the forest. I waited there for about 5 minutes, trying to catch my breath. All of a sudden, I noticed some light coming from about 100 feet in the clearing. I peeked up and saw the man walking towards me, seemingly following my footsteps. I decide there's no other way for me not to get killed, besides quietly walking around the forest in a circle and slowly making my way back to the house. So I quietly shifted back to the side of the bush from where he couldn't see me. I somehow make it inside the house and immediately try to find a phone. Luckily, I find a phone on the kitchen counter and call the cops. I briefly tell them I'm in grave danger and that they should track the location of the phone I'm calling from. I then proceed to go upstairs to find somewhere to hide. I notice there's an attic ladder brought down, so I climb up. As soon as I do, I get hit with a strong smell, like something rotting. For some reason, the light is on and I look around for a good hiding spot. That's when in the far corner of the attic, I first notice a group of flies lying around. Then I see it. It was a dead corpse. It appeared to be a woman with her face brutally beat up. Before I have any time to process, I suddenly hear the front door close shut. I quickly hide behind a shelf and hear the guy yelling something along the lines of, "I know where you're hiding, you sneaky f***." I then notice there's a window right behind me. Fortunately, it was a window built in the slanted roof, meaning I could make it on the top of the roof. I open it, push off the snow, and somehow shove myself through and make it onto the roof, closing the window in the process. A couple of minutes later, I hear the shelf underneath me crash down and the guy cussing. I also hear a helicopter coming from a distance. As soon as I sigh in relief though, I suddenly see the window opening. That's when I remembered I must have put some snow on the attic floor by climbing onto the roof. I quickly keep it shut by standing on it. The lights of the helicopter shine on me, and I see it's now directly above me, with a rope being thrown down. I grab the rope, and right as I do, some object hits my feet, shattering the glass of the window. This guy broke the window. He tries grabbing for my feet, but I'm just out of reach as I climb up the rope and the helicopter goes back up. I don't want to bore you too much with the details of the aftermath, but Josh was severely bruised, but managed to kill the dog he was fighting with. But Mark unfortunately ended up being paraplegic from the dog chewing his legs while he was knocked unconscious from hitting his head on a tree. The guy trying to kill us allegedly killed his own wife and had a life sentence to prison. We never made it back to see anyone from that colony, though we damn well learned to follow the most simple rules from that day on.
I was in college when I met Marcus. We became friends in no time. Marcus and I were also part of the popular group, hence we were always around each other. We went to a party at a friend's house and Marcus asked me to be his girlfriend. Everything happened so fast that I barely gave it a thought on whether I loved him or not. When I looked back at it now, I feel the reason I said yes was to remain in the popular group. Everyone in the college started addressing us as the most popular couple, and I enjoyed all the attention. Anyways, after dating for 4 months, I moved to his place because that's where our entire group used to hang out most of the time. It was a rented house with 2 bedrooms, a living area, and an open kitchen. Marcus and I shared the big bedroom, which was at the end of a long corridor. The other bedroom mostly stayed empty unless one of our friends passed out after a heavy night of drinking. I won't go into too much detail about our relationship because that's not important regarding the incident I'm about to share. Marcus was a party animal, and almost every night he drank himself to the core and passed out on the bed. On a similar night like that, we partied hard and Marcus went to bed. I was bidding goodbye to my friends as they all started to leave. We wrapped up earlier that day because we had an important seminar to attend in the morning. I cleaned the living room a bit and started to walk to the bedroom to get some sleep. The house was feeling extremely quiet, as the loud music and crazy laughter ended for the night. I was almost close to the bedroom when I heard a gagging sound. I quickly entered the room thinking maybe Marcus is feeling sick. but what I saw creeped me out. Marcus was still lying on the bed, with his eyes wide open, staring at the corner of the room. I could tell he was trying to move, but he couldn't. It was as if he had no control over his body. Seeing me enter the room, his gaze shifted at me, and his eyes turned even wider, as if he had gotten 10 times more scared. I rushed over to him and started screaming, "Marcus, what's happening to you? Get up!" But he couldn't move a single muscle. I got so freaked out that I started calling our friends, when suddenly he gasped and sprung out of bed. It was as if he broke free from a state of trance. He was breathing heavily, and his body was shaking with fear. "Oh my God, are you all right? What the hell was that?" "Water. Just give me some water." I immediately poured himself a glass of water, and Marcus drank it in one go. I waited for him to calm down, and after 10 minutes, his breathing finally became normal, and he got up. He went to the washroom, splashed water on his face, and came back to bed. I said in a worried voice, "Do you want me to call our friends? We can take you to the hospital if you're feeling sick." "I'm fine now." "What happened to you a few moments back?" "It was sleep paralysis." "God, I haven't felt that way in a long time." "It's nothing to be worried about." "Why were you staring at the corner of the room?" "People hallucinate during sleep paralysis. I'm telling you, it's nothing." Even though I heard many things about sleep paralysis, this was the first time I witnessed someone having an episode like that. We slept on the matter, and the next day didn't tell any of our friends about it. Marcus behaved as nothing happened, but one thing kept bugging me. What did he hallucinate that night? Time went by and this memory started to fade away. Marcus started drinking almost every night, and I didn't like this anymore. We had several fights about his drinking habit. One night we had a huge brawl right in front of our friends. Everyone got awkward and they called off the party that night. Marcus slept in our common bedroom, and I locked myself in the guest bedroom. That night, I cried myself to sleep and passed out on the bed. It must have been 2:30 in the morning when I opened my eyes and found the door wide open. I remembered very well that I locked the door as soon as I stepped into this room. Suddenly, I heard footsteps outside the room. I wanted to get up and see who it was, but no matter how much I tried, I couldn't move a muscle. Was I experiencing sleep paralysis? My heartbeat got faster as I realized what happened to Marcus that night is now happening to me. I can't explain the scariest feeling from that moment, but it was like I was all awake in a terrifying dream. Soon, the footsteps started to come closer, and I saw a creepy, bony hand grabbing the wall adjacent to the door. I wanted to close my eyes, but my body was not in my control. Slowly, a dark figure started to lurk in behind the wall. A pitch-black face peeked right into the room, and I saw a pair of eyes staring right at me. They were such big yellow eyes with no eyeballs inside them. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. The figure then gave a huge grin, and I saw his rotten teeth gushing out of his bloody gums. Just then, I heard footsteps coming towards the room, and I woke up screaming out loud. "Sally? Sally!" Marcus was banging on the door and calling my name. Surprisingly, the door was locked this time. I somehow stood up and stumbled to the door. With trembling hands, I opened the lock and fainted on the floor. When I woke up, sunlight was flooding the room, and birds were chirping in the sky. Marcus was sitting right next to me with a worried face. He asked me why I screamed last night, and I told him everything I saw. But as soon as he heard about the yellow-eyed man, his face turned pale. He said in a fumbled voice, "Is this true? Please, don't make things up." "Why would I lie, Marcus? I'm scared. What is happening to me? I've never experienced sleep paralysis before. I know it was just a hallucination, but it felt so real." Marcus kept quiet for some time, and then held my hand. "There's something I didn't tell you that night." "What night?" "The night you saw me having sleep paralysis." I looked at him with confused eyes, and he went on saying, "When I was 13 years old, I had my first episode. I watched myself sleeping in that episode. I thought it was just a dream, hence I didn't bother with it. But as time passed, I started seeing this dark figure walking into my room, and sometimes standing in the corner. I've never seen someone so scary. It was a pitch black human figure, more like a shadow. The only thing that stood out in his feature was his yellow eyes and a terrifying grin with rotten, bloody teeth. My mom took me to see many psychiatrists, and after heavy doses of medication, I somehow stopped having experiences like that. But that night, after a really long time, I saw him again. He was standing in the corner of my room and watching me. But when you came into the room, I saw him standing right behind you. That's why I got so freaked out, but is it possible for two people to hallucinate the same thing? I shouldn't have brought this on you. We both felt paranoid and had no idea what to do about this situation. I mean, there's no way we could share this with someone without being labeled as crazy. We had no other choice than to keep it in us. Also, I didn't have any episode after that night, which is why I thought to ignore this matter. Until one night, things got out of hand. I woke up again in the same manner, finding myself caught in a trance. I could see Marcus deeply asleep beside me, and no matter how much I tried, I couldn't wake him up, because I couldn't move or scream at all. I gazed at the room, waiting to get shit scared by that yellow-eyed man once again, but I didn't see anyone around. My breathing got heavy and I waited to wake up, when I suddenly heard a chuckle right next to my ear. I looked at the side, and saw the yellow-eyed man lying next to me. I can't tell you how horrifying he looked, and I almost felt my heart would stop. When I just blinked once, the man was gone. I got up panting in fear and started to wake up Marcus. "Get up, Marcus, he's here! Please, you must get up!" While pushing him vigorously, I kept my eyes on the door expecting the yellow-eyed man to return. But suddenly, Marcus sprung on his bed and started to strangle me. He choked me with all his strength and I kicked in the air to free myself. The pressure on my chest made me feel that my heart would explode. Just then, I finally woke up. Yes, that was the craziest sleep paralysis experience one could ever have. Marcus was still asleep, and I realized that this sleep paralysis episode is just getting worse for me. I couldn't sleep the entire night. Next morning, I didn't say a single word to Marcus and moved out. We still dated till the end of the term, but things changed between us. I was too scared to spend nights with him, and he had this guilt, which he obviously didn't deserve. We parted ways, and it's been 7 years. I haven't heard from him. I don't know how we both hallucinated the same thing, but whatever it was, I consider that phase to be the darkest time of my life. I still don't know whether that yellow-eyed man was real, because Marcus never told me about him until I saw him myself. What do you think?
My father died when I was 6. My mother couldn't really support us on her own, so she rushed to get remarried after his death. The man she married in, who eventually became my stepfather, was an abusive alcoholic who regularly beat me whenever he thought I was out of line. He also did a lot of other things to me that I'd rather not remember. But since he was the one paying the bills and keeping food on the table, my mother pretended to not notice any of it. Not long after my mother remarried, my stepfather had us move out of our old house to one he bought in another town. I had to leave my old life behind. My friends, my school, and everything that reminded me of my birth father disappeared from my life the day we moved. I was truly alone from then on, left to deal with my stepfather's abuse with no one to turn to. The only bright side to the whole thing was that the new house was much bigger than our old one. I got my own bedroom, though it was a little worse for wear when we first got there. There were cobwebs on every corner, and a layer of dust covered everything from the shelves to the rickety old bed I was supposed to sleep in. Of course, I was expected to clean it by myself, and that's what I did during my entire first day there. I swept and mopped the entire place myself, though I did miss a few spots on account of being a short 7-year-old who couldn't reach the top shelves. I didn't want to bother my mother or stepfather about it though. I was afraid that my stepfather would see it as me being lazy and use it as an excuse to beat me again. So I decided that I just had to learn to live with a couple of cobwebs. I ended up finding something strange while cleaning my room. The bed frame, which was there before we bought the house, had long scratch marks on the sides. It was a bit creepy, but I assumed that they were cat scratches left by the last occupant's pet. Later that night, as I was trying to sleep, I experienced my first ever case of sleep paralysis. I was laying on my sore and bruised back after being beaten by my stepfather earlier that day. I forgot why he did it, but it left me with a black eye afterwards. He tended to use any excuse he could find as an opportunity to pull out his belt. Just as I felt my mind drifting off to sleep from exhaustion, a sudden chill ran down my spine, and my eyes fluttered wide open while the rest of me was frozen in place. I could see my dusty ceiling and move my eyes around the room, but I couldn't move a muscle in my body. It was like every fiber of my being was being weighed down by some invisible force. The sensation was new to me, but I didn't panic. There were times when my stepfather beat me so badly that I'd crumple up on the floor unable to move for hours on end. And this didn't feel all too different from that. I was just glad that I wasn't in immense physical pain that usually came with me being unable to move. I finally fell asleep at some point in the night, though I can't remember when. I woke up to the sound of my stepfather shouting for me to get down for breakfast the next morning. He told me over breakfast with my mother that I couldn't be starting school for a while. At the time, I thought he was just being unusually nice to me by giving me some extra time to adjust to the new environment. Looking back, I think he just wanted to wait until the black eye he gave me healed before letting me go out. Later that night, I had sleep paralysis again. I froze in bed, unable to move, but this time I could also hear something coming from under my bed. It was the sound that someone would make while grinding their teeth together to chew a piece of hard candy. A bit weird, but I slept through worse. There were nights when my stepfather would argue loudly with my mother in the next room while drunk, and I always managed to sleep through that, so some weird noises under my bed was nothing. My stepfather hurt me again the next day. He didn't even bother to come up with a reasonable excuse that time. He came home in a bad mood because of something that happened at work. I was on the living room couch watching TV when he grabbed me by the shirt and threw me on the floor. "Lazy kids like you who do nothing all day just piss me off." He kicked me while I was down a few times before removing his belt. He folded the leather belt in half and began whipping me in the face with it. One of his lashes was so hard that it made a cut right over the black eye he gave me. My mother was in the kitchen, just one room over during the entire thing. I was sure she could hear him shouting at me, but like always, she did nothing to stop him. I went to bed with a new scar on my forehead that night. Minutes after I settled under my blankets, I felt my body freeze again, just like it had the previous nights. I'd already gotten used to the feeling, so I didn't think much of it, not even when I started hearing the grinding sound come from under my bed. I almost didn't notice the claw gripping the side of my bed frame before the monster under my bed pulled himself up. The monster who crawled up onto my bed was tall and spindly, with gray ashen skin and a bulbous head, like a stick figure that came to life. He perched himself on my chest with feet that looked like talons of a large bird. He was heavy, though not as heavy as I would have thought. The monster leaned forward, allowing me to clearly see his face despite the darkness. He had red eyes as large as an owl, and a fang-filled mouth that was too big for his face. His breath smelled bad, like rotten meat. But then again, So did my stepfather's after a night of drinking. And at least he wasn't shouting at me. As far as I'm concerned, that monster was the only person in my life who didn't ignore me like my father, or beat me like my stepfather. And if he ate me like monsters were supposed to, then at least I'd finally be able to rest. But he didn't do that. He just sat on my chest and stared at me. He made some grinding noises with his teeth again, but that was about it. At last, he tilted his head to one side, in what I thought must have been curiosity. I guess he wasn't used to meeting children who weren't scared of him. I felt bad for him when I realized that it must have been hard living under a bed with everyone too scared to be his friend. I eventually fell asleep with him sitting on my chest. When I woke up that morning, I rushed to the kitchen. My mother was in the garden, while my stepfather was still sleeping off his hangover from the previous night's drinking. I snuck out some cookies from the cookie jar and put it on a plate before rushing to my bedroom. When I got there, I tore a page out from my old school notebook and wrote, "To Mr. Boogeyman" on it. I put the note under my bed with a plate of cookies on top of them, hoping that the boogeyman from the night before would enjoy them. Before I went to bed that night, I looked under my bed and was happy to see an empty plate with the cookies and a note nowhere in sight. I had sleep paralysis again as I tried to sleep, and the boogeyman rose from under my bed, just like he did the night before. But he seemed a lot friendlier this time around. He didn't just sit on my chest or put his face to me or anything. He just sat on my bedside looking at me. Sometimes he'd rub my head with his long fingers, the same way my real dad used to when he was alive. At one point, he even picked up my teddy bear to play with it. It looked so surreal that I wanted to laugh, but the sleep paralysis kept me from moving anything but my eyes. This went on for the next few days. I'd sneak a snack under my bed for Mr. Boogeyman, and he'd keep me company during the night as I fell asleep. Then one night, I made a mistake. I accidentally took one of my stepfather's beer cans from the fridge, thinking it was a soda to give to Mr. Boogeyman. That night, before I could even settle into bed, my stepfather barged into my bedroom. "You little bitch! Steal from me, would you?" Before I could even finish my sentence, he slapped me across the face with the back of his hand. I fell onto the bed and covered my head with my arms as my stepfather whipped my back over and over again with his folded leather belt. I heard him undo his zipper right before the sound of grinding teeth filled the air. I opened my eyes and saw my stepfather standing by my bed with a confused look on his face. Who's there?" He bent down to look under my bed. The moment he did, spindly gray arms shot out from the darkness and grabbed him by the throat. He tried to scream, but no air could escape his lungs as he was dragged kicking and flailing under my bed. When morning came, my mother found me crying under the blankets and my stepfather's corpse under the bed. The police who were called in determined the cause of death to be a heart attack caused by extreme fear. My mother was deemed unfit to raise me, and I was sent into foster care. I'm in a much better place now with a healthy family that cares for me. But sometimes, as I lay awake in bed at night, I can't help but wonder how Mr. Boogeyman, my only friend in those dark times, I wonder how he's doing.
The content of this story can be disturbing to some people. This is a true incident that ruined my life, and I still go to therapy for to get over the trauma. When I was 10 years old, I moved into a new house with my mom and dad. This house was in a beautiful neighborhood. My dad took a teaching job at a high school in that area. We were excited about a fresh start. I actually even joined the same school where my dad became a new history teacher. On the first day of school, I was shy and nervous, but the kids in my class behaved nicely to me. There was where I met Sally. Sally was a cheerful girl. She had a lot of friends. She introduced me to everyone in the class, and soon enough I got mixed with the kids of the town. Sally and I often hung out together. One day, after school, I was coming home with my dad when I saw Sally getting into our principal, Mr. Sherman's car. After asking my dad, I came to know Mr. Sherman was Sally's stepfather. I honestly felt pretty impressed that even after being the daughter of a principal, Sally was still so down to earth. Days passed and our friendship grew stronger. We started to share secrets. And one day, Sally and I were walking down the school corridor when a boy named Rogan accidentally bumped into her. Rogan immediately got up and started to apologize, but just then Sally slapped him and started to scream. I was shocked. I didn't think she would react like that. The teachers ran towards us and took her away. Later that day, Sally and I got called to the principal's office. As we entered, we saw Mr. Sherman sitting on his recliner while Rogan sat opposite of him. I noticed Rogan's cheek. It was still red. Rogan's mom and my dad were standing in the corner looking at us. Mr. Sherman stared at me and said,
"Julia, you were the only one who was standing close to both Sally and Rogan. Can you please tell me exactly what happened there?"
Before I could start speaking, Sally said in a screaming voice,
"He did it intentionally."
Mr. Sherman scolded her in a loud voice, saying,
"You will not say a single word until you are asked to. Sit down and be quiet if you don't want to be suspended."
Sally sat down and started to sob silently. I said in a shaking voice,
We were walking, and Rogan slipped accidentally, then bumped into Sally. But he was standing behind her, so there's no way she could have seen him coming."
Rogan's mom spoke in a soft voice.
"Mr. Sherman, don't be so hard on your kid. It was just an accident. Sally has always been a really nice girl."
Mr. Sherman looked at Sally and said in a cold voice,
"Apologies to Rogan, now. And if you ever react this way again, I will suspend you for a month."
Sally apologized to Rogan, then left the principal's room in tears. Rogan and I both felt bad for her. Sally didn't talk to anyone for the entire day and left for home without even saying goodbye to me. I thought she got angry at me for not supporting her in the morning. After coming home, I even called her. Instead of Sally, her mom picked up the phone this time.
"Hello? Who is this?"
she said. I replied,
"Mrs. Sherman, can I talk to Sally? I'm her friend Julia."
Mrs. Sherman replied in an awkward voice,
"I'm sorry, dear, but Sally's not in the mood to talk to anyone today. I'm sure she'll meet you tomorrow at school."
At that point, I was sure Sally was angry with me, and we were never going to be friends again. Next day at school, I was standing on the corridor waiting for Sally, and I saw her coming with Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman came to me with her and said,
"Sally's lucky to have a friend like you,"
then smiled and left towards his office. Sally stood beside me and said,
"I'm sorry for that mess, Julia. I hope we can be friends again."
A smile of joy lit my face. I went to go hug her, just when she took a few steps back. She awkwardly said,
I have a cold. You better maintain distance for your good,"
and smiled. I noticed her the entire day, but not once did she cough or sneeze. Her behavior started to feel odd to me. After our classes, Sally and I both stood near the school exit waiting for our parents to take us home. Sally was looking different that day. I could tell from her face that something was bothering her. I asked in a worried voice,
"Sally, are you alright?"
Sally suddenly looked at me with wide eyes. She said hesitantly,
Why? Why would you ask me that? I'm more than alright, Julia. I'm just tired."
I replied.
"If anything is bothering you, you can tell me."
Sally's face turned upset. I realized there was something she wasn't telling me. But before Sally could speak, I heard Mr. Sherman's voice behind me.
"Why don't you invite your friend over for a sleepover, Sally? She's such a caring and good friend to you."
Sally uncomfortably smiled and said,
"Yeah, you should come someday for a sleepover. I have lots of toys, and we can have fun together."
Mr. Sherman then said,
"Why someday, Julia? Please, come on tomorrow and spend the night with us. I'm sure Sally will be glad to have you."
My dad smiled, and I nodded to join her for the sleepover. My mom baked a cake to give to the Shermans. She took me to their house, and they had a beautiful house. Sally's room was honestly amazing. Mrs. Sherman and my mom chatted for some time. She then kissed me goodnight and left. After a delicious dinner, Sally and I sat down to watch some TV in the living room. One thing that felt unusual to me was that Sally's behavior turned robotic in front of Mr. Sherman. I could tell from her face she was always nervous around him. Now, Mr. Sherman was always a bit strict, and also it was natural to be a bit distanced from your stepfather. So I never said anything regarding this to Sally. Around 9 p.m., Mr. Sherman came to us and said,
"Okay, girls, enough TV for today. It's time to go to bed now."
We went to Sally's room. I got inside and locked the door. But instantly, Mr. Sherman came rushing and started banging on the door.
Open this door.
I got extremely shocked and opened the door immediately. Mr. Sherman said in an annoying voice,
We don't lock doors in this house, Julia. Specifically, Sally has a habit of going to the washroom at midnight. Also, in case of any emergency, it's better to keep the rooms unlocked. Good night now.
He walked away. I said in a relieved voice,
Geez, your father is strict, Sally.
She said in an upset voice,
My stepfather. My dad loved me a lot.
She then lied on her bed. I could easily sense the disturbance in this house, but there was nothing I could do. I went to lie down, and that was when Sally said something really weird.
Julia, would you mind sleeping on the door side of the bed? I want to sleep near the window.
I replied,
Yeah, sure.
We talked for a few minutes more, and gradually fell asleep. I don't recall what time it was, but suddenly a weird sensation woke me up. I felt something was tickling my feet. The tickle was very gentle. It took time to register. But as I opened my eyes, I saw a dark figure standing right next to me. It was a man with wide, creepy eyes. The man then started to move his hand up my leg, and I realized it was not a dream at all. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and the pale moonlight touched the man's face as he leaned over me. It was none other than Mr. Sherman. I screamed from the top of my lungs, and Mr. Sherman stepped back in response. He said in a scared voice,
Julia, this is Sally's side of the bed. Why are you...
But before he could say anything further, Sally's mom rushed into our room. She switched on the light and got shocked. I was sitting on the bed with a terrified face, and Sally got up crying out loud. Mrs. Sherman said in a panicked voice,
What the hell is going on here?
Mr. Sherman said in a fumbled voice,
I was just checking if the girls were sleeping.
But I now understood how he victimized Sally, and why she was so terrified of someone's touch. Sally sobbed and told everything to her mom. Mrs. Sherman couldn't believe her ears. Mr. Sherman tried to escape, but she grabbed the table lamp nearby and threw it at his head. Mr. Sherman fainted on the floor as blood rushed down from his head. The cops were called, and my mom and dad came. Mr. Sherman was taken into custody for being a child molester. I honestly felt really bad for Sally, that she had to go through that trauma at such a young age. I now realize why that night Sally told me to swap sides. It was nothing but a cry for help.
So this happened in recent times, and honestly, I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm a 23-year-old male. When I was 10 years old, my cousin, Judith, lost her parents in a car accident. My parents adopted her and we grew up together. She studied in the same school as me and moved out as soon as she turned 18. Even though my mom tried to be a mother figure, Judith always kept her distance from us. I know she created a wall after losing her parents. After moving out, she cut all ties with us. My parents sent her gifts on her birthday, but she never returned our calls. Last week, my grandma called me saying Judith has arrived, and she's in very bad condition. My mom and I rushed to see her. She was a completely different person. Her pretty face was filled with scratches and scars. Her nails were filthy, and her eyes were always moving. Judith got into severe heroin addiction. We took her to the doctors and helped her get over it. I still remember those nights when she woke up screaming because of her withdrawal. She scratched her skin so badly that her flesh tore up and started to bleed. I had to come back for my work, but my parents stayed with my grandmother to take care of her. I stay in a one-bedroom apartment. One night, I was sleeping in my room. Suddenly, I woke up hearing a knock on my door. I got up and walked to the main door. I was thinking, who could it be at this hour of the night, when I saw Judith standing in front of me. I obviously didn't expect her, because last time when I talked to my mom, she told me Judith was living in rehab. Judith? How did you get here? Is everything all right? Judith didn't say anything. She just smiled and slowly walked in. Her face was different this time. She was looking calm and pale at the same time. I closed the door and followed her into the living room. She stood near a shelf and kept staring at our childhood photograph that I kept there. Judith, is everything fine? Does Mom know you're here? She turned around and kept staring at me, as if she forgot to speak. I got worried, thinking she might have escaped from rehab and came here. I was going to call my mom and let her know about this when the phone rang. "Sit down. I'll be back in a minute." I went back to my room and picked up the call. Surprisingly, it was my mom. "Hey, Mom, you won't believe what happened. Judith..." But before I could finish, I heard my mom crying over the phone. "Mom, what happened?" "Max, Judith is no more. The people called from rehab. She slashed her wrist with broken glass. Poor Judith." My senses went numb. My heart was pounding in my ears. If Judith is dead, then who the hell is standing in my living room? I slowly turned around, and there she was, standing right behind me. I screamed and passed out on the floor. When I woke up, I saw daylight coming from my window. I slept on the floor the entire night, but I couldn't tell if it was a dream or I imagined everything. The next day, I went to my grandmother's house to attend Judith's funeral. I didn't tell my mom about that night. After the funeral, my parents insisted that I stay the night at Grandma's. We had a quiet dinner and went to sleep. My parents and Grandma slept downstairs. I slept upstairs. Judith and I used to share this room when we used to travel here during our summer vacations. I couldn't help to think about Judith that night. I dozed off thinking all this when I heard my alarm going off. I opened my eyes and realized that I couldn't move. I could only move my eyes, and it took me a few seconds to understand I am having sleep paralysis. My breathing increased rapidly. It was the most terrifying state of mind one could ever experience. Before going to bed, I hung my jacket behind the door. I kept staring at it while wanting to break free from the situation when my jacket started to float in the air. It started to come at me floating on its own when Judith appeared from the darkness. She stretched her hands and showed me her slit wrists. Blood was dripping from her cuts. She didn't say anything. She just stood there. Suddenly, I wiggled my toe and understood my body had been released. But Judith didn't disappear this time. She stood there staring at me with her wide eyes. I asked in a gasping voice, "What do you want from me? We never did anything wrong to you. We loved you. Stop torturing me like this." My mom rushed into the room hearing my voice, and as she opened the door, she saw Judith standing near my bed. Judith turned at her and screamed in a demonic voice. My mom didn't even get the time to scream. She just fainted on the floor. We had to hospitalize her as her pulse dropped rapidly, and she had a mild heart attack. I stayed the entire night at the hospital. The next morning, my mom regained consciousness. She started crying, and I tried consoling her. "Mom, please. We've done enough for her. It's no one's fault that she..." "There's something we never told you, Max. We thought if you knew, you would think the same thing Judith thought about us." "What is it, Mom?" "Judith wasn't your cousin. She was your sister." "What? What are you saying?" "I got pregnant when I was in high school. Your father and I weren't in the position to take responsibility of a child, so we gave her up for adoption. But fate always plans differently for each one of us. Your uncle and aunt were childless, so they went for adoption. And look at my luck. They ended up adopting my daughter. Even though it pained me to see my daughter being raised by someone else, I couldn't do anything. We wanted to tell Judith, but we didn't want to take her away from them. As more time passed, I started to notice something different in Judith's behavior and appearance. I found bruises on her body and came to know that your uncle and aunt abused her. We immediately confronted them about this violent crime, and a huge brawl took place. They took Judith with them and got into their car to escape. Your father and I chased them, and unfortunately, they met an accident on their way. We saved Judith, but your aunt and uncle died." She took a pause, and the silence in the room started killing me. I screamed, "Why didn't you tell me that she was my sister? Why didn't you? All these years, you made us live in a lie?" The situation was such, and we didn't want to escalate the matter further. Also, we got Judith back. Didn't we adopt her and shower her with all our love? Oh my God, you must be kidding me. Showered with all your love? Your daughter never knew her real parents. She grew up in an abusive home, and that's the reason why she took her own life. We could have saved her. You could have saved her. Hell, I could have saved her. I bolted out of the hospital cabin in furious anger and saw my dad standing in the hospital corridor with a fragile face. I looked at him and said, "You knew all this time and still kept your daughter away. Still kept my sister away. I don't think I'll be able to ever forgive you." That's the last time I saw my parents. It's been 3 years since. I haven't met or talked to them. But every 6th of August, I wake up in the same state of trance, where I can't move a muscle, and I see Judith standing near my bed, crying tears of blood. I don't know if it's her ghost or my guilty conscience that regrets not doing enough for my sister.
I recently saw an article that read, 80% of people on this earth love to sleep. And while I can't argue with this fact, I've realized that in the past 2 years, I'm not part of the 80%. Because unlike most people, I dread the time when I'm supposed to sleep. And this ghastly experience will tell you why. My name is Axel Cooper, and every night for the past 2 years, I've suffered from a really peculiar case of sleep paralysis. It started around the month of June, back in 2015. I had recently got back from a trip, and since I was tired, I immediately went to bed. I'm guessing it took around 5 minutes before the morbid experience began. I was in a very lucid dream-like state. I tried to move my arms and legs, but I couldn't. I was about to panic when out of the corner of my eye, I could see a very terrifying creature. A huge black gutter rat was on my bed, and before I could say anything, it was joined by numerous other gutter rats. There were about 20 to be exact. Terrified, I began to ask myself how they had gotten inside the house. As I opened my mouth to call out to my wife, nothing but silence came out of my mouth, as it horrifically dawned on me that I couldn't speak. Within 5 seconds, the real horror began, as the gutter rats all rushed at me baring their teeth. There are no words to explain the immeasurable pain and agony that I felt when they began to sink their teeth into my skin. They ate me alive slowly, and no matter how much I screamed, all I heard was the sound of my own tearing flesh. It didn't take long before I began to feel myself dying, and as I was about to take my last breath, I woke up screaming and drenched in sweat. My wife immediately woke up as the gut-churning scream rang through the entire house. I began to hear footsteps down the hall as my 2 children, Matt and Lisa, rushed into the room. My whole family surrounded me as they began to ask me what was wrong. I told them that I just had a bad dream and it was nothing to be worried about. My wife Mary didn't look too convinced as she asked me, "Are you sure that's what it was? Because you look really terrified, Axel." I assured her that it was, before apologizing for waking her and the kids. I put the kids back to bed, and I felt scared to go back to mine as I didn't want to have the same dream again. I didn't sleep that night, as I stayed up all night trying to forget the vivid dream. The next day I told myself that it was just a bad dream and I shouldn't think of it too much. But in the coming nights, I realized that I was wrong, as the bad dreams kept happening every single night after that, and each one was worse than the last. Every night for the past 2 years, I can assure you that I've experienced almost every single horrific way of dying. From being stabbed numerous times by little demon children, all the way to being burned to death. Every new night, there's always something different, and I can never do anything to stop it or help myself. As my muscles always became flaccid during the horrific dreams, I had to move out of my bedroom and sleep in the garage, as the screams were becoming unbearable for my wife and children. No matter how much I tried, it never stopped. I even tried avoiding sleep for some days, but that never lasted as long as my body would always get the best of me. Night after night, I would wake up screaming and drenched in sweat. My wife began to spend a lot of money taking me to numerous doctors and specialists, who all coined the experience as sleep paralysis. She bought numerous pills and took me for numerous sessions, but I told her to stop as I knew it wasn't going to work. As deep down, I knew the exact reason why I was going through this hellish experience every night, because I myself chose to do so. To understand what I just said, I need to take you back exactly 2 years ago before this all began. I had just been diagnosed with a terminal disease, and all the doctors I went to see told me that there was no hope as my life would soon be over. I didn't tell my wife about this as I didn't want her to worry, so I kept it to myself. The fear of leaving her and my children alone was terrifying, so I decided to do anything in my power to fix it. Since medicine and science had failed me, I decided to seek spiritual help, so I traveled abroad to seek a spiritual healer. When I arrived at the place, I was ushered into a hut. I walked in to see a hooded woman sitting on the floor, mumbling what I assumed were incantations. I sat down next to her, and I began to explain everything to her. When I was done, she told me that she can fix me, as she was sure that she had the solution to my problem. She then told me that nothing in this world is free, and I would have to pay a very steep price for it. I immediately agreed as I said to her, "Anything to stay alive." She then gave me a foul concoction to drink. I had never tasted anything more revolting in my life, but I still drank every drop of it. When I was done, the hooded woman then looked over at me and said,
You have just drunk the remains of a dead fetus. This was done to give you the fresh stench of death. Through this, you will be spared from dying. But every night for the rest of your life, you will lay with death as compensation for her sparing your life.
I was completely shocked and confused at what I had just heard, as I really didn't know what to make of it. The hooded woman then began to come really close to me, and as the sight of her face became visible, I nearly screamed in horror, as I could see that she had no eyes, and only dark gaping holes filled her eye sockets. The feeling of regret began to creep up, as I felt that I had just gotten myself into something really messed up. But I knew that it was too late to go back now. So even though I was shocked and scared by what I had just seen and heard, I strengthened my resolve as I knew that it was my only hope. After the strange meeting, I quickly went to the airport and made my way home. When I got back from the trip, I immediately visited numerous doctors to get a new diagnosis. And after running some tests, to their disbelief, they all shockingly told me that I had been miraculously cured. Now, even after 2 years of gruesome nights, I'm still pulling through it all. Even though the burden that I'm carrying is maddening, even though this isn't the life that I wanted to live, I know that if I was given the same opportunity, I would do it again and choose life. Everything has a price in this world. While I'm stuck in an infinite loop of one-night stands with death herself, I take solace in the fact that when it's over, I know that I'll be able to see tomorrow with my beautiful family, And that, to me, that's 1,000,000 times worth the steep price.
I ruined my life with my own 2 hands when I was just 16 years old. I still haven't gotten over the incident, as the events of that day are continually replaying in my mind every time I close my eyes. The ruining of my life started on 12th of April, 2017. I had recently started my sophomore year at high school. But unfortunately for me, everyone avoided me as I was the freakishly manly Summer Moore. It was a bad nickname that I had been given through my school years. The reason behind the nickname was because my father used to be a professional wrestler and bodybuilder. So when I was a kid, I started to follow him around and do everything that he did. The little exercises and workouts that I had done when I was trying to be like my dad had already changed my body before my mom put a stop to it. It wasn't that bad, as I was just a bit muscular and strong. But the other kids didn't see it that way, so they constantly made fun of me for it. I grew up in a Christian home, so I was told to just ignore it and be myself, which is what I did. I stayed on my own for most of my time. I ate alone and did everything by myself. But come the 12th of April, something bizarre happened. It was during the afternoon. I was sitting by myself in the cafeteria when Jennifer Martin walked up to me. I was speechless as no one paid attention to me, and the girl Jennifer was one of the most popular kids in school. Before I could say anything, she said, "Hey Summer, I'm having a sleepover with the girls tonight, and I'll love you to be there." I was too stunned to say anything, so she just continued with, "Okay, I hope you'll come. See you at 8. Bye." And with that, she walked away. That day when I went home, I was still shocked at what happened, so I told my mom. When I was done, I told her that it may be a bad idea as I didn't feel like going. But my mom was ecstatic, as she knew it had been a while since I spoke about friends or social gatherings. So she advised me to go, as she said that it'd be an amazing experience. So I really should give it a chance. So I agreed. I got ready, and I arrived there at 8 p.m. My mom bid me goodbye as she drove off. As I walked to the house, I began to ask myself why the popular kids would invite me to their sleepover. I then remembered that me and Jennifer were childhood friends. But as we grew up, Jennifer became popular, so she stopped talking to me. So I told myself that the invitation was just Jennifer trying to do something nice. As I knocked on the door, I felt a bit nervous as I started to think I had made a bad decision. But before I could turn around, the door was open and Jennifer welcomed me in with a huge smile. As I walked in, I noticed that there were 4 other girls there. The girls were Alice, Ruby, Audrey, and Claire, all the popular girls, with Jennifer, host of the sleepover. It didn't take long before the sleepover activity started, as they began to do each other's makeup and have pillow fights. I didn't participate much as I felt like the odd one out at the gathering, so I just sat by myself. I began to feel homesick, and something told me to call my mom, but it was already pretty late, so I knew I had to sleep there. I did nothing for a while, till Claire suggested that we play the creepy game, Light as a Feather. I didn't join in as I grew up in a Christian home, and I was advised to stay away from the so-called silly, creepy games, as most of them were really evil and they attracted bad things. So I told them that I wasn't going to do it, as the game didn't sit right with me. They all ignored me and began to play the game by themselves. The lights were turned off, and Audrey said, "I should be the one in the middle. I'm lightweight." So they put her in the middle and began to repeatedly chant the mantra, "Light as a feather, stiff as a board." I don't know if it was just me, but I felt the air become a bit dense as I began to get some chills. I watched them continue to chant the words repeatedly in the dark, and I began to feel uneasy. That's when the cupboard at the end of the room creaked open. The hair on my hands began to stand on end as I looked closer at the cupboard. I couldn't believe my eyes as I saw a petrifying being walking out of the cupboard. I couldn't see it well as it was dark, but I could make out its deformed face and the long horns that protruded from its head. It began to walk closer and approach me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I screamed. My scream brought the attention of all the other girls towards me, as they all slowly turned to look at me before they began to laugh. They all laughed at me and they started to tease me. All the while, the demon was still approaching me. My mind didn't know what was going on, as I didn't know if the demon was real or fake. I didn't know if it was a prank or if they had all been possessed, as the sight of them laughing in the darkness was uncanny. With so much to process, I felt my fear turn into searing anger as my blood began to boil. I don't know why, but it was as if my body had a mind of its own as I stood up and lunged at the demon. With all my strength, I toppled it down and I started to punch it severely. The other girls began to rush towards me as they tried to pull me off. They were screaming words at me, but I couldn't hear anything. My mind had completely zoned out all the noise as I kept beating down on the demon. I began to strangle it with all my strength as I felt myself squeeze the life out of it. It had stopped moving before I heard someone scream the word, "Stop!" The lights were put on, and I saw Miss Martin standing in the room. I looked down to see blood on my hands as she approached me and pulled me off the supposed demon. With the lights on, I could see that the thing lying down on the floor was a high-end demon costume as it looked extremely real. And that's when the horrific realization dawned on me, as I realized someone was in it. The bloody mask was removed, and on the floor laid a beaten-up Jennifer. Her face was disfigured and bloody, and she wasn't moving. Jennifer's mother began to check her vitals, but nobody needed to tell me, as I knew she was already dead. My life was turned upside down after that night. A kid was dead, and I was the murderer. My parents fought tooth and nail to make sure nothing happened to me. I was 16, so the case was handled by the juvenile justice system. Investigations were carried out, and it was revealed that the whole thing was a prank planned by Jennifer. The remaining girls confessed that Jennifer orchestrated the whole thing, as since we were childhood friends, she knew most things about me, which is why she predicted that I wouldn't participate in the game. So under the guise of darkness, she left the room and turned down the heat to make the house cold, which explained why the air felt dense to me. She then dressed up in a really expensive and realistic costume. She then decided to scare me while the others laughed. No one expected the outcome to be like this. During the following months, it became case after case, hearing after hearing. My lawyer said I was mentally and psychologically abused, so I acted under trauma and self-defense. But the Martins didn't give up, as no matter how anyone put it, I killed their daughter, regardless of how mean or how wrong she was. I saw how Miss Martin looked at me that night, as I knew she would have killed me if my mom hadn't showed up on time. I know she still wants to make me and my family suffer, which they haven't given up till this day, as it's still lawsuit after lawsuit. They said no matter what happened, they'd never let the case stop till they are given justice. So the case is constantly being reviewed. I made the lives of my family a living hell, as every new year, we constantly visit the court. While I know they'd never give up on me, sometimes I just wish I could plead guilty and go to prison, as even if that would be bad for me, I know it would relieve my family from all the pain and frustration that I have caused these past few years. Tamala Horse.
Want to ring in the new year with style and serious savings? Let me show you. Ashley has hot buys starting at just $2.99 during their New Year's sale. I got this sofa, and honestly, what a find. Just $6.49. Shop Ashley today.
Horsford arrived at the party around 8:30 p.m. The 40-year-old black mother had made dinner for her 5 sons and husband, Leander, before heading out to celebrate the birthday of her friend, Jean Myers. Myers had invited a group of moms, most who'd met through the local youth football league, to spend the night, not wanting anyone to drink and drive. Horsford arrived with a bottle of tequila and a small overnight bag, and changed into white onesie pajamas, covered in paw prints, shortly after she got there. The party, held the evening of November 3rd, 2018, was originally meant to be all women. But Myers' boyfriend, Jose Barrera, and Tom Smith, the husband of another attendee, ended up sticking around. In the end, the group, who advocates for Horsford, would later dub the Forsyth 12, included 9 women, 2 men, and 1 husband, who, according to police interviews, only dropped off and picked up his wife. Out of these 12, 8 were planning to spend the night, as was Tamala. While the women drank, socialized, and watched the LSU-Alabama game upstairs, Barrera and Smith watched football in Myers' finished basement. During this time, Horsford, the only habitual smoker at the party, regularly stepped out to the balcony for cigarettes. She also smoked pot that evening, but Myers asked her to stop. According to Myers' own statement, she had teased Horsford during the conversation, calling her the female Bob Marley, and reminding her that Barrera worked as a pretrial officer and did not approve. Eventually, the men joined the party, and the group played Cards Against Humanity. Photographs and videos captured during the game show Horsford smiling happily. She had been drinking tequila, but according to photos, videos, and witness accounts, Horsford didn't appear particularly drunk that evening. Guests who weren't spending the night began to leave around 11:30 p.m., while those who stayed trickled off to bed over the next couple of hours. According to police interviews, Horsford remained awake after Myers and Barrera headed to bed around 1:30 a.m. The last person to see Horsford was Bridget Fuller, who was picked up by her husband at 1:47. In her statement, Fuller says that Horsford was eating a bowl of gumbo and had said she planned to smoke a cigarette and head to bed. Over the next 10 minutes, the home security system registered the back door opening, closing, and then opening again for the last time at 1:57 a.m. Around 8:45 the next morning, Madeline Lombardi, Myers' aunt who lived at the house, headed into the kitchen to make her morning cup of coffee. In her interview with police, Lombardi described seeing something chilling through the window in the backyard. The white dog print onesie. It was Horsford, face down in the grass, not moving. After saying a prayer, Lombardi headed upstairs to find Myers, telling her something appeared to be wrong with her. Forsyth County 911 got the call just before 9 a.m. Horsford was pronounced dead at the scene, and her body sent for autopsy. But even before the report came back, the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office began to work the theory that Horsford's death had been an accident, a fall from the second-story outdoor deck. The case remained open for almost 4 months until the FSCO made their official determination on February 20th, 2019, 2 weeks after the state of Georgia medical examiner provided their final report. The FSCO pointed to the toxicology report, which tested positive for THC and clocked her blood alcohol content at .238, just shy of 3 times the legal limit to drive. With a BAC typically associated with blackouts, loss of coordination, and even vomiting, the FSCO determined that marijuana and alcohol use likely contributed to the fall. They also noted the door alarm log, as well as an unlit cigarette and lighter Barrera said she found on the upper deck. Together, the investigators found that this evidence suggested Horsford went out for a cigarette sometime around 1:57 a.m. and accidentally fell to her death. When they closed the case, the department released the incident report and death investigation to the public. But these documents didn't provide the answers Horsford's family and friends were looking for. In fact, they only caused more confusion. How did a woman with that high of a BAC appear in control of her facilities, according to interviews as well as video taken that night, yet managed to fall over a nearly 4-foot railing and into the backyard? How could a house full of people, some asleep for less than half an hour, not hear Horsford fall to her death right outside their windows? Could a 15 to 20-foot fall cause not only death, but a dislocated wrist, broken neck, and a laceration to her heart muscle? Why wasn't the scene preserved, evidence tested, or potential witnesses interviewed immediately? What happened when the back door opened just before 2 a.m.? And why is it left open until the next morning? And would the investigation have gone differently if Horsford wasn't the only black person at the party? Horsford was born in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 1978, where she lived until her family moved to the Bronx in 1989. She'd met her husband in Florida, who had a daughter from a previous relationship, and they went on to have 5 sons together. When Horsford died, her youngest son was only 4 years old. By all accounts, Horsford was the life of the party. She liked to laugh, to dance, to have fun. When the Horsfords moved to Georgia 5.5 years earlier for Leander's work, it was this warmth that had attracted Myers and others to the charismatic mother. But the questions surrounding Horsford's case goes beyond the optics of a black woman dying at a party with a group of white people. According to the autopsy from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Horsford showed blunt force trauma to her head, neck, torso, and extremities, including abrasions of the face, 4 types of hemorrhages in the skull and brain, dislocation of the right wrist, and cuts on her arms and legs. Additionally, she suffered a broken neck and a laceration of the right ventricle of the heart. According to the incident report, written by lead investigator Mike Christian, Horsford's body position was also examined at the scene. Most notable, when Tamala was turned over, was the fact she had come to rest face down. Christian writes, her head had not been canted to one side or the other. Horsford's legs were found extended behind her, with both feet pointing to the right, and her right arm close to her body. Her left arm was found extended and bent at the elbow. Friends, family, and advocates have doubted whether Horsford's injuries and resting position could be the result of a fall from the balcony. Some have questioned whether the injuries to her hands and arms could be defensive wounds, which would suggest perhaps an altercation before either going over the balcony or being positioned in the backyard. In fact, the incident report shows that Christian's initial theory was that Horsford had experienced a fall not from the deck, but from the ground, due to landscaping edging that matched scrapes on Horsford's shins. Christian only brought the balcony fall theory to Dr. Andrew Koopmeiners, Associate Medical Examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, after the medical examiner explained that the injury suffered could not have been caused by a ground-level fall. In his final report, Koopmeiners concluded that appeared as though she may have fallen from the deck, ultimately ruling that her injuries were consistent with those received in a roughly second-story fall. Potential evidence may also have been compromised or missed. The scene was never secured, and at least one witness, pretrial officer Barrera, told investigators he touched the body, saying he moved Horsford's leg while trying to figure out if she was still alive. Barrera also said in his interview he found and moved the unlit cigarette and lighter on the deck before he saw the body. But because police believed the death to be an accident, no evidence was ever fingerprinted. And though Barrera states on the original 911 call that security cameras were installed and pointed at the backyard, the batteries were found to be dead and the cameras not recording. During the autopsy, neither a sexual assault kit nor fingernail clippings were collected. In a call with Rolling Stone, GBI Public Affairs Director Nellie Miles explained that these steps are not routine and weren't taken in this case because there was no indication of foul play. The GBI's Division of Forensic Science also declined to test the contents of the bottle of tequila that Horsford had brought that evening. Miles explained that it's standard policy not to test for illicit substances when the possible suspect is deceased, as there would be nobody to hold accountable if they were to find drugs present. The case still remains a mystery, but like Horsford's family, we too want justice for her and hope soon the truth will come out on this matter. Saco, Maine, just outside of Portland, is your typically beautiful New England town. And Ashley Willette was your typical 15-year-old girl. When Ashley asked her mom if she could sleep over at a friend's house, there really was no cause for concern. At just after 10 p.m. on February 9th, 1999, Lise got a goodnight call from Ashley. The last words she ever heard from her daughter. 6 hours later, at almost exactly 4 a.m., a man driving home from work sees something in the road ahead. As he gets closer, he realizes to his horror, it's a dead teenager. It's Ashley Willette, strangled to death with her neck broken. How did Ashley get from the safety of a friend's sleepover to the hard, cold asphalt of Pine Point Road in a neighboring town nearly 10 miles away? It doesn't take long to piece together the last few hours of Ashley's life. The timeline begins at 10 p.m., just after her goodnight call to her mom. Ashley and her sleepover friends are visited by a few boys from school, and Ashley's mom says she was told one of the boys was named Jay Carney. So the girls let them in and the girls started talking, and then they said that they were heading up to the Sanborn house, said Lise Willette, the home of Earl and Muriel Sanborn. Their sons, Stephen and Danny, are also Ashley's classmates. I think she wanted to be with Stephen, said Elise. I think she had a crush on him, but I don't think she ever was involved with him. And that's the thing. she wanted to see Stephen that night, from what the girls said. According to a friend, Ashley stayed at the Sanborns' house while the other girls went home. What happens next depends on who you ask. The Sanborn boys and their parents have told police Ashley was offered a place to sleep on their couch, but they claim she left on her own after they all went to bed. It's about 10 miles from the Sanborn residence to Ashley's home. Police are suspicious and get a search warrant for the Sanborn home and Daniel's car. They want to know what happened at the Sanborns. According to published news reports, police retrieve what appears to be splats of blood and evidence of sexual activity from the Sanborn home. They also impound Danny Sanborn's car. They find patches of dry brown grass similar to grass found on Ashley's body. Raising even more suspicion, Danny can't keep his story straight. In an affidavit, he first says he went to school that morning. Later, Danny changes his story and tells authorities he spent the day at the beach. To Ashley's family, that's reason for suspicion. But it's not enough for cops to make an arrest or file charges. Police won't name a suspect. Despite Ashley's mom's beliefs, Danny Sanborn denies any involvement and has never been charged in connection with Ashley's murder. He and his brother Stephen, along with his parents, have been questioned by the cops several times, and they've never been charged with any wrongdoing either. Crime Watch Daily did confirm Danny Sanborn does have a long rap sheet. He's been convicted of assault on a police officer and spent 3 years in prison after being busted for heroin possession with intent to distribute. The Maine State Police calls this an open, ongoing, and confidential investigation and will not comment at this time. But there is one person who claims he knows who did it. The man who could solve the murder mystery goes missing. As police continue the search for Ashley Hewlett's killer, another family begins the search for their missing son. And the two cases would cross paths. Ashley was strangled to death and her neck was reportedly broken. Then, somebody dumped her body on a desolate road in Saco, Maine before dawn on a cold February morning. In the tangled web of rumor and suspicion, there's one young man who says he knows for sure who did it. But this horrible secret would disappear with him 3 months later. Tony Torres was a popular, athletic young man from the area who had moved to Massachusetts for college. He was a good son who always made time for family, said Narciso Torres, Tony's father. His last trip home was no different. He came to honor his mom on Mother's Day, and it was just like any other visit, telling us how he was doing in school and life seemed good for him. Tony also never missed a chance to hang out with his high school friends back home. That spring break, the party talk around the area was consumed with who killed Ashley Hewlett. Everybody in the small town was talking about it. In fact, one night at home with his parents, Tony drops a chilling revelation about her murder. He didn't tell us who, but he said he knows who did it. And he said it in a way that he left no doubt, said Narciso Torres. We were in the living room watching the news and the story of Ashley Hewlett came up, and he immediately said, "I know who killed her. I knew the people who killed her," said Narciso. And I cautioned him, "You're either going to go to the police with this information, or you're going to keep your mouth shut. But be careful who you share this with." At the time, I didn't know how much to believe that he actually knew, and a little part of me feared for him. Because, witnesses can be silenced. I wish I could go back now and pick him up by his shirt and say, "We're going to the police right now," said Narciso. But I didn't do that. Tony's dad was right to be concerned. 3 months later, after Ashley's murder, Tony mysteriously vanishes. Tony's parents shared with Crime Watch Daily the timeline of that night as told to them by police. At 2 a.m., Tony is partying at his ex-girlfriend's apartment. A close friend of the Sanborns, Jay Carney, was also there. Tony and Carney leave together for a store on the corner. A short time later, Carney comes back alone. Tony is never seen again. Jay Carney is the same guy who reportedly gave Ashley a ride to the Sanborns the night she was murdered. Tony has been missing for 17 years. He was declared dead in 2004, but his body has never been recovered. His family believes there's a connection between Ashley's murder and Tony's disappearance. Both Ashley's murder and Tony's disappearance are open and active cases, and Maine State Police will not comment about either one of them right now. Maine State Police are no longer talking. Both investigations are still open, but police are not releasing any records. Nobody has ever been charged with either crime. We don't know where Tony is. Is he dead or alive? And what exactly happened that night? Like a lot of college students with no idea what to do with their life, I decided to travel the world after my graduation. And by world, I mean whatever country was cheap enough for me to afford on my modest savings. I traveled through a bunch of Eastern European countries where the value of the dollar was high enough for me to get by comfortably enough. I had fun learning about the local culture and meeting new people for a while. But that all changed when I arrived in Romania. There, I met a woman named Anna at a small dive bar. She was sitting at the counter alone, her long black hair neatly tied in immaculate braids, and her pale ivory skin glowing in the dim light. The girl was so far out of my league that I wouldn't have even tried talking to her, had she not greeted me first. She asked me if I was a tourist, and the conversation snowballed from there until we were talking to each other like old friends. She spoke perfectly fluent, but heavily accented English, and I happily regaled her with my only slightly embellished stories of traveling through Eastern Europe. Wow, you've been all over the place, huh? Yeah, I just like to roam around and learn about how people from different cultures live their lives, you know? So where are you going after tonight? Hope you're not leaving Romania too soon. Well, I was planning on going to Ukraine soon, but now I think I might stay here a bit longer. Are you now? How about you come over to my place for dinner tomorrow? It's not far away from here, and you'll get to know all about my people while you're there. Yeah. Why don't we go tonight? I got time. Oh, I'd love to, but my sisters won't be free till tomorrow, and they'll be mad if I don't share my catch with them. I don't know if it was the booze talking or if I was just thinking with my lower head at the time, but I took her up on the offer. She wrote some directions and an address down on a napkin and placed it in my hand, her touch lingering a few moments longer than it had to. Come by at 6 tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you. I grinned like the drunk idiot I was and watched as she sauntered out of the nightclub with her hips swinging behind her. I only realized how stupid it was for me to promise to meet her, a stranger in a foreign country, the next morning, long after the effects of the alcohol wore off. Still, it didn't feel right to just stand her up after promising to meet up with her. I followed the directions written on the napkin Anna gave me and found myself driving through the Romanian countryside in my rented car for about an hour before coming across a little town tucked away in a forest. The directions Anna gave me said that her house was the large one on top of a hill in town. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find it, but it became difficult to miss once I saw the town for myself. The hill was almost a small mountain, and the house itself was practically a mansion. Locals avoided eye contact with me as I walked past and spoke in hushed whispers behind me that I couldn't understand. I tried to brush it off as them being shy around strangers. Then, out of nowhere, one of the locals approached me. A disheveled old man with wild eyes and wearing tattered clothes ran up to me as I was making my way to the house on the hill. He got right up in my face and let out a stream of Romanian words that I had no chance of deciphering. His breath was foul too, though not from alcohol like I would have expected. It smelled like he'd just eaten an entire clove of garlic before speaking to me. Thinking he was trying to sell me something, I tried to tell him I wasn't interested by using my body language. He wasn't taking no for an answer though. The man grabbed my hand and put something in it before I could pull away. The moment I had it, he ran away without turning back, yelling something in Romanian as he did. I looked down at my hand to find that he just gave me a silver crucifix. I considered just throwing it away right then and there, but the silver looked real and should have fetched a fair price at a pawn shop. So I hung it around my neck and tucked it under my shirt for safekeeping. I trudged up the long steps to the house on the hill and used the heavy brass door knocker to announce my arrival. Moments later, the door opened to reveal a beautiful blonde woman I'd never seen before. You must be John. Anna told me all about you. I'm Elena, her sister. Come inside. We're looking forward to learning all about you. Thank you, miss. Well, aren't you polite? Follow me. I'll take you to the dining room. We've been looking forward to having you for dinner. I stepped inside and was surprised by the sheer size of the place. It looked large from the outside, but only once I was inside did I realize just how imposing the place was with its elaborate Baroque architecture and antique furniture. Elena led me down a dark hallway filled with curtained windows and opened a door into a grand dining room made for way more than just the 4 people it would be accommodating. Already sitting at the table looking at me as I entered was Anna and another beautiful woman with red hair whom I assumed was her other sister. Looks like you've made it after all. For a moment there, I was worried you wouldn't show. There's no chance in hell I'd stand you up. I stepped inside with a smile and immediately noticed something odd. There was a soft but noticeable rattling sound coming from somewhere above me. I looked up at the high ceiling expecting to see some fancy chandelier I could use as a conversation starter. Instead, I let out a cry of horror when I saw over a dozen bodies hanging from their feet on chain hooks attached to the ceiling. Their eyes were rolled into the back of their skulls with pale faces twisted into looks of horror, and their necks had been torn apart by something that drained all the blood from their bodies. I do hope the decor is to your taste. We'd hate to make a bad impression while having you for dinner. What the hell? Before I could finish, I felt Elena's hand grip my shoulder with strength that didn't match her size. With effortless ease, she pushed me downwards and I was forced onto my knees. The red-headed woman came and grabbed my other shoulder with the same unnatural strength as Elena. They held me down as Anna slowly approached me. Her lips parted into a sadistic smile that showed off her razor-sharp fangs. My heart pounded in my chest as she caressed my cheek with hands that ended in long, claw-like nails. She pulled me into an embrace. I could feel her breath against my neck and braced myself for her bite. Instead, my ears were pierced by a shrill scream that wasn't my own. Anna doubled back in panic. The shape of a cross had burnt through her black dress and seared her flesh. When the red-headed woman let go of my shoulder to go check on Anna, I quickly reached into my shirt with my newly freed hand and pulled out the crucifix the old man had given me. Upon seeing the crucifix, Elena let go of my shoulder and stumbled back in panic. The 3 sisters hissed and snarled at me as I held up the crucifix towards them, their beautiful faces twisted into monstrous bat-like visages with snarling lips and eyes that glowed red with rage. I backed out of the dining room, never once letting the monstrous women out of my sight while gripping the crucifix so tightly I feared that I'd dent it. Once I was out of the house, I ran. I ran as fast as I could to where I parked my rented car and got the hell out of the town as quickly as I could before buying the next plane ticket back home. It's been years since that incident. I haven't told anyone about it because I doubt anyone would believe me if I did. All I can do is pray that the spirits of those hanging from those hooks in the dining room will find peace in the arms of the Lord, far away from the grasp of Anna and her sisters. I don't really get the hype, I said to myself as I watched my coworkers chat with excitement about potential travel destinations as we were just given 4 weeks off for a vacation. My name is Blake Wyatt, and in all 31 years of my life, I really didn't get the point of traveling. In truth, I saw it as a waste of time as I'd rather spend all my time working. After work that day, I walked home with my friend Matt and we began to have a conversation. So, any plans for a holiday, Blake? Yes, I'm going to see my doctor. I have an appointment tomorrow. My friend Matt laughed and continued with, Look, Blake, I know you don't like traveling, but it's really fun if you give it a chance. Let me know if you change your mind. We could go somewhere together. After a while, I finally reached home and I bid him goodbye. As I laid on my bed that night, I knew my views on traveling wasn't going to change. But little did I know that by tomorrow, I'll be buying my first ticket to go to an unforgettable solo trip. The next morning, I went for my doctor's appointment. I had been having some heartaches for the past few weeks, and I decided to check it out. My doctor ran some tests on me, and when the results came back, I was told that due to my incessant working, I had high stress levels. My doctor told me that I'd have to take it easy from now on. He then recommended a vacation, a trip to de-stress. I know you have some time off from work. Maybe find a resort or a spa and take the time to take care of yourself. Going home that night, I realized that no matter how unimportant I thought traveling was, my health was a priority. So I began to surf the internet, and it didn't take long before I came across an article. The article talked about a place called the Serene Resort. It was located in the wilderness, and it had a slogan that read, "Find the peace and calmness you so desperately need." I read more about it, and it had nothing but stellar reviews. So without wasting any more time, I booked a flight ticket to leave the very next day. When I arrived at the resort, I noticed that it had a beautiful and serene environment. I spent the first week participating in yoga-like activities and meditation, and while I did everything I was supposed to, I realized that it wasn't helping as I was still stressed. I decided to continue trying, so I stayed there for an extra week. By the third week, I was surprised to see my friend Matt arrive at the resort. "What are you doing here, man?" "I heard you traveled here due to stress, so I decided to come keep you company on your solo trip." Even though it was a solo trip, I was glad to see my friend Matt as I needed the company. We spent the third week participating in the numerous activities and having a blast. Once the fourth week arrived, I knew we'd have to go back to work, and while my stress levels had reduced a bit, I knew that I still needed to relax more. One Wednesday afternoon, a man walked up to me and began a conversation. "Are you Mr. Blake?" "Yes, I am. Any problem?" "No, it's just that I heard from the others that you came here to de-stress, and the other activities aren't really working for you." I was a bit baffled as to how he knew, as I hadn't seen him around. But I continued the conversation with, "Yeah, man, don't get me wrong. I am a little de-stressed, but most of the activities aren't really helping me." "Then you're in luck. I'm taking a group of 10 people to the cliffside today. We are going to be doing stress-reducing activities. Think of it like advanced yoga." I felt a bit uneasy as I didn't know if I should accept, but I wanted my health to get better so I could get back to work. So I agreed, and I told myself that the man is probably part of the resort staff. Around 1 p.m. that afternoon, me and a group of people went to the cliffside to participate in the activities. I didn't tell Matt about it as he was doing something else in the resort, so I left a note telling him where I went to, in case he began to look for me. The activity began, and the man told us to stand and meditate. We all did exactly as he ordered. After 20 minutes, I saw the man get out a strange powder from his pocket, and he began to blow it into everyone's face. I thought that was odd, so I asked, "What's the powder for?" "No worries, Mr. Blake. It's just a special powder that helps you relax and clear your mind." Now, I wasn't a yoga or de-stressing activity guru, but I knew that something was off about the powder thing. That's why when he approached me and blew the powder in my face, I moved back a little as not to inhale all of it. When he was done, the man began to smile from ear to ear, and it didn't take long before I began to feel lightheaded and uneasy. I looked around me and I noticed a blank expression on the faces of everyone there. I tried to move, but I couldn't as my legs felt like lead. My heart then began to pace as I knew something was wrong. As I felt my anxiety rise, the strange man who led the activity began to speak. "You are all fools, fools. Don't you have anything better to waste your money on than something like you know you'll never get? I was a child when I figured out that there's truly no peace and serenity in this mad world, and there's no activity or meditation that can give you that peace or calmness you're all looking for." The man looked like a demented person as he spoke, and I knew he used the powder to do something to us. I tried to scream, but my mouth didn't open. I struggled to use my body, but it was to no avail as I was stuck against my own will. The strange man then continued his speech with, "But since you all want it so bad, I'll generously give you all the peace you are looking for. And the one and only way to achieve that is through permanent sleep." As he said the words permanent sleep, fear rippled through my body as I prayed for it to mean something else. The man then pointed to the first woman and told her, go to the edge and fall. I watched in horror as a 25-year-old went to the edge of the cliff and jumped off to her death like an obedient child. One by one, he instructed each of them to jump and plummet to their death as the sounds of their bodies hitting the base of the cliff filled the area. I was the last person the man instructed to jump, and like magic, I felt my body began to move. I fought the thing that was compelling me to obey, but it was hopeless as I couldn't help it. I heard the man who ordered me to jump laughing as he walked away. My legs took me to the edge of the cliff, and I began to think about how I never thought in a million years that I would hopelessly watch myself die and do nothing about it. I felt my legs prepare to jump, and I had already accepted my fate. But before I could leap from the edge, strong hands held me and pulled me back. I looked up to see my friend Matt looking at me with confusion before he shouted, "What the fuck do you think you're doing, man?" I wanted to answer, but I felt a sharp pain in my chest, and within seconds, the whole world around me turned dark. I woke up at the resort with a doctor and Matt beside me. The doctor told me to lay down and take it easy as I just had a cardiac arrest. After a while, a few of the resort officials came and I told them everything that happened. I asked if they knew why I was going to kill myself against my own will, and they told me I was a victim of the drug called Devil's Breath. The drug was derived from the flower of the Barachero shrub, and it has similar effects to that of scopolamine, as when it is used, the victim loses all free will and becomes like an obedient animal. They said it was normally used by thieves to take people's credit cards and empty out their bank accounts, but it was hardly used as a weapon to kill people. The officials then said that in the recent years, numerous bodies have been found at the base of the cliff, and when investigations were carried out, traces of Devil's Breath were found in their system. They said, with my testimony, a case will be opened up. But to my knowledge, the killer still hasn't been found. This incident made me reconsider a lot of things in my life. I don't work as much as I used to now, as I began to take a lot of time for myself. The near-death experience made me realize how precious my life is, and how it is really important that I enjoyed and took care of it. The story I am about to tell is neither a rumor nor word of mouth. Everything happened right in front of my eyes, and all the people involved in this incident are very much alive in flesh and bone. Well, kind of though. Coming from a small town, the first year of my college hit me right on the face like a wake-up call. It took me some time to get used to the speed, but slowly, I started to make good friends. My first friend, Liam, who was also my roommate, belonged to a rich family. His sister, Bethany, too joined the same college next year and became our junior. Bethany had a boyfriend in high school who died in a car accident. After his death, Bethany was never the same anymore. One tragic incident turned her into a completely different person. One day we were chilling in the canteen when Liam started to talk about the spring break. We were a group of 5. Me, Liam, Bethany, Samantha, and Matthew. Samantha and Liam were something, which they hesitated to admit back then. And I was the forever single kind. But Matthew was in more deep trouble than all of us. He liked Bethany a lot. Like, a lot. No matter how much he tried to control himself, his heart never let him. Every time Bethany talked to him, we could see his face turn red. Liam was too ignorant to notice how his friend is deeply attracted to his sister, but I did. I couldn't be sure whether Bethany had anything for Matthew because women are hard to read in such cases. And Bethany already had a troubled past that prevented anyone from being personal with her. All of us were discussing our plans for the upcoming spring break when Liam said his father owns a wooden cottage in the valley and we can all have a blast there. Matthew yelled in joy, and we all got charged up thinking we will be spending our spring break in the serene mountains. Well, the spring break was memorable, definitely, but in a shocking way. No matter how many spring breaks come and go, none of us will ever forget this one. Liam brought his huge camper van, and we all hopped in for a much-awaited vacation. On the ride, Matthew sat next to Bethany. After an hour, I saw him making Bethany laugh. It was nice to see them finally get along. The amount of effort Matthew put without making Bethany uncomfortable increased my respect for him. I did not doubt that Matthew genuinely had feelings for her. Around 4 p.m., we reached our destination. The cottage was in such altitudes that we could see the snow-covered mountains from a close distance. Snowflakes were dangling in the air before they slowly touched the ground. Being the only residence in this remote valley, the cottage had every little thing included in it. The living room was huge with an intricately designed fireplace that was enough to warm up the entire valley. Big cushioned chairs were scattered around, providing a comfortable sitting arrangement for a big group of people. After putting our bags in our room, we all sat in the living room, choosing a cozy seat. Liam went to get the most expensive wines from the cellar, while Samantha and I started chatting. Matthew was walking all over the house restlessly and observing each decor like a curious child. "Wow, you guys have so many photographs," Matthew said while looking at the wall. I didn't notice earlier, but there were photos framed and hung up on the wall right next to the door. We all got up and walked to take a look at those pictures. There were photos of Bethany and Liam with their parents and high school friends. Among all those photos, there was this one particular frame that caught all of our attention. It was taken inside this house. In that picture, a boy of 16 or 17 years old was sitting in a high-back chair near the fireplace, and Bethany was standing beside him with a glass of wine in her hand and a big shining smile on her face. Though she looked very excited, the boy had a stern face. He had pale green eyes that instantly caught your attention when you noticed the photo for the first time. Bethany came near us and stood beside Matthew with a calm face. We could all tell who the boy was, so things became quite awkward. Without hesitation, Bethany said in a crystal clear voice, "That's Jeremy, my high school boyfriend. This was our last photograph together before he died in that car crash." "I'm sorry to hear, Bethany." "Yeah, we didn't mean to bring it up, you know? Don't worry. I have already been quite hard on myself. Maybe it's time to move on." Bethany glanced at Matthew while saying the last line, and I could notice a spark of budding love being exchanged between these two young souls. A big smile appeared on Matthew's face as soon as she finally gave him the hint he was craving for so long. Bethany went back to her seat, and Samantha and I started pulling Matthew's leg. I haven't seen a guy blush so much before. A happy mood of vacation kicked in, and Liam entered just at the right moment. He brought some expensive liquor, and we started the party. With chilled music playing in the background, everyone was laughing and drinking. In a few words, spring break took place. All of a sudden, the power went off. The cottage that was filled with loud laughs and clinking of wine glasses drowned into deep silence with this unexpected power cut. The light of the fireplace helped us to locate the living room. "Damn, this is unusual. Let's hope the power comes back on soon," Liam said. We all sat down and started to enjoy the spooky ambience around. Heavy wind was blowing outside that made the glass window tremble like timid rabbits. "This is a perfect environment for some scary stories," Samantha said. "Oh, come on. There are no such things as ghosts, and I'm not in the mood to hear made-up stories that are told to scare children," Matthew replied. Samantha and Matthew got into an argument about whether spirits exist or not, just when I said, "Well, we can always experiment." Everyone looked at me, and I told them how planchettes are a way to call a spirit. I still regret generating this idea into everyone's mind that night, because what happened next, none of us will ever forget. After a lot of argument and discussion, we all decided to do a planchette just to pass the time. We all thought nothing will happen anyway, so there's no harm in giving it a try. We arranged our chairs in a circle and placed a small wooden table in the middle. Matthew and Bethany sat face to face. Liam and I sat beside Matthew. A candle was lit and placed in the center of the table. I said in a low voice, "So, whosever spirit we will summon must be known to all of us. Someone whose face is seen by all of us." Matthew and Bethany looked at each other, and then they looked at the photo of Jeremy. None spoke, but we all got the hint. Liam said in a hesitant voice, Beth, you don't have to do this if you're not comfortable." "No, it's fine with me," Bethany replied in an adamant voice. It was as if she wanted to see if spirits exist or not. "Place your hands on this table and close your eyes. Concentrate and think about Jeremy. No matter what, don't take your hands off of this table. Jeremy, if you are listening to us, please show some signs. We are calling you, Jeremy. Please show us a sign." The roaring wind and crackling fireplace were the only sound accompanying my voice at that time. Nothing happened for 5 minutes straight. We were all about to give up when a muffled growl took place. Everyone slowly opened their eyes, and we all noticed Matthew. His head was down like he was being hypnotized and growling in a subdued, low voice. "Matthew, are you?" A shadowy atmosphere grabbed the living room as the candle went out. The fireplace became the only source of light. I told everyone not to make any movement and asked Matthew in a low voice, "Jeremy, is that you?" Matthew nodded his head up and down. All of our faces turned pale. He slowly lifted his head, and we saw his eyes were still closed. Bubbles were forming in the corners of his mouth. The suppressed growl notified anger and hatred churning inside him. None of us was prepared for what happened next. Matthew opened his bloodshot eyes and looked at Bethany. His eyes were fixated on her, and deep hatred and anger were burning inside them. Suddenly, he spoke in a demonic voice. "Bethy, you want to fall in love again, huh? You want to forget me and move on with Matthew?" "Oh my God, Jeremy, is that you? Is that you?" "I won't let you forget me. You are mine, only mine." On that cold night, at the top of the mountain, Liam and I pinned him on the ground and started to pour water on his head. I screamed, "Jeremy, this is not your world. You need to go away. Leave Matthew and go back." After a long struggle of denial and resistance, Matthew slowly fainted on the ground, and his body became calm again. None of us slept that night. Samantha woke up after some time and went straight to her room. Bethany didn't speak a single word that entire night, and as soon as sunrise came, we hopped inside our cars and left the cottage. Matthew was taken to the hospital. For the rest of our college years, everyone got detached as we were too shocked to cope with this truth. Bethany never talked to any of us, and our cheerful college memories ended on a spring break. It's been 4 years since that incident. The reason why I recalled it again is a wedding card that I received via email. It was from Liam. He sent me an invitation to his sister's wedding. On that card, a photograph was placed with Bethany and Matthew standing together. Bethany stood with a big smile, but Matthew's face seemed too serious. As I took a close look, I realized how his eyes had changed color in a weird way. Matthew's brown eyes are now pale green. Not just that, his face reminded me so much of Jeremy. Is this even possible? Does that mean that night, Jeremy didn't leave Matthew's body? Instead, he captured it to get back his high school girlfriend. If that's the case, then what happened to the soul of Matthew? When I was a little boy, my father told me something while we were sitting in the forest. He said, "Listen now, my dear Andrew. There's nothing more beautiful in this world than the nature that surrounds us. I want you to look around and see the beautiful living trees that loom above us, the soft grass that we walk on, the feeling of comfort you feel when you're here, and I want you to appreciate all of it. Nature gives us a lot of things, my son, and there's no better way to say thank you than preserving it." I have carried these words all my life, as in that moment, I truly felt as if the trees and everything surrounding me were speaking to me. The love for the forest only grew from there, and it hasn't wavered till today. And I was a 23-year-old environmentalist college student who played football. My father was Ludwig Charles, a millionaire who also had a strong passion for the preserving of nature. Unfortunately, he died when I was 18 due to health issues. While the death of my father was painful, I took solace in continuing his passion as I stood up for the preserving of nature at any chance I could. While I was in college, I began to balance playing football with studying and my environmental activist work. College was great, and my first 3 years were amazing. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to finish college as a little incident happened during the spring break of my 3rd year. I had invited one of my teammates and my very close friends, Samuel Brown, to one of my dad's mansions to spend the break. I had known Samuel since childhood, and he was like a brother to me. So I knew he'd be the perfect person to spend the break with. We reached the mansion, which was situated really close to the forest, and Samuel made a comment saying, "Wow, dude, the forest is really growing out." He was right, as the trees had started encroaching on the back of the mansion. I knew my father built the mansion here so he'd be close to the forest, and I knew that he'd be happy even if the forest was growing out. So I replied Samuel with, "As it should be." Samuel then made a joke saying, "With the way you love nature, I know you'd be ecstatic if the forest completely covered the mansion. That way, you can literally say that you live in the forest because you're a hardcore environmental lover." We both laughed as we walked inside. After settling down, we began to watch some TV, and that night on the local news channel, it was revealed that for the past 2 years, numerous lumberjacks had been going missing. And with no one to cut down the trees, the forest had been growing out at a rapid pace. I could tell Samuel was baffled by the information, and I didn't want to talk about it because I knew it had changed the evening's mood. So I decided to change the topic by asking if he wanted to play video games. We played for a while before Samuel said he wanted to ease himself. I asked him if he knew where the toilet was, as I didn't want him getting lost in the big house, as he said. "Don't worry, man. I'll find it myself." About 5 minutes passed before I heard Samuel's gut-wrenching scream fill the house. I immediately ran over to where the scream came from so that I could make sure he was all right. I reached the scene to see my friend Samuel standing in the kitchen freezer and staring at the numerous frozen dead bodies strung up to the ceiling like meat. A shocked Samuel then asked me, "What the hell is this, man?" And I calmly replied to him with, "Oh, sorry you had to see that. These are actually all the bodies of those fucking lumberjacks who have been going missing for the past 2 years. I killed them all because they were murderers." My friend Samuel then looked at me in disbelief and said, "What? How? This is just a sick prank, isn't it?" I then looked him dead in the eye and said, "No, it's actually not. And believe me, it wasn't easy, but that's why I play football and go to the gym a lot. I knew after killing these bastards, I'd have to drag them all the way here, and I needed a lot of strength for that. Oh well, I was just doing the necessary." Samuel then stuttered, "Why would you do that, man? What did they do to you?" I then replied to him with, "Because they cut down the living trees that grow in the forest. It's funny how if a human being is cut down, the killer is tried for murder. But if a tree that grows and lives is cut down, nothing happens to the ones responsible. Isn't that a perfect example of double standards?" With a baffled look, Samuel then told me, "Look, Andrew, I know you and your father loved nature, but you killed numerous men, and that isn't okay." I was getting a bit agitated now, as he wasn't understanding what I was trying to tell him. So I replied to him with, "It also isn't okay to cut down trees. They are living things too, and if you listen closely, you can hear them speak. People are out there committing atrocities by forcefully taking from nature and with no repercussions. My father tried to stop it by raising money and giving environmental sermons, but that doesn't really change anything, Sam. People are still out there destroying nature however they please, and in the end, he couldn't do anything to stop it. So I decided to do it my way, to preserve nature at any cost." After I finished speaking, I saw the look of fear and terror in Samuel's eyes as he was looking at me like I was crazy. I knew he now saw me as a deranged serial killer, and if he escaped, he would call the cops. So with no hesitation, I attacked him. We struggled for a while, but I overpowered him easily, as even though we were both football players, I had a better build, so that gave me the upper hand. I pinned him down quickly and I began to strangle him. I could see him struggle for air as I choked him harder. The man I was strangling was like my own brother. I knew letting him go would be the end of me, but I just couldn't bring myself to kill him, as Samuel always supported me through all my environmental issues and endeavors. So in that moment of clarity, I let him go. He ran out of the freezer, and I just sat there as I heard him call 911, and in under 15 minutes, I was surrounded by cops. My father's lawyer took my case, but I didn't deny what I did, as I was proud of it. The families of the lumberjacks wanted me dead, but my lawyer pleaded insanity, so they deemed me mentally unstable, and I was sent to a psychiatric ward for treatment. As I sit in this madhouse, I'm writing this incident to enlighten the world about my story. The so-called environmentalists who are meant to be saving the trees just sit there like fools typing and tweeting, "Save the trees," without actually doing anything about it. And that gets me so angry, as you're all watching the environment you supposedly love die. As this is a touchy subject, I could go on and on about this, but I'll end this all by saying, I am not mad, neither am I mentally unstable. The trees do live, and I did what I had to do to preserve them. I stand by what I did, and if given the opportunity, I would do it again. My friends and I went to Ireland for our spring break. We managed to score ourselves a spot at a boss beach that was popular with visiting spring breakers from America and Britain alike. We were surrounded by choice girls wearing swimsuits that didn't leave much for us to imagine, and they had a groovy concert playing on stage just for the occasion. A few of the spring breakers were hanging loose on the sands, sunbathing. But me and my pals Vic and Will were letting our freak flags fly, dancing to the music like the drunk idiots we were. You gotta give it to the Irish. They know how to make some awesome brew. We must have pounded at least 4 cans of Guinness by the first hour. I held back and only drank 2 though. I was always the most responsible of the 3 of us, though considering how wild Vic and Will were, that really isn't saying much. Hey Rick, Will, take a look at those skirts. He pointed at a couple of foxy girls who were hanging to the side away from everyone else. One had red hair like fire, while the others were shiny blonde like gold. Both of them had the most brilliant green eyes I'd ever seen. Moreover, they had the faces of angels and bodies of devils that made us want to send our souls away with pleasure. I wouldn't have minded letting either of them rub some of that Irish luck on me, unlikely as that was to happen. Man, those girls are far out of your league. Vic flashed his best drunken smile and slicked back his golden hair. Just watch and learn, kids. Oh, hell no. We ain't letting you have all the fun. Come on, Rick. I was pretty sure trying to flirt with them was a hopeless endeavor, but I followed them anyway, to keep them out of trouble, if nothing else. Once I got closer, I noticed something off about the girls. Their ears were longer than normal and pointy at the top like a Christmas elf. I'd never seen anything like it before. But then again, I'd also never been to Ireland before. So I assumed that getting your ears done must have been fashionable there or something. I doubted Vic or Will even noticed them though, since they were too busy ogling the girls' other assets below the neck. Hey, you girls enjoying the party so far? It's getting a bit dull, to be honest. Yes, I feel the novelties run dry. Huh? So are you planning to stick around or are you gonna blow this joint soon? Why does it matter to you boys? Because the best place to party gotta be wherever you girls are at. The girls let out a chuckle at that, and Vic grinned like a smug dumbass at his minor victory. You're right. Parties with us are always more fun. We were actually thinking about getting away from here to join a more exclusive party. It's on another beach near here. You boys want to come along? Oh, hell yeah. But while my friends were patting themselves on the back for getting the girls' attention, I was starting to smell something funky about the whole situation. Still, I was tight with Vic and Will, so I couldn't just leave them there. Plus, I didn't want to be a bummer during our spring break either. The 3 of us followed the 2 girls off the beach, away from the screaming crowds at the beach. They led us to a towering cavern that had been a mere 5 minutes walk away from where we had been partying. There's another beach past this cavern here. If you boys aren't too scared to go inside, we can party it up like no tomorrow on the other side. Alarm bells started going off in my head. I didn't want to go inside a deep dark cave with a couple of freaky-ass strangers to go God knows where. Vic and Will seemed all too eager to follow them though, too busy thinking with their head below their belts to see how sketchy this was. And I, not wanting to be the one to bring the mood down, braced myself for whatever was waiting for us on the other side of that dark cavern. I was pleasantly surprised when we all emerged on the other side unharmed onto the most out-of-sight beach I'd ever seen in my life. It was almost as if we weren't even on Earth anymore. The sands were the purest white I'd ever seen. The waters were a crystal clear shade of azure blue I'd only seen on stained glass windows. And even the sky itself somehow looked brighter and clearer than before, with not even a cloud in sight. But best of all, there was a party going on in full swing with the hottest babes in the galaxy. Several of them came over to greet the girls we'd entered with, and I noticed they all had pointy ears too. I was about to finally ask them what the hell was up with their ears when one of them handed me a cup of booze. I took a single sip of the golden liquid, and it was like all thoughts and reservations melted away from my mind. I don't remember much about what happened after that. All I know is that it involved a lot of dancing and even more drinking. I actually lost track of Vic and Will at some point, but I didn't care. I was way too busy having a good time with the ladies at the party and dancing to the otherworldly music around us, played by a band I couldn't see. Time flew by in a flash, though the skies above didn't get any dimmer. Without my friends around, I started flirting with everything in a bikini to little success. None of them outright rejected me, but they seemed to regard me with the same sort of mild amusement you give to a funny stray dog begging for treats. After a while of being able to make girls laugh but not swoon, I decided to pull out the big guns. I had a guitar in the back of the rented van my friends and I came to the beach on. It was a stupid idea fueled by alcohol-induced idiocy, but I thought I'd be able to woo them with the power of groovy music played from my banged-up guitar. I set my latest cup of golden booze on a flat rock near the cavern entrance and left the party the same way I got in. I walked through the cavern while using the walls to feel my way through the darkness. The moment I came out on the other side, I felt the strength leave my body. My breathing became short and tired, while my back and knees started to ache like I'd just run a marathon. Suddenly, the thought of getting the guitar to woo the girls became the last thought on my mind. Whatever the golden booze that they served us was, it was causing me one hell of a hangover that I needed to sleep off at the van. I made my way to the main beach where people were still having their spring break party. The music wasn't nearly as groovy as before though. In fact, it was loud, obnoxious music from a genre I'd never heard before in my life and did little to help my throbbing hungover head. I brushed it off as a European thing and made my way to the parking lot as quickly as possible. When I got there, our van was nowhere to be found. Instead, the parking lot was filled with weird-looking cars I knew weren't there when I first arrived. Out of curiosity, I approached one to check it out. I saw my own reflection on its shiny waxed surface and let out a hoarse gasp. The person that looked back at me from the car's reflection was an old, ragged man in his 70s, instead of the clean-cut 20-year-old I'd been when I arrived at the beach. As I was struggling to process my new look, someone at the beach party announced something through a speaker and filled me with the horrifying realization of what had happened. Let's go! Spring Break 2018! Woo! They said the year was 2018. But when I arrived, it was only 1965. Somehow, while I was busy dancing and drinking with those pointy-eared folk, over 50 years had gone by in the outside world. I immediately rushed back to the hidden beach as quickly as my aging knees could take me. I never paid much attention in English class, but I did remember the story of Rip Van Winkle, sleeping decades away after drinking with the magical men in the mountains. Though in my case, I was partying rather than sleeping. I stumbled through the darkness of the cavern entrance and came out the other side. There I saw a regular beach instead of the pristine paradise I'd been drinking in only moments ago. The only things out of the ordinary were the corpses of two wrinkled old men, and although age had ravaged them, I still recognized them as Vic and Will by the swim trunks they wore. Their dying faces were fixed into a blissful smile, unaware of the time that had passed during a spring break party that never ended. The recent web series, Squid Game, has risen to fame because of its unusual and twisted plot. But as everyone can enjoy the show, I can't. There's one element of this show that makes me cringe like crazy, and that is the Dalgona candy. As soon as I heard about it, so many dark memories lashed out of my mind. I have been introduced to this typical Korean candy way back before Squid Game gave it worldwide fame. My name is Sarah Stewart, and this is my story. I grew up in the countryside with fresh air, a clear sky, cheerful people. Being from a small village left very few options for entertainment. In those days, children used to play in the parks, run in the mud, and sail paper boats in the ditch near the roads. Childhood was easy and innocent. Every afternoon, my brother and I used to go out and play with the neighborhood kids. There wasn't a constructive park like the big cities have these days, but there was indeed a huge green field adjacent to the woods. Kids play there, locals went for their walks. The field was so vast that even all the people of the village were not enough to make it crowded. One cloudy afternoon, my brother and I wore our raincoats and went to the field to ride our bicycles. Mom gave us strict warning to head home if it started to rain. The sky was filled with big dark clouds. My brother Jason has always been a stubborn and hyperactive kid. He rode his bicycle intentionally over the puddles of water so that it splashed. A few people were chatting in one corner. Except that, no other kids were playing that day. Jason and I were racing when my eyes went to a secluded part of the field. There was a big bushy tree, and the woods started right after that. Under the shadow of the big tree stood a man with a small trolley. "Who is that?" Jason asked me, following my eyes. "Think he's selling candy," I said. "Do you have money?" "Yeah." "Let's go then." Saying this, Jason started to ride his bicycle at full speed towards the candy man. Being the big sister, I had to go after him. We reached near the spot and got a clear view of the man. All his clothes looked quite old and rusty. He wore a brown farmer hat, probably to save himself from the rain. What surprised me more was his candy. They looked like big caramel lollipops with various shapes stamped on them. And all the candy were the same flavor. I realized he is a poor candy seller who was probably trying to make money with the little he can. He laughed in a squeaky voice and said, "Wanna try some candies, dear?" How much is it?" "2 candies for $1. Seeing the size of the candy, I became shocked hearing the price. I thought to myself, these are cheap. Before I could ask more, Jason yelled in excitement, "I'll take this one." The man handed him over a lollipop that had an umbrella stamped on it. I gave him $1, and he handed me another one. Mine had a star stamped on it. Taking the money, he smiled and said, "What are you two doing alone here? A storm is about to come." "Yeah, we'll head home now. Come on, Jason." Saying this, I looked at my brother, who by that time had already taken a big bite of the candy. But he didn't pay attention to what I said and spat the candy from his mouth on the ground, screaming, "Ew! These taste awful! You're the worst candy maker! You make the worst candy!" He threw the remaining candy on the ground and stomped on it, making the umbrella shatter into pieces. I felt embarrassed with his behavior because, no matter how it tasted, he shouldn't have insulted the poor man in his face. I scolded him, saying, "Jason, didn't Mom tell you to behave in front of others?" I was going to scold him more, but the man stopped me and said, "It's okay. He is just a kid." He then crouched down to Jason's face and said, "I am sorry. Maybe they won't be bad due to the weather. I do have freshly made ones at home. And there are many other candies as well. If you want, you two can come with me." I turned around and saw there was no one else in that field except us. A siren of trouble went loud in my mind. I said in a fumbled voice, "It's quite late now. We should be going. I'm sorry for my brother's behavior." The man laughed in the same manner again and said, "It's fine. I thought you guys will like some toys that I made for kids. Too bad you have to go home now." "Toys? Sarah, please, please, let's go. I want toys. But Mom said to be home. It's not even raining yet. She said to be home before it starts to rain.
Don't worry. My house is nearby.
No matter how many red flags I saw, I still couldn't refuse the invite of free toys and candy like my brother. I gave up finally, and we started to follow the man. He rode his trolley, and we rode our bicycles behind him. Leaving the field behind, we took a narrow path heading into the woods. After riding for 5 or 7 minutes, we came in front of a small wooden cabin.
This is my home. Come in.
The man parked his trolley on the side and opened the door. We kept our bicycles beside the cabin and walked in with him. It was a small cabin with very little furniture. A soggy smell was all over the air like it hasn't been cleaned for a long time. The man took us into a small room which was more like a kitchen. I could see dirty plates lying in the sink with cockroaches crawling on them for leftovers. A disgusting feeling shivered down my body, seeing the filth all around. On the stove lay a pan with a caramel liquid filled in it. He lit the stove and told us to sit on the chairs kept in the corner. I sat down, but Jason said,
"Where are the toys? I want them now." You are a stubborn kid. Can't you learn anything from your sister? I want the toys now. Can you watch this till I come back?
I nodded my head, and the man went to the other room with Jason. I sat down and watched the caramel boil. Few moments went by, and when they didn't come back, I got a bit worried. I pushed the door open in one go and saw Jason was tied to the bedstand while the man sat near him with a sharp knife. "What are you doing to my brother?"
I am going to make him the best candy he will ever taste.
He then lunged at me and pressed a funky-smelling cloth on my mouth. I don't know why. My head became dizzy and I lost the willpower to scream or fight back. I don't remember how long I was out, but when I woke up, I found myself tied to a chair. I was back in that kitchen again. At some distance, the man was stirring that pan which had caramel boiling in it. He took a full glass of red liquid and poured it into the caramel mixture. An awful burnt metal smell choked the air in the room immediately.
Oh, you're awake. Do you know what this is? Look at there. Look.
I looked at the corner of the kitchen where he gestured and saw Jason was lying on the floor with his eyes wide open and wrists slashed. Blood was dripping like a fountain. The man drank some blood from his cut-open wrists and then poured it again into the caramel mixture. After stirring it for some more time, he poured it into a tray in the shape of a big circle, then grabbed a balloon-shaped stamp and made a mark on the caramel mixture, which was now red with my brother's blood.
Here you go. The world's tastiest candy is ready. Want to try it out?
He then picked up the balloon-shaped red Dalgona candy and licked it in front of my eyes. The red blood cells stuck to his tongue, making it red. His eyes widened and he said,
"Now it's your turn."
He started to walk towards me with that candy made from my brother's blood. I cried and pleaded with him to let me go, but he didn't. He crouched down at my level and shoved the candy into my mouth. The metallic taste made me vomit on the floor right away, and just then I heard footsteps rushing into the cabin. "Freeze, or we will shoot!" The cops entered the kitchen, pointing their guns at him. I woke up in the hospital and saw my parents standing near me with tearful eyes. When my brother and I didn't come home, my parents started looking for me. They heard from some local people that we were talking to this fishy-looking candy vendor, and that was the last time they all saw us. With the help of the sheriff and his team, my parents started searching for us and heard my scream coming from a distance. Following that, they discovered this wooden cabin, and what happened next is not hard to guess. Even though they saved me, my brother died that day. He lost a huge amount of blood, and on his way to the hospital, he took his last breath. The Candyman is now facing a life sentence in prison. I will never be able to watch this web series, no matter how trendy or exciting people label it. The Squid Game reminds me of that Dalgona candy that was made by my little brother's blood. I don't know if I will ever be able to forgive myself for what happened recently, or what I made happen. This is my first year in college, and I am a murderer in the eyes of the entire college already. I have been a highly competitive individual since childhood. I love taking dares, accepting challenges as they give me an adrenaline rush. Without caring for my life, I have gone to extremes just to win a challenge for the sake of popularity among friends. And this stupid mindset has landed me in this awful situation that I am now in. My father always screamed at me whenever I failed to say, "This world has two kinds of people, winners and losers. You decide who you want to be, Andrew." Growing up, this toxic masculinity grew in me so deep that I forgot the most important meaning of life is humanity. I have been a popular kid wherever I went. When I joined college, I immediately made a lot of friends. We partied hard and were always looking for something fun. It felt like my life is one of those teenage dramas where I am the main character and the handsome hero. There was a love interest as well. Her name was Tatsumi. She was the prettiest Korean girl I have ever seen in my life. Hence, not only me, but many guys were also desperate to get her attention. Among them was one of the most annoying ones, Jackson, aka Jack. Jack and I were arch rivals. If anyone could give me top-level competition, it was him. And many people took advantage of our tussles by enjoying it like reality shows. Anyways, so last week, we got invited to a friend's house who threw a huge pool party. Everyone was getting drunk, jumping in the pool, dancing like crazy. Tatsumi was sitting on the poolside wearing a red t-shirt with cute denim shorts. She looked gorgeous like always. As our eyes met, she smiled at me, and I walked up to her like a moth drawn to the flame. "Hey, enjoying the party?" "Well, not much. It's boring. Maybe I can make it interesting for you." Really? We were having this flirtatious conversation when from nowhere, Jack popped up holding 2 beers. He looked at me with his cunning eyes and said, "Where are your manners, Andrew? There's a beautiful girl right in front of you, and you didn't even offer her a drink." No doubt he caught me off guard, and I got pretty embarrassed. Tatsumi took the beer bottle from his hands, and I could see her smirking. Honestly, now I realize how she was dodging both of us at the same time. She enjoyed so much attention. Some people just love it when others go crazy about them. And that's exactly what I was. Crazy about her. But this uncalled entry of Jack and his sly remarks set fire in my mind immediately. I gave him a pissed look and said, "Well, we must stack the beers for the night because this is your old strategy to look cool in front of girls. But I don't blame you. With that face, you need to go an extra mile to impress them." The entire crowd started laughing like crazy, and Jack's face turned red with this unexpected insult. I walked away from there and sat in the lounge area with my other friends. I wanted to take my mind off Tatsumi, so I started chatting with them. I saw 2 people watching a web series and talking highly about it. That's how I came to know about Squid Game. The episode they were watching was quite grooving. 2 separate groups of men were playing tug of war on a high-rise platform. Whoever wins ends up pulling the opponent's team to such an extent that they fall off that high place. Everyone saw how fascinating this show is when Tatsumi said, "Well, I wish we could play some games too. This party is so boring otherwise." As soon as she said it, Jack came right in front of me and said, "Wanna play tug of war?" I smiled and said, "Stop making everything about you and me, Jack. There are other people in this party as well." Hoo-hoo! Looks like somebody got scared. "Are you worried that I'll beat you in it, Andrew?" I mean, I understand. Tug of war is about physical strength after all. Jack was taller than me, but I wasn't some skinny dude either. I played basketball my entire life, so I'm well confident about my strength as well. Jack went on dissing me like he always does, and for some time, I did ignore him. I would have done this the entire time, but suddenly, he made a very weird announcement. Jack walked straight up to my face and said, "Whoever wins will get to go on a date with Tatsumi." "Tatsumi, I hope you don't mind this." Absolutely not. I also want to see who wins, only if Andrew decides to take part in this. At that very moment, I realized what a vixen she is. She was ready to make one of us feel embarrassed after this stupid challenge just to be the talk of the town. I decided I will defeat Jack first and then slam the refusal of going on a date right on Tatsumi's face. I took off my t-shirt, revealing my perfectly shaped abs, and said, "Fine, bring it on." Everyone in the party started cheering and screaming, "Tug of war, tug of war, tug of war." Jack took off his shirt as well, and one friend brought a big rope from the garden shed into the lounge. The rules were simple. Jack and I will be standing face to face, keeping the pool between us. To win, one has to pull the opponent in such a way that he falls into the pool. There will be 3 rounds, and the one with the maximum points will win the game. As decided, Jack and I took our positions. One friend blew a party horn, and we started to pull each other like crazy. Struggling for 5 minutes, I made a sudden jerk, which led Jack to lose his grip, and he fell into the pool, making a huge splash. My friends cheered like crazy, and Tatsumi sipped her beer like she was a princess watching 2 men fighting for her. Jack came out of the pool drenched in water and screamed, "Good one, Andrew, but the game has just started." I was thinking to score the next round and finishing this nuance once and for all, but a change of plan occurred. Due to overconfidence, my hand slipped and Andrew dunked me into the pool, scoring a tie. The competition was neck to neck, and I was becoming furious now. The 3rd round was like a life and death situation for me. To hell with Tatsumi, I can't lose to this guy. He is a jerk, and I don't want to spend my entire college year listening to his bragging about how he defeated me in tug of war. A sinister idea came to my mind. I noticed the sharp pointy metal fence standing right behind Jack. The tip of those fences was like a series of knives peeping to cut the wind passing by. Someone in the back of my mind spoke in an evil voice. "Do it, Andrew. This game is real life. Teach him a lesson." I grabbed the rope real tight, and as soon as the horn honked, I started to pull. I pulled with all my strength in the beginning so that Jack also puts his entire energy into pulling me. I knew how desperate he was to overthrow me from the popular boy tag. When his energy was at its peak and I could see him sweating for trying so hard, I acted as if the rope slipped away from my hand. The sudden counteraction, followed by the very common laws of physics, made Jack drift back in friction. He couldn't control his body weight and fell right on the sharp edges of the metal fences. 2 pointy tips pierced right through his eyes, spraying brain matter that dripped on the ground. He didn't even get the chance to scream or suffer as his soul left his body right away. Everyone was screaming like crazy, and Tatsumi broke into tears seeing this horrifying scene. The paramedics were called. The cops came as well. Many of our friends were shooting the game, hence, whatever happened got caught into their camera. I am still facing some legal troubles, as Jack's parents have set up a lawyer blaming me. I made it happen. But the footage was mostly focused on Jack, hence no one could notice my evil deed. Being the rich kid, I'm pretty sure my dad will get me out of this without any trouble, but every night, as I go to bed, I could see Jack standing near me with his eyes hanging on his cheeks. He never speaks, never makes a sound, just stands there to remind me of what only I know. I don't know how I will make him go, but I'm not giving my confession either. My psychiatrist says this is just my mind playing tricks on me. I don't know how long I will be able to cope if he continues visiting me like this in the middle of the night.
I used to date a really clingy girl. She said that she was just being protective of me while we were dating, but I didn't really see it that way. She'd text me every night asking me about my day or how I was doing, and if I didn't reply right away, she'd start guilt-tripping me to call her back. It was kind of cute at first, but after a while, it started to feel overbearing. We eventually broke up after almost a year of dating. She seemed to take it pretty well, though we were quiet whenever we ran into each other during class or out in the town. One day, I found out that she got a part-time job at the cafe I like to study at during the weekend. She made my coffee exactly the way she knew I liked it, and we started talking again. The awkward post-breakup tension between us melted away every time I visited the cafe. She even made sure to save a blueberry muffin for me on days she knew I'd visit. Soon, we were talking with each other like normal friends again.
I couldn't be happier. For a time, I even felt like we had a chance of getting back together after all. That feeling wouldn't last, though. My sister came to visit one weekend. We hadn't seen each other since we went to different colleges, so we were looking forward to catching up. We decided to get some pizza together at an Italian restaurant right across the cafe my girlfriend worked at. The waitress led us to an open-air, two-person table on the second floor beside the fenced ledge. It looked like the sort of seat you take your date to for a romantic view. There was even a rose in a vase decorating the table. I swear, I saw the waitress smirk when she showed us the table too. She must have thought that my sister and I were a couple. Which, fair enough, we didn't really look like each other despite having the same parents. I took after our dad, while she looked more like our mom. Neither of us bothered to correct her though. If they were going to give us special treatment just because they thought we were a couple, then we weren't about to complain. Not long after we sat down, I got a text on my phone. I looked at it and saw that it was my ex asking me how I was doing. We'd been texting again as of late anyway, so I didn't think much of it. Hey, no texting at the table, my sister said in jest, just as I was about to type back a reply. If you don't pay attention to your food, the flies will eat them. She used the exact same words our mom did whenever either of us checked our phones during dinner. Even got the inflections in her voice down too. Of course, I was a little annoyed that my younger sister was trying to boss me around, but she had a point. I quickly replied to my ex saying that I'll text her back later and turned off my phone. My sister and I talked for over 2 hours about how we were doing in college. When I told her that I was single again, she said she had a few female friends in her own college that were still single. She went as far as to offer me their numbers. I wasn't all that interested, but decided to humor my sister anyway, to make her feel helpful more than anything else. I turned my phone back on to save the numbers. The moment I did, I was bombarded with notifications for over 100 text messages and dozens of voicemails. Every single one of them were from my ex. The last text, sent almost a half hour ago, simply read, "Look down." I looked down from the ledge of the seat and felt my stomach churn in panic. Standing on the streets below us was my ex-girlfriend, still wearing her barista uniform. Her wide, bloodshot eyes stared right at me and through me. The look on her face was a horrifying mix between anger and batshit crazy. She held her phone in one hand, and in the other, a long kitchen knife, gripped so tight that her knuckles were white. A chill shot through my body as I showed the text to my sister. Her face went pale as she looked down over the ledge as well. The moment my sister's eyes met my ex's gaze turned from obsessive infatuation to burning hatred. She clenched her teeth so hard that I could have sworn blood seeped from her teeth. Without warning, she threw the kitchen knife in her hand at my sister with surprising force. The tip of the blade clinked against the ledge fence and clattered back onto the ground, but it startled my sister enough that she fell out of her chair. That got the attention of a nearby waiter who came over to help her up. We quickly explained the situation to him, and the police were immediately called. My ex-girlfriend was dragged, kicking and screaming, into a police car. All the while, she shouted about how she and I belonged together and that the girl I was eating with didn't deserve me, not knowing that that girl was actually my sister. When the police searched her apartment for more evidence of her stalking, they found hundreds of photos of me plastered on the walls. Some of them were from our time together, but many of them were of me by myself. There were pictures of me studying at the cafe or walking home alone, all taken without me ever noticing. In the corner of the apartment was a small shrine with a framed picture of us when we were together, surrounded by the empty cups of every coffee I'd ever ordered from her at the cafe. My sister is still traumatized about the whole thing, but she's been getting the help she needed. And despite everything that's happened, I hope that my ex will get the help she needs now too. I was 10 and my sister was 6 or 7 years old when this incident happened. We lived in a small suburb with less entertainment. The only thing we looked forward to was the weekends. Because on weekends, our mom took us to the city park and then for a small shopping trip where we could get any toy or chocolate we wanted. There was a Target store across the city park where we used to go. Being a huge Target store, it was our ideal spot to play all kinds of games. I still remember running among the high-rise shelves trying to catch each other. But being kids, we were naive. We had no idea that not everyone saw us like cute little children. Some saw us like prey too. After a hectic week at work, when Mom got some leisure, the weekend came knocking around the door. I could tell she was too tired and needed rest. But my sister Martha was adamant to go to the Target store and buy her long-wished Barbie doll. Mom tucked us to bed saying the next day she will take us there. Next morning when I woke up, I found Mom lying sick on her bed. She caught the flu and instructed me not to go near her. I don't think I can take you out today. Let me call Grandma. She can take you to the park. There's some money on the kitchen counter. Take it and have fun today. I nodded my head and Mom called Grandma, explaining the entire situation. Mom told us to listen to her and not wander around by ourselves. Being the big brother, she set me in charge to take care of Martha. Within a half hour, Grandma pulled her car into our driveway and honked the horn. Bye, kids. Have fun. Listen to Grandma. Mom bid us goodbye and we ran outside. I sat on the passenger seat and Martha sat at the back. Grandma told us funny stories on our way to the park, and we began the day with cheerful laughter. When we reached the park, we saw other kids running here and there. The park was an ideal spot for family picnics, so lots of people used to come there. Martha ran to the swing and I followed her. After playing for almost 2 hours, I felt like getting a soda for myself. The Target store stood across the park. I walked to Grandma, who was sitting on the corner park bench and reading her book. Grandma, can we go to the store? Sure, but just wait some minutes. One of my friends is about to come. We'll go after meeting her. I had no problem waiting, but Martha was going crazy to buy her Barbie doll. She pulled my shirt and said, "The store is right there. We can go and get it by ourselves." Grandma looked at me and nodded her head saying, No, you two wait here. My friend will be here any minute." But my sister has always been a stubborn kid. She started kicking the mud and pleaded to Grandma to let us go. Being fed up with her tantrums, Grandma asked me if I could take her there and wait in the store. I replied I could. Martha and I started walking towards Target. Being a huge store, I often enjoyed exploring that place. Not to mention, the toys section was our favorite, but I liked roaming around the entire store. As we entered the store, we realized it was indeed a weekend because people were all over the place buying groceries, food items, daily needs, and whatsoever. I held Martha's hand because I didn't want her to get lost amidst the crowd. We started walking towards the toys section, and Martha's face lit up in joy. She was ranting about how she is going to dress her Barbie once she takes her home. The toy section was comparatively empty considering the other departments. As soon as she saw Barbie dolls stacked up on the shelves, she let go of my hand and rushed towards them. "Don't run, Martha," I screamed. "Look, there's so many of them. I will buy one on each birthday, then I will have a room full of Barbies." Her eyes dazzled in excitement. I took out one Barbie randomly and said, Yeah, now let's go buy this one. I will get a soda after that." "I don't want that one." I put the Barbie back and asked in a tiring voice, "Then which one do you want? They're all the same, you know." "No, they're not." She then pointed her fingers to a Barbie dressed in blue at a really top shelf, which was obviously out of my reach. I tried to grab that jumping 2 or 3 times, but they all failed. Just when I was thinking of looking for a Target employee to help us out, a woman with a squeaky voice spoke to us. "Do you need help with that?" I followed the voice and saw a woman standing in front of us. For a woman, her physique was really well built. She had broad shoulders and too much makeup on her face. The red lipstick on her rough lips looked like dried bloodstains. She smiled with her yellow teeth and asked again, "Do you need help with that?" Before I could say anything, Martha pointed to the top shelf saying, "Can you get that blue Barbie?" She slowly came close to us and without taking her eyes off me, grabbed the Barbie. "Here you go, little girl. Doesn't your brother talk much?" "Thanks for helping us." "I see you talk really well. What is your name?" "Matthew, and that's my sister Martha." "How sweet. You know what, Martha? I have so many beautiful dolls in my van. Would you like to come and take a look? You can get the ones you like for free." Maybe I was only 10 years old, but I knew this woman is a stranger to us, and honestly, I wasn't liking her at all. "No thanks. We better get going. Our grandma will be here any minute." As soon as she heard me mentioning my grandma, her face changed. "Oh, I thought you guys were all by yourselves? I started to walk away pulling Martha, but being the hyperactive kid, she replied, "Yeah, we are. Grandma is waiting for us in the park." I saw the woman's eyes sparkle with a weird joy. She once again gave her dirty yellow smile and said, "Oh, I see. I'll see you around then." I walked away holding my sister's hand without taking the conversation ahead. I looked back just to see if she is following us and found her standing in the same manner, smiling at us. We reached near the cash counter and stood in line waiting for our turn. There were 4 other people ahead of us, and I remembered I forgot to buy my soda. I told Martha to wait in line and rushed to get my soda can. Making my way among the crowd and cackle of people, when I finally got my soda, I realized Martha might be waiting there all by herself. I was walking fast to the cash counter when a hand grabbed my shoulder. I turned around and saw Grandma. "Where's your sister?" she asked. I told her she is waiting for me near the cash counter. We both went there, but Martha wasn't there. Grandma and I both started to panic and informed the woman at the counter about my sister's sudden disappearance. They started announcing all over the store, asking for Martha to meet us back here, but she was nowhere to be found. We searched the entire store with 4 employees, and I was terrified that something bad might have happened to her. The store manager called the cops, and that's when I remembered about that weird-looking woman. I told the cops how she was trying to take her to her minivan, saying she had lots of dolls inside it. The police rushed to the Target parking lot and covered it from all sides. Thankfully, they found this damp, rusty black minivan parked at the dark corner. The van was shaking violently, and a cry of a kid was coming from it. My grandma held me back so I couldn't see what those cops saw once they opened the back door of the minivan. Years later, when I grew up, my mother told me all about it. The woman was actually a man dressed like a woman. The cops caught him while he was tying up my sister with barbed wire. Not just that, there were 2 other small girls inside that van. They were heavily sedated, and there's no doubt he abducted those 2 kids too. But once they checked the front seat, they met with an even uglier sight. There was a woman lying on that seat with her face cut off with a sharp knife. Her hair was pulled out and formed into a wig. Her mutilated face was lying on the dashboard of the car with heavy makeup put on it. So basically, when we met that man, he was wearing this dead woman's face, which is why he looked so weird to me. The man was arrested with the charge of kidnapping, abduction, and murder. This woman was his wife, who used to help him by luring kids into his van. But with time, she demanded to be free of this inhumane profession and might have threatened the man to stop or she would go to the cops. What creeps me to the core is that this man not just killed his wife to shut her mouth, he even decided to use her face to appear like a woman in front of kids. And trust me, his plan did work to some extent. When I went to get a soda, he approached my sister again and lured her into his trap. If you ask me, I don't think that man did all these gruesome acts just for money. He is a sick psycho, and I'm glad he is going to rot in prison for the rest of his life. I was going through my shopping cart when my eyes went to a girl standing near the counter. She was scanning the entire Target store with her nervous eyes. It was near closing hours, hence, the store had very few customers. There were 2 other people at the counter. The manager was a 50-year-old man with a sharp face. I noticed him staring at the girl with a not-so-gentleman look. The girl was wearing a flower-printed short skirt and a red tank top. Honestly, she was attractive, and I immediately realized why she felt uncomfortable standing near that counter. It was clear from her face that she was hesitating to approach the man at the counter. Once those 2 people left the store, the girl moved her cart away and started going back to the store shelves again. I couldn't help but ask her, "Hey, is everything all right?" To which she replied, "Yeah, I just forgot to get some snacks." I could have just bought my stuff and left the store, but I decided not to leave the girl alone with this weird dude at the counter. "Care for billing?" the man at the counter asked in a rough voice. "No, I will just wait for her to come back," I replied, pulling my cart aside. Needless to say, he wasn't happy at all as I robbed him of one chance to be alone with an attractive girl and make her uncomfortable in every possible way. I did what I felt I should have done for my sister if she was in place of that girl. After waiting 10 minutes when the girl didn't come back, I started to look for her. I went straight to the snacks area where the girl mentioned, making a check, but there was no one. Standing in the empty passage, I was wondering if she left using the back door out of panic, when suddenly I noticed her cart parked at the end of the passageway. Why did she leave her shopping cart like this? I looked here and there, but didn't see her. I started searching for her in the empty store. Light rain was going outside, and the murmur of thunder hinted towards an upcoming storm. I was already late, so when I didn't find her after searching for almost 15 minutes, I gave up. I was heading back towards the counter when a huge lightning struck nearby and the power went out. The storm has begun. Heavy winds blew like crazy, making the store's glass wall tremble with its pressure. Hello? Anybody? I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. I heard a soft whimper behind me and turned back right at that moment. The girl was standing there. She was covered in sweat, and tears rolled down from her eyes. He locked us inside. What? Who? The man at the counter. He's a freak. He had a gun. I have seen it. I had no idea about whatever she was saying. I looked at my phone and saw there was no network. The phones aren't working, right? How did you? He is probably looking for me now. He's gonna kill us both. I couldn't decide what to do at that moment. The girl was saying really scary things about that guy at the counter. I had to act on this matter, so I decided to check the exit first. She said the man locked the exit. But why would he do that? I mean, yeah, he appeared like a weirdo to me, and yeah, he was trying to flirt with that girl. But is he really a killer roaming around this empty Target store? I calmed myself down and said to the girl, we should go to the front door and check if we can open it. Also, we have to get out and call 911. There's no signal inside the store. The girl nodded her head and started to follow me. We were walking side by side. There was pin-drop silence, and in that huge store, I felt like we were going to get lost in the dark. The storm was roaring outside, and I could hear the nervous breathing of that girl. I wasn't able to figure out which way is the main door in that excessive darkness. Also, my mobile's battery was draining out. I gave my phone to the girl and said, you wait here. I'll go grab a flashlight. We were walking amidst the hardware section. I could almost see flashlights hanging, so I walked ahead and grabbed one. I was about to walk back to her when someone grabbed me from behind and pulled me aside. Whoever it was placed a hand on my mouth so that I couldn't scream. It was a strong hand, and it pinned me on the other side of the huge shelf. Out of shock and panic, I turned on the flashlight, and it was him, the weirdo from the cash counter. His eyes were wide, and blood was dripping from a cut on his forehead. He spoke in a low but panicked voice. We must get out of here. That girl is out of her mind. I was extremely surprised, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? He is the one who chased her, like a killer. The man took his hand off from my mouth. What are you saying? She told me you're the one who was trying to kill her. What? She's the one who attacked me. Hey, did you get the flashlight? Hurry up, we need to go. I saw the girl walking towards us with my phone in her hand. As soon as she reached close, the power came back and I found myself standing between the man and that girl. They both saw each other and their faces turned pale. Will anyone tell me what's the deal with you two? This man said that you attacked him. What? Look at him. Look at me. He's lying. Didn't you see how he was checking me out at the counter before? He is the reason why I scared off that moment. Oh my God, she is such a lying bitch, I'm telling you. Please believe me. I saw her lunge over that dead body in the storeroom. That's when she tried to attack me. She's the one who hit me on the forehead with a spanner. I don't have a single drop of blood on my hands. You murderer, don't trust him. Now think about my situation. I had no idea what these two were saying. So to get my head straight, I asked them to take me to that body in the storeroom. The man walked ahead, and I followed him for not having any other option. The girl went on saying how I should not listen to him, but I had to consider both sides. When we reached near the storeroom, the man opened it in one go saying, "Look, there it is." There was indeed a bloody body of a young woman on the floor. Her mouth was slit open in a pretty gruesome manner. It was so violent that one could barely stand the sight. Her eyes were jumping out from the sockets, and blood was everywhere. Oh my God, we need to call the cops. Yes, and put this man in jail for what he did. What? Me? I didn't do anything. You're the one sitting near this body. I'm gonna tell the cops what I saw. Yeah, obviously, because I found her when I went back to get those snacks. So you mean she was already dead when? I immediately hit the guy in the head with all my strength. He fell on the floor screaming at the top of his lungs. You were right. He is the murderer. Let's go. We have to find a way out. I was telling you he is the one. Thank you so much for trusting me over him. I found the woman in the storeroom. I swear, I was just checking her out, and when I turned back, I saw this guy standing behind me with an evil look on his face. I mean, he was behaving really odd the moment I entered the store. He came at me, so I grabbed the spanner from the storeroom and hit him in my defense. Trust me, I just did that to save myself. That's when the power went out. I met you all freaked out. Yes, I trust you. Don't worry. I took the girl towards the entrance and told her to wait near the door. There were 2 locks on that door. I walked straight to the counter and picked up a keychain full of keys. The girl stood beside me and I opened the first lock of the door. She said in a relieved voice, "Thank God, we will finally be able to get out." I thought this night would be but she didn't finish her sentence. She started to step back nervously again. "How did you guess the key right at the very first attempt?" "What? How did you find the right key at the first attempt?" "Look, I really don't know what you're trying to say. It was just a wild guess. You're the one who killed that woman, right? And now you killed that man too? Oh my God, he was telling the truth?" Well, I couldn't lie to her anymore. I was anyway going to take her to some unknown road, slash her neck, and dump her body in the woods. Then why not do it now? I gave her a friendly smile, but she still didn't stop being afraid of me. I tried to calm her down, but she made me chase her the entire store. The more I laughed and tried to make things comfortable for her, the more she screamed. I mean, think about it. What other option do I have? I was returning home after finishing my final kill of the night. I put the body of that woman in the storeroom and was all set to leave. My intentions were all good. I knew that man was being a creep, so I waited for that girl, but look at this dumb bitch. She had to go back and sneak into the storeroom for no fucking reason. She had to find that body. I could have already hit her from behind when she lunged on the dead body and watched it with scary eyes, if not the man came in the same direction. I hid behind the shelf and watched that entire drama unfold. None of them had a single idea that I am the predator and they were my prey. But no regret. 3 kills instead of 1? Not bad, huh? All I have to do now is dump these 3 bodies inside that storeroom, then destroy the security footage and drive home. Can't wait to finally enjoy a long shower with a glass of wine before going to bed tonight. I have been working in a Target for a long time. We face all kinds of customers every day, from the over-demanding dad to nagging kids. We try to manage everyone with a smile. But some customers turn out to be completely different from what they appear in the beginning. It was a boring Tuesday night and I was cleaning the store. It was near closing hours when I noticed a woman standing in front of a shelf full of toilet paper. She was nodding her head from left to right and talking to herself in a very weird manner. I was stunned to see her behave like that. I stopped working and stood there in awe. She suddenly turned back and said, "Melissa, don't you have work to do?" I am sorry, ma'am." I turned around awkwardly and started mopping the floor again. It took me a second to realize what just happened. Wait a minute, how did she know my name? I don't even know her, and I'm pretty sure this is the first time we are meeting in person. I looked at her with a confused face and said, "Ma'am, how do you know my name?" She didn't reply, just stood there like before. I went to her and touched her shoulder when she suddenly broke free from her transient state and looked at me as if this is the first time she's seen me. "Can you please tell me where I will get the toilet paper?" "Ma'am, you are standing right next to them." She looked up at the stacked rolls of toilet paper and got extremely embarrassed. I could see in her eyes that all this time standing there, she didn't even notice these rolls. It was as if all this time she was in a different world. I asked her again, "Ma'am, you didn't tell me. How do you know my name?" "What? I don't know your name. What are you saying? You just called me by my name. I don't even have a name tag." "Ma'am, are you feeling all right?" Yeah, I'm just going to finish shopping and go home. I am sorry if I startled you." The woman grabbed some toilet rolls and threw them in her cart. I could tell from her body language that she is aware of her weirdness, and she is trying to hide something at the same time. As soon as she went out of my sight, I felt the urge to keep an eye on her. I secretly followed her. She walked past the hardware section and went to the clothing department. At that moment, there were hardly 3 to 4 people in the store. The clothing section was completely empty. The woman was going through boys' t-shirts like a normal person. I started organizing the shelves nearby and observed her with the corner of my eye. 3 minutes went by and she didn't do anything weird like before. I kind of lost my interest, thinking it was all just a coincidence. I might have taken 5 to 6 steps when I heard a chuckle. As I looked back, I met with a disgusting sight. She was pulling her own hair and chewing it like crazy. The way she was eating her own strands of hair made me shudder in disgust. Saliva was drooling from her mouth and her eyes were moving around like crazy. I couldn't wait and watch her going on like this. I rushed to the counter and called my coworker, explaining this emergency situation. By the time I reached near the counter, I saw other customers leaving and Paul locking the main entrance. "Don't! There's someone in here!" "What? Tell them we are past closing hours." "No, you are not getting it. There's something very wrong with her. You need to come with me." The usual routine was to lock the main entrance after 10 p.m. and leave for home using the back door. Paul and I have worked many shifts together, and we were the ones who left the store last. I escorted him to the clothing section where I saw the woman last time. There was no one else in the store, and Paul was getting anxious to leave as well. "What is it, Melissa? There's no one here." "No, I just saw her right here. She was eating her own hair. I'm telling you, there was something wrong with her." "Look, I don't have time for all this. Let's make a quick round around the store and leave. I have a date to go to." We started searching the store. Paul was walking casually while I searched for that woman frantically. I even called out to her. "Ma'am, where are you? We are about to close the store. Please come out." But no sign of her. We came back to the entrance. I still couldn't shake off that memory of seeing her chewing her hair when I heard a gasping sound. My eyes went to Paul, who was standing right beside me. I noticed his face turning pale with an unknown fear. His eyes were stuck at something ahead of us. As I followed his eyes, I found that same woman standing in front of us. But this time, there was definitely something wrong with her. Her eyes were turned inside her head, revealing the white area. It was so scary for that moment, it felt like she had no eyeballs. She was breathing heavily while making a groaning sound. I whispered to Paul in a low voice, "She's the one I was talking about." Paul took a step ahead and said in a fumbling voice, "Ma'am, are you all right? Should we call for an ambulance?" She didn't reply and then smiled at us in the eeriest way possible. I took up my phone and started dialing paramedics because it was clear by then that this woman is not in the best shape. I was about to make the call when the woman started to choke. She was choking on the air and gagging in pain. It was as if something is stuck in her throat. Her gags soon transformed into horrible coughing, and Paul and I just stood there cluelessly. We had no idea what was happening to her, and we were so much taken aback by this terrible sight that we forgot to act on it. She slowly crouched down on the floor while coughing and gagging. "Oh my God, she's about to vomit," Paul said in disgust. But what happened afterwards, none of us expected to see. The woman shoved her index finger inside her mouth and started to pull something out of her throat. It was a freaky, scary sight to watch. After a few seconds of suffering like this, something actually started to come out of her mouth. Once she took her fingers from her mouth, we saw what it was. Believe me or not, that woman pulled out almost a ball of hair strands from her throat. Yes, all that hair she ate back then, she pulled it out from her stomach. I can't tell you how slimy and filthy it all looked. But there we were, watching this awful scene like statues. After discharging a pile of saliva-covered hairballs from her mouth, she got up and turned to Paul. Her inverted eyes turned back to their normal shape and she said, "Please, help me. She's trying to replace me." "Who? What do you mean?" Paul asked her, but before she could reply, something inside of her started to break her bones from within. Her body was bending upwards and downwards, sideways and in every direction possible, like crazy while her bones snapped. It was a scene from an Exorcist movie, and we had no idea what the hell was going on with her. I didn't wait anymore and called the paramedics. Paul screamed in fear as neither of us were able to witness this woman turning into a vegetable with her bones breaking one after the other. By the time the paramedics reached us, she was lying on the floor, wrapped and folded like a garbage bag and barely breathing. Her eyes were popped from its sockets with enormous pain and fear. Even though she was taken to the hospital, she couldn't be saved. Paul took a leave to get his shit together and didn't discuss a word about that woman or that night to anyone. But I couldn't just let this matter go. A few days later, I went to the hospital she was being taken to and asked a nurse about her. I had to give quite a description of her condition, and the nurse recognized. "Oh, you mean Miss Ruby? Yeah, it was bound to happen anyway." I obviously got pretty shocked with that kind of reply and asked, "What? Why are you saying that?" The nurse told me she knew this woman from her neighborhood. Ruby lived close to her house. She had no family and was on her own, and she worked as a medium in seances. The nurse also told me her profession took a huge toll on her, and that in her last seance, she got very sick as the spirit denied going back. I understood why she said someone is trying to replace her that night. All her spooky behaviors were the result of being possessed. I don't know if all that is true or she was just a very sick individual. But trust me, the way Paul and I witnessed her bones breaking, it has to be some evil force lurking inside her at that moment. There's no human on earth who can break his or her own bones like that. Often at night, I woke up imagining those snapping sounds and her gagging voice trying to ask for help as the uninvited guest took over her body. Kim woke up with a terrible headache. It took some time for her to realize that she is lying on her bed. Last night's party went a little overboard. She slowly got up and moved the curtains of her bedroom window. The sunlight brightened her dark room. With stumbling steps, Kim went to the bathroom and started to wash her face. Suddenly, her phone rang. She turned back and noticed the phone lying on the floor under her bed. "God, how drunk was I?" she said to herself. She went ahead and picked up her phone. It was Rick. Rick and Kim worked together. In fact, last night both of them were together. They went to a party at one of their colleagues' house. Kim answered the phone saying, "Yeah, what is it?" For a second, she couldn't understand what he was saying. Kim said annoyedly, "What are you saying, Rick? I am not getting a single word of yours." She could tell from Rick's voice that he is in terrible shock. Rick replied with a shaken voice, "Kim, Shelly's dead," and started sobbing like a kid. Kim felt like the sky over her head would break upon her at any moment. She said out loud, "What? What are you? How? How did it happen, Rick?" Rick said in the same sobbing voice, "The cops are saying she killed herself." Kim was beyond shock. She said in the same shocking tone, "What do you mean by cops? How come they are involved in this?" Rick said, "I can't say everything over the phone. Noah and I are going to the subway station near our house. Meet us there in 15 minutes. Before Kim could ask more, Rick disconnected the phone. She sat down on her bed with a terrorized face. It has been 6 months since Kim joined this new workplace. She works as a graphic designer for a fashion magazine. Rick and Noah work in the accounts department. They often hung out together. Last night, they were all together at Sean's house. Sean invited almost everyone to the party, except Shelly. Everyone at the office kind of avoided her due to her creepy nature. Shelly had a crush on Sean. She even proposed to him twice, but Sean made it quite clear that he's in a relationship already. But Shelly became obsessed with him. She kept texting him and trying to make conversation with him forcefully in the office many times. Her stalking behavior went on for a week until Sean announced his engagement. Last night, they threw Sean a bachelor party. Shelly was acting really strange after Sean announced his marriage. She stopped talking to anyone. No one saw her at work for the last 3 to 5 days. When Kim reached the subway station, she could see people gathering on the platform. There were cops everywhere. The track was sealed and the railway service was stopped. She didn't realize what was going on there just when she saw Rick and Noah walking towards her from the crowd. Their faces were pale and drenched in fear. She asked Rick, "Will any one of you tell me what the hell is going on here?" Rick wiped his tears and said, "It's Shelly. She jumped on the track this morning and committed suicide." The security footage is showing that there were very few people on the platform today, as it is a Sunday morning. Shelly was standing on the platform. Suddenly, the subway car approached from the other side. and when it came close to her, she jumped on the tracks. Noah said in a terrified voice, "The cops have called the paramedics. There is blood everywhere. She is still lying there," and stared at the edge of the platform with fearful eyes. "What do you mean by she's still lying there? The cops should have picked up her body. What the hell is wrong with them?" Kim said in an angry voice and started to walk towards the track. Rick went to stop her, saying, "No, Kim, you don't understand. She is..." But before he could say anything further, Kim was already near the tracks. There were blood stains all over the platform. But as her eyes went ahead, she screamed at the top of her lungs and fell on the platform floor. Shelley was lying on the tracks, but her body was ripped off in two parts. Her lower body was under the subway car's wheels, while her upper body stood still. Her eyes were bursting out with blood filled inside them. Her entrails were gushing out from her slitted waist. There was blood all over her body. Her mouth was wide open. She might have screamed in terrible pain when the subway car ran her over. It was a vicious sight to watch. Kim couldn't take it anymore. She was feeling nauseous. Noah and Rick lifted her and carried her to the other side of the platform. She started throwing up. After a while, she finally holds herself together and sat down on the stairs of the subway. A cop came and offered her some water. The paramedics came and took out Shelley's sliced body. When the three of them reached Kim's home, it was almost afternoon. They sat down on the couch. None of them could believe Shelley is no more. Noah broke the awkward silence and said, "Did anyone tell Sean about this?" Rick said, "I don't know. Let me call him." Kim was sitting with a blank, pale face. Rick dialed Sean's number and told him about this unfortunate event. Sean's reaction came like a huge rock. Sean said in an irritated voice, "Look, man, I am not her boyfriend. Neither was I her friend. I really don't understand why everyone is calling me since this morning and making my life miserable. This isn't my fault, dude. She assumed things on her own. Please stop involving me in this bullshit." Kim couldn't believe Sean's words. She finally lost it. She snatched the phone from Rick's hand and said, "I can't believe you are such a selfish bastard, Sean. One of our colleagues just died a horrible death. All you could do is show some empathy. I feel really bad for Shelley for falling in love with an asshole like you." And then she disconnected the phone in rage. Rick and Noah were hurt too by Sean's cruel behavior. The next day, when everyone went back to work, Kim noticed Sean standing at the cafeteria and laughing with a few coworkers, as if nothing has happened. Sean looked at her and said, "Hey, Kim." But she ignored him and walked away. The entire day, Kim didn't talk to Sean and avoided him completely. The office staff decorated Shelley's desk with candles. They placed a picture of Shelley where she was smiling like a happy, jolly girl. Kim stood in front of her desk and tears came to her eyes. She couldn't help but think that, no matter what kind of person she was, no one deserves to die such a horrible death. After work, she was leaving for home when Noah came and asked her, "Hey, you all right?" Kim nodded and replied, "Yeah, think so." Noah asked in a hesitant voice, Rick and I was thinking to go for a drink. Would you like to join us?" Any other day, Kim would have gone excitedly, but right now, all she wants is to go home and lie down. Kim said in a tired voice, "No thanks. I better go home and sleep." She left the office. Kim didn't want to take the subway, but that is her quickest option to reach home. She looked at her watch. It was 8 p.m. already. There were fewer people on the streets due to the cold weather. Reluctantly, Kim walked towards the subway. While getting down the stairs, a chilling sensation grabbed her spine. She doesn't know why she was feeling like something bad was going to happen here again. As she walked towards the platform, she started sweating in fear. But after looking down the tracks, she calmed down a bit. The tracks were clean and clear. There was no sign of blood. Kim sat down on the platform seats and waited for her train to arrive. There were 2 to 3 people on the platform, but all of them were waiting for the train on the other side. The empty subway platform stood silently in front of her eyes. A train came on the other side and left with the rest of the people waiting on the platform. Now, Kim was completely alone in this long subway. She looked at the timetable. She has to wait 10 minutes more for her ride. The feeling of being alone in the same subway where her colleague committed suicide yesterday wasn't a very comforting one. She was going through all these troublesome thoughts just when she heard a weird sound. It It felt like someone was being dragged on the floor. And then another strange sound took place. Don't know how one should describe it, but if one has to put the sound into words, it was like tiki, tiki. Kim didn't know what to do just when her eyes went on the edge of the platform. What the hell is that? She saw fingers on the edge of the platform, grabbing the floor. Before she could see further, suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder and almost screamed in fear. But as she turned back, she saw Sean standing there with a surprised face. Sean said with an awkward smile, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Everything's all right?" Kim said in a relieved voice, "Don't ever do that." And then said, "What are you doing here?" Sean said, "I came to apologize for my behavior earlier. Kim, you should know I am equally shocked hearing about Shelly's death, but it wasn't my fault, you know. You know better than anyone how she made my life miserable. I won't say I'm glad that she died, but I can't do anything about this either." Kim didn't say anything, as Sean went on explaining how it wasn't his fault and Shelly was mentally ill. Sean was finishing his sentence on how Shelly should have visited a psychiatrist just when that sound took place again. Sean paused and said, "Did you hear that, or is it just me?" Kim said in a confused tone, "No, I did too." They glanced at the track nearby where that sound was coming. Sean started to walk towards the edge of the platform to see what it was. Kim was with him too, but what they saw next stopped their hearts. Sean fell on the floor and Kim stuck to the nearby pillar, breathing heavily. No sound came out of her mouth. It was Shelly, or one should say, it was Shelly's ghost. She was sitting on the tracks, but it was only the upper part of her body. Her hair was dripping blood. Her mouth was hollow and open. Her entrails were hanging from the end of her torso. She dragged herself up from the tracks with her hands and started limping towards Sean, making a horrible sound. Sean started to crawl back in fear and was about to get up and run just when a horrible incident happened in front of Kim's eyes. Shelly's ghost sliced Sean's body into 2 parts, splattering blood all over the platform. Sean's painful scream echoed inside the subway while Kim fainted then and there. Kim is still admitted in the hospital. All she heard in the news is that the security camera of the subway has captured bizarre footage of that night. The camera has shown Kim standing terrified, sticking up to the pillar nearby, while her colleague Sean is lying on the floor, panting and gasping for air. The bizarre thing is that there is no one else on the platform, but suddenly, Sean gets sliced into 2 halves, splashing blood all around, and dies a horrible death. The police tried many times to take Kim's statement about the incident, but Kim hasn't spoken a word since. She just stares at the hospital ceiling like a lifeless creature.
Yo, chat. Good morning. Good morning, chat. We have to go clean the house. So I hope you guys enjoyed sleep stream, bro. I'm about 40 minutes late on waking up, but it's alright. We need to rush to clean the house. I need to do hot sauce stream. And then we're going to do, I don't know what we're going to do for game stream, chat. I don't know what we're going to do for game stream. But we're going to do 6 hours of game stream. Y'all know the deal already. Y'all know the deal, bro. We're live all day long usually, unless I'm busy. So, I hope you guys enjoyed sleep stream. If you guys are new here, make sure you guys hit that follow button. If you guys don't want to miss any live notifications, make sure you guys turn on that live notification button. And with that being said, I'm about to go clean. So, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I love you guys. Have an absolutely amazing day. Peace out.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny, and I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat. I feel that shit all in my tummy, and I'm always walking alone. There's nowhere to go. I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy, and I'm never tripping for hoes. I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes. So dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown. Roll up in smoke because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old. There's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred. Not apparent to the public cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painted. I can never talk shit up because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup. Break trust, tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown. Roll up in smoke because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old. There's people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine. Every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot. Acting like I'm superhuman is stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I'ma show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown. Roll up in smoke because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old. There's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred. Not apparent to the public cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painted. I can never talk shit up because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup. Break trust, tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's no